I still think Hawthorn have a relatively harder run than anyone else amongst the kind of that top 8, top 9, if you like. They've got Collingwood next week here at the MCG. Melbourne, they should win that, and then they finish with Brisbane at the Gabba. It could be that final game against Brisbane which determines whether or not Hawthorn actually makes finals.
Well, they really have to win one of those two big games. You think they'll get the job done against Melbourne, as you said. They've either got to beat Collingwood next week or Brisbane in the final game at the Gabba.
Which is a perfect lead-in for them into finals. And if they want to win finals footy, they've got to play the best and beat the best. But I think without Will Day, it's going to be incredibly tough, Liv, because he's so pivotal to their success, and they look like a completely different midfield group and a side when he's in that team.
It's so incredibly unlucky just from a physio point of view, because I know that they would have scanned him at the start, scanned him at the end of his rehab, and it would have been all healed, that particular bone. Now, I'm not sure if it is the same bone that was his navicular. It was his navicular, which is a prominent bone in the foot that, if injured, you extend your time in the sidelines by 8 to 16 weeks. And so I'm unsure. It's not a wrongdoing by the physios or anything like that, because that bone will have been fully healed by the scan. So it's just incredibly unlucky that stud has fallen in the exact spot that is obviously a weak spot on that bone. And it's just shattering for him, because I know that was an extensive rehab and went really well. By all means, he got back earlier than they expected and everything was healed, so just shattering for him.
Just a quote here from James Hird, who had a similar injury. He said that John Rowell fits an insidious injury. It creeps up on you. Once you saw it's too late, you don't get any warning signs. That's the really challenging thing. So, but apparently he was stood on last night, and that might have flared it up. I'm not too sure how it worked. You know more about it, but it's an injury you just can't get back from.
Yeah, no, it won't be an ability for him to get back for finals or anything like that. His season's done, obviously, as the Hawks have come out and said. But if it is that impact injury, it's just from the impact. It wouldn't have been from the load of the previous weeks, because they've had that scan to show that it was all clear for him to return.
What does it mean for long term?
Well, it means you've got recurrent bone edema and swelling in that area, but you've got to be very careful going forward, because obviously there is a spot on that particular foot that is more prominent to those bone stress reactions.
Great to have Libby Birch on board, of course, 3-time AFLW Premiership player and also a qualified physiotherapist with us in the box. We're going to get to a break. We'll start to focus in on this game. Cannot wait. Collingwood and Brisbane coming up. Those results from earlier today. The Suns by 84 over the Tigers. The Swans by 14 over the Bombers, and earlier at Marvel Stadium it was a win to Melbourne comfortably over the West Coast Eagles. The margin there 83 points. Final scores at Marvel 21-13, 139. The West Coast Eagles a very disappointing 8-8-56. For Macca's, 3AW is Saturday Night Football.
3AW Football, thanks to Solar Heart. Get $750 off when you buy an eligible Solar Heart solar power system and home battery for a limited time only. Visit Solar Heart today. Drive.
A 21-year-old man who was shot dead out the front of his home in Wollert. It was across the road from a daycare centre when parents were dropping off their children. I think this is an absolute escalation of the gangland war. Tim Watson-Munro is a criminal psychologist.
Well, I agree with you. It seems that things are escalating. People in Melbourne are being exposed on a daily basis to this sort of violent crime, and I'm appalled, as you are. I think it's very dangerous out there.
Jackie Felgate, 3 till 6, 3AW.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30 a.m.
It's Tyre Power's Power Up Sale, which means you can take your tyre safety and your savings to the next level with a new set of Kumho tyres from Tyre Power. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on a great range of Kumho SUV and passenger car tyres. Power up to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. It's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
While people are sleeping peacefully in their apartment, a team from the Drain Man are down in the basement preparing to fix the leaking sewer drain inside their bedroom walls. Using Repiper's revolutionary relining system, they'll permanently seal any leaks on the inside without even disturbing them. That's the Drain Man difference. With Swedish technology delivered exclusively in Australia by the Drain Man, losing sleep from leaking sewer drains is a thing of the past. Call 1-800-843-372.
The Drain Man. Man.
Fellas, struggling with stamina, strength or focus? Power up with He Testo Plus formula. Containing scientifically researched Testo Surge helps support testosterone and muscle composition. And Tribulus, traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to promote healthy libido. Be stronger, feel sharper and stay on top of your game. Try He Testo Plus formula today. Available at Chemist Warehouse and pharmacies nationwide. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Studies available on our website.
Bunnings can help you kickstart your flooring projects. Shop great value on laminate flooring and flooring supplies. And use the online calculator to work out the size and cost of your project. Bunnings.com.au or see the range at your local Bunnings.
Get moving with Arrow.
In import or export, time is money. At Arrow Transport, we can save you both.
Get moving with Arrow.
We're trucking and tracking over 150,000 containers a year to and from all major Australian ports for any business across all industry sectors, whatever you move.
Get moving with Arrow.
From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution.
Get moving with Arrow.
Arrowtransport.com.au.
Proud partner of 3AW Football. Building up to Collingwood and Brisbane from the MCG, you're listening to Saturday Night Footy Preview.
Welcome back to the MCG ahead of Collingwood and Brisbane. A couple of other bits and pieces. Jack Ginnivan last night after the game on the way off the ground flipped the bird to an Adelaide Crows supporter, so he'll be expecting a fine. Jack Ginnivan just giving the middle finger.
$1,000 with an early guilty plea, Matt.
Yeah, he was door-stopped at the Adelaide airport today by a Channel 7 reporter, and it was some good questions too came his way. A couple of short back and sides. Let's have a listen.
Jack, what was with the middle finger at Crows fans last night? Are you a sore loser?
Do you think I'm going to speak to you?
Haven't you just? Why are you laughing?
Because you're embarrassing. Imagine trying to stop me at the airport. Help me.
Are you embarrassing, giving the Crows fans the middle finger because they've won and you've lost?
There we go. So that was the questioning. She had a good crack at it. She didn't not backwards in coming forwards with the questioning. I've got to say, and I know that you and I disagree on this, Rory, and I heard you say earlier in the year, I think it was Bailey Smith flipping the bird at an Adelaide fan after a Geelong game there at the Adelaide Oval. And I reckon I heard you say, given what the Adelaide fans said, fair enough, and don't fine him. But I'm always one that I hate seeing it, and I reckon players should be fined for it, only because the kids, I've said this a million times, kids at junior level copy absolutely everything, and you just got to be better, and you can't do it.
Absolutely, kids copy absolutely everything, and they copy what fans say in the crowds too. So that's where I'm always big on fan behaviour's got to be up to scratch.
I agree with you on
player
that.
behaviour's got to be up to scratch too. I agree with you on that, and I reckon Bailey Smith mentioned at the start of the year. He goes, I know it's not a great example for kids, but neither was what was said by that fan. Wasn't acceptable.
I know.
So.
I mean, terrible things get said from the outer, but we're seeing it more and more, I reckon, Shane, where players, they know they're going to cop the fine. I think Harley Reid might have done it earlier in the year as well. A couple of other players where they just get frustrated. Our very own Matthew Richardson was almost a professional at doing it with the middle finger. But I just think you just got to be. I know that you want to bite back and say something and do something to the fans, but there's so many idiots in the crowd, just can't.
I think it's one of those, Matty, where your first offence is $1,000, the second offence is $1,500, and then it kind of goes up from there. I mean, it's not a great look, but by the end of that, it's at the lower end of offences as well. But I'm with you. There needs to be a sanction.
Yeah, it will be for sure. Absolutely. Not disagreeing with you. On the other end of that too, is that did that report cross the line? Like, are we not treating our players with respect there? Well, there's got to be a level of respect that goes to players and vice versa, players to media too, and.
Look, in fairness to the reporter, she's been sent out to try and get a grab out of Jack Ginnivan. That's what the news director wants. He wants to get a quote from Jack Ginnivan that is going to be replayed on that bulletin.
Asking him, is he a sore loser, though? That's, I don't know. For me, that's crossing the line.
Yeah, that's probably not the question.
The way that was asked, too.
Yeah, she's poking the bear. It's not the question I necessarily reverse.
But they're trying to get the reaction.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
But I'm not to say that that's not respectful, which it's probably not. But
I just think we need a level of respect for our players. I think that crossed the line.
I think, was Jack ever going to give you something? Probably not. But by the same token, yes, I agree. You need to be respectful.
And it was combative too, the questioning.
But by the same token, she's out there to get a grab. I understand exactly what you're saying, Rory. And that question in particular, probably wasn't the finest.
Yeah.
But by the same token, she's out there to do a job and get a reaction. We replayed it.
Hey, I thought, Rory, a decision that was critical, it'll be talked about all week, and no doubt you'll have a chat about it on the Sunday Footy Show tomorrow, that was critical late in that game, was the 50-metre penalty paid against
Sicily, wasn't
it? Thought Rankin had played on because he thought it was touched. I think Rankin actually thought it was touched as well. The umpire paid a 50-metre penalty. I thought that was really tough, really late in the game, critical stage of the game. I think it was the wrong call. I mean, technically the right call, but I think a bit of common sense maybe just to reset the game and give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and I think I agree wholeheartedly with you there. It did cost them big time. There was a few funny ones I saw last night. Even there was one where two players split around behind someone that was kicking, and because they went either direction, they were together, they went either direction to try and get out of the way. There was a 50 there, and I don't know, 50 is such a harsh penalty at times for some things that are so minor and don't affect the actual game. That didn't affect the game, Sicily, I don't think. Trying to corral Rankin, so it was a bit harsh.
Wasn't umpire Birch, was it?
No, it wasn't. He was at the Melbourne West Coast game today.
Here come the Brisbane Lions, about to tear their way through their banner, and we should be in for a big crowd here tonight as well. We know Magpies fans, they turn up, and Brisbane, as Danny Daly said, Libby, I think for a long time this ground was a bit of a hoodoo ground for them, but they've had some very happy times here recently, haven't they?
Well, they have. They haven't beaten the Pies here since 2017. The Pies have got them the last 4 times as well, but obviously they've got some very, very special memories here. It's always nice to come back to a ground that has treated you well and you've treated it well. And I just think we're going to see a huge response from the Lions tonight. They lost the midfield battle fair and square. They lost the contest battle all in all, and Gold Coast actually kicked 7 goals, 2 from centre bounce last week, and 13 goals, 6 from stoppage, and that was something Chris Fagan spoke about in his post-match press conference, that was what let them down. So I would say that we're going to see a fierce contest tonight, Rory.
Absolutely, and Collingwood are one of the best pressure sides in the comp, so Brisbane's hands are going to have to be on. They're going to have to wear that pressure, and it's going to be finals-like. Again, huge crowd in, huge game for Brisbane. The reason Brisbane play well here now too, though, is because they got so many different ways to score. They open the ground up quite big. They can kick and go kick mark, chain their way through and switch and go round, or they can go back quick straight through the corridor. So Collingwood's pressure is going to have to be on.
A big congratulations to Margaret, who is today's best caller, thanks to Harvey Norman. Need a new washing machine or dryer? Go Harvey Norman for hot deals on a huge range, plus bonus local delivery. Hurry offer ends on Monday. We will take our final break and come back, get some final thoughts from Libby Birch and Rory Sloan. We'll get down to the boundary line as well with Julian Marcus. We've got some bold predictions coming up as well. Looking forward to those. And then the bounce of the footy is on the way. For the best call of Collingwood and Brisbane, stay right there for Macca's 3AW is Saturday Night Football.
You're listening to 3AW's coverage of the 2025 AFL Premiership season, thanks to CommBank, backing Melbourne's business yakka, from Craigieburn to Cranbourne.
Who's got the goods this footy season?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies have the team to go all the way this year. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. Even if you need someone with the skill to kick a goal from 50 out, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT. Robot Building Supplies.
Discover over 100 premium SUVs at Nick Theodosi's SUV Centre. From luxury city cruisers to powerful all-terrain performance. All ready for you to explore and test drive today. Everyone should own an SUV at least once in a lifetime. LMCT 8350.
No matter what you do it with grunt. If you're tying up or tying down, you want the toughest tie around. Do it with grunt.
If you're cleaning up on a building site, use the bag that does it right. Do it with Grunt. For the garden on the truck or boat, use the toughest cord or rope. So head to Bunnings Warehouse, mate. You'll get the job done. Grunt is great. No matter what you do, do it with Grunt.
There's nothing tougher. This Father's Day, skip the socks and get Dad something he'll actually use. A Signet AFL Power Bank. These officially licensed power banks are available for all 18 AFL clubs and will keep his phone charged from the first bounce to the final siren. And with his team's logo front and centre, he'll show his colours with pride. Power up Father's Day with Signet AFL Power Banks. Get free delivery when you order now at signet.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Until recently, the only way to fix a leaking sewer drain inside the walls of a building was to smash through the walls. But Repiper's revolutionary relining system from the Drain Man relines sewer drains from the inside without damaging the walls, floors or other pipework and minimises reinstatement. This unique step-by-step system is purpose designed for vertical sewer stacks, so it won't let you down. That's the Drain Man difference. Call 1-800-843-372.
The Drain Man. At E&S, you can get the best house on the block with incredible deals on some of the world's best kitchen brands, like the Italian style and innovation of Smeg, the Scandinavian-inspired Asco, the German-inspired performance of AEG, and Neff, made in Germany with their famous slide and hide ovens. Our consultants are kitchen experts, and we won't be beaten on price. So visit one of our 10 showrooms today or shop online and get value the E&S way.
Lifeblood needs you to help stop the drop. The blood supply can change quickly, so new donors are needed daily. Search blood supply to see it in real time and book your donation today. Lifeblood. Life is the reason.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood. We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear the roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and Bears of old. All for one, one for all. We will answer to the call.
From the throw-in, Hoskin Elliott grabs it, swings it on the left. That's a gut punch to the tie. That's brilliant, that. Great goal from Will Hoskin Elliott.
Carroll, his handball though, overwhelmed by the numbers as the Brisbane line surge. Zorko inside 50, feeds to Rayner, and he kicks the goal.
Through 6PR in Perth, 5AA in Adelaide, and across the country on the 3AW app. Welcome to 3AW's coverage of this round 21 clash between Collingwood and Brisbane from the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Bringing you this evening's action. In special comments, three-time AFLW Premiership hero Libby Birch, alongside two-time Malcolm Blight medalist Rory Sloane. On the boundary is Julian Marcus. And in commentary, it's a very good evening to Matt Granlund alongside Shane McInnes.
Craig, thank you so much. Good evening, folks. Welcome to the MCG. Big crowd building for what is a genuine Saturday night blockbuster, a replay of the 2023 AFL Grand Final. Collingwood taking on the Brisbane Lions. Pies win tonight. They're back at the top of the AFL ladder. Conversely, should Brisbane lose, they could be out of the top four by the end of the round. Let's get down to ground level, get the team news, all with thanks to Combank, proud backer of Melbourne's business yakka. Great to have him on board on a Saturday night. Julian Marcus. Jules, welcome to you.
Hey Shane, what a night for it. Ripping off the subvest to take a night on the boundary, and I'm going to be joined, they're expecting, by about 82,000 people here at the MCG, which I don't think surprises anybody considering the stakes involved. But we've got a chilly night down here at ground level. 10 degrees currently. We're expecting a low of 8 as this evening goes on. What a night it should be. For Collingwood, their team news, Pendlebury, DeGoey and Bobby Hill come into the side for Ed Allen, Tom Mitchell and Lockie Sullivan. Bobby Hill will start as the sub for Collingwood tonight, while for the Brisbane Lions, Smith and Revel come in for McKenna and McInerney. Bruce Revel is the sub for the Brisbane Lions. Should be an absolute ripper of a night. Can't wait to get it on.
Thanks, Jules. We'll keep in touch with you. All the team news thanks to CommBank, Melbourne's proud backer of Melbourne's business yakka. All right, before we get final thoughts, let's get some bold predictions now thanks to Arrow Transport. From wharf to warehouse, stock to distribution, whatever you need to move. Get moving with Arrow. Visit arrowtransport.com.au. Libby, your bold prediction.
Bold, Jamie Elliott with 5 goals.
I reckon Zach Bailey with 4. I wasn't going to go 5, but Zach Bailey with 4, if that's bold enough.
Okay, Shane.
I went really bold, though.
That's real bold.
Nick Dacos, 2 weeks ago, 43 possessions. Last week, 42. 41 tonight for Nick Dacos.
All right, I'll go for another big forward. I reckon it's going to be Eric Hipwood might get on the board tonight and kick 5. So that's our bold predictions. All with thanks to Arrow Transport. From wharf to warehouse, stock to distribution, whatever you need to move. Get moving with Arrow. Visit arrowtransport.com.au. All right, let's get some final thoughts. Our experts tonight, former Adelaide captain Rory Sloane, 3-time AFLW premiership player Libby Birch in the experts chair, and they're going to tell us how this game will play out tonight. Libby, you start.
Well, one thing I've been looking at is the Pies' efficiency over the last 3 weeks, entering inside 50. 23% last week, 17% against Freo, and 15% against the Gold Coast Suns. So really important that they nail that. I'm sure they've been working on it over the last couple of weeks in terms of their entries. But one thing from the Lions' point of view as well is another issue for the Lions is their ability to defend general forwards has been poor. So their back line, trying to get that aerial ball to ground is really important, but that all comes from the contest again. If there's not enough pressure at the contest, it comes in too well for the forwards and the defenders can't defend. So those are my 2 key points for tonight.
Very good points too, Lib. I love it. Look, I think Brisbane are a bit too well-rounded for Collingwood, but there's a reason these teams are so good, right? Collingwood's the most organised and structured team in the comp, but Brisbane, they've just got more... I just think they're more well balanced. Their midfield group will stack up really well. I think Nick will get plenty of attention from Josh Dunkley. I think he might shut him down. And when I say Nick gets shut down, he only has 30. I think that's a shutdown role now. But I think Brisbane win. I think their forward line's jam-packed with superstars. Zach Bailey's obviously an absolute key for them to play some ripping footy. So Lions just a tiny bit too strong, and this will give them, if they can win this game, this will give them a massive leg up coming into final.
I want to ask you this question, Rory. You talked about Nick Dacos. He's had a couple of monster weeks, 43 and 42 possessions in the last couple of weeks. So you reckon it'll be Dunkley getting the job? How do you shut him down? And as you said, when you shut him down, it's 25-30. That's a quiet game for Nick. But what do you do to stop him?
It's got to be a team effort. I think he's too good. He's too explosive to shut down completely. You've got to body work him. Try and keep him away from stoppages, I think. Try and keep him away from the ball. So you've got to body him and make it hard for him. But Collingwood, we've seen over the last month, have been protecting him really well and looking for him too. So they want the ball in his hands. They will give it to him. But it has to be a team effort from Brisbane. So, Dunkley, McCluggage, Berry, these guys need to rip through him. Neil at times has got to absolutely rip through him and make him accountable going back the other way. That's the other big thing these Brisbane mids need to do.
Lachie Neale has won the toss. Will kick to the punt road end in the opening quarter, and Collingwood to attack the city end. One of the real weapons for Brisbane is Dane Zorko, and the way that he can use that ball off half-back and slice and dice. Do you put a bit of time into him if you're the Magpies, Liv?
No, I think you sort of focus on, and Rory's spoken about this tonight, is the chase and harass pressure in that forward half is really, really important to stop a player like Dane Zorko, but also you're not going to stop him getting it per se, but maybe the efficiency in which he uses it. You want to almost entice him to kick long to contest rather than into the corridor, which is where Brisbane look really dangerous.
So you're going to go for Brisbane tonight, Rory. Is it going to be a close game, do you think?
Absolutely, it's going to be a close game. I can't see it being anything else. I hope it's a close game too, because too many of the good games have been blowouts lately.
So you're on Brisbane. What are you thinking, Liv, tonight?
Pies by 5.
Oh, gee. That's good. That's good because it's going to be close, which is a good thing, and it's a bumper crowd too. As I think Jules said, they're expecting around the 80,000 mark, and we'd be up around there right now. And it's a huge. Who knows? This could very well be the preview of the grand final coming up.
Yay.
Well, Rory hopes not, but it could be. But no doubt these two teams will be there when the whips are cracking deep in September. It's a big game. 3AW Saturday night footy, all with thanks to Macca's. The big arches arrived at Macca's. 2 juicy 100 Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of melted cheese cheddar. It's big. Here's Shane McInnes to get us started.
Doesn't get any bigger than this on a Saturday night in Melbourne. Round 21 footy continues. It is Darcy Cameron to go up against Darcy Fort. We're underway. Saturday night footy from the MCG, the Brisbane Lions, with the opening clearance through McCluggage. Kicks up towards centre half forward, but Nick Dacos already with his first possession of the night. A little kick out to the wing. Lockie Schultz meets it on the half volley, swings onto the right, kicks in toward the centre corridor. Too much on it for Scott Pendlebury. Allowed Rayner to mop up, sends it toward the northern side of the ground. Bounced over the head of Charlie Cameron. Had time to compose. Steps around Darcy Moore. Nice direct kick to the point of the square. Half forward for Brisbane. Eric Hipp with the mark. Sends it inside forward 50. Awful entry in the end for the Brisbane Lions. Perryman's able to take the mark in the right back pocket. Collingwood and Brisbane from the MCG.
There, poor kick in. Perryman has it now, runs his full measure, and then kicks it to the members' wing. Wilmot up on the stretch, couldn't take the mark. Lipinski can't get hold of it. Harris Andrews just knocks it to Wilmot, and then McCluggage run down in the tackle by Myercheck. They take the advantage, Collingwood, inside 50. Hoskin Elliott takes the mark, and he will go back and settle for the first goal of the night. Nick Dacos was the man that took the advantage there. And Will Hoskin Elliott to go back for the first for Collingwood.
That's what the Pies are great at, that front half pressure. That was just their front half, but that's what you want from your forwards. Come up, apply the pressure, and then they'll look to go quick every time they cause a turnover.
For the first game of the night, here is Will Hoskin Elliott on the runway from 48 metres, and that is going way across the face and smashed through by Darcy Fort for a rushed behind. So Maggie's on the ball first. There, that's a kick in, was a little risky. Wilmot was able to take it on the lunge, and he goes out wide, marked now with Berry at left half back.
A little bit jittery, the big stage for the Brisbane Lions. Their third game at the MCG this year. They won their other 2. Ball to the wing. Big spoil from behind by Isaac Plainer. Probably could have gone up for a ripping mark, but went to the fist, punches it out of bounds on the wing.
Interestingly, from a kick out, the Lions have only scored 1 point across the last 4 games from that source. So they've been struggling to transition the footy the full length of the ground.
Ball to be thrown in right in front of the MCC members. Cameron out in front, won it down. Nick Dacos takes a running bounce, runs away from Jared Berry, squares it inside 50, shoots with the leap and twist mid-air, takes the mark on his chest, and already, after 2 minutes of actual playing time, Nick Dacos is a thorn in the side of the Brisbane Lions.
I think he's got 37 left for your prediction, but Hugh McCluggage just showed his back at that, or maybe it was Lockie Neal just showed his back at that stoppage, and Nick's very smart with his body work. Shoved Lockie Neal underneath, and what a beautiful kick that was to Lockie Schultz. Saw him out the opposite side.
Directly in front here from 35 metres out, should have no issue and doesn't. Opening goal of the night goes to Collingwood. They're 1-1-7, the Brisbane Lions yet to score opening quarter. All with thanks to BP. You can earn Qantas points with BP rewards. They are brilliant on 3RW footy. Rory Sloane and Libby Bird.
Interestingly, we spoke about the efficiency going inside 50 for the Pies, but both those inside 50 kicks have been off the line or off fast play. So that's some clues as to what they've been working on over the past couple of weeks, the Pies. But you can see, kick off the line or kick quickly, and it makes the defence very, very hard to catch on to that kick. So that's brilliant work there from the Pies.
Especially when Brisbane want to sit off and they want to read that play and come and help each other out. So smart kick from Nick, but I loved his body work in the stoppage. I mentioned it just before, but that's what smart footballs do. Shove you in under the contest and you get the space outside.
He's already had 3 touches and 2 inside 50s, Nick Dacos. We're back in the middle. Fort got the better of it. Came down to Cameron. He couldn't gather. Little kick was off balance to Jack Crisp. He was able to gather. And then he kicks it beautifully out the side bottom, who takes the mark, kicking a bit out from goal. Leaders on to half forward. Here's Schultz again. He's got it outside the arc. He's about 55 from home. We'll go back and have a look. He's got side bottom running past. Not going to give it to him. So he kicks deep. Top of the goal square. Elliott was up. No mark. Comes down to Lockie Neal. Shares it with Bailey, back to Neil, and goes to Archie, who takes a good strong mark at right half back.
So the Lions attacking the punt road end left of our broadcast position in this opening quarter, all with thanks to BP as Archie ran inboard and then keeps it on that southern wing over the back of the pack. Hipwood not able to take the mark. Darcy Cameron crunched with the ball, and we will see another ball up. Centre wing out of sight. Umpires tonight: Nick Foote, Andrew Stevens, Simon Meredith and Jacob Mollison. A fairly experienced quartet out there tonight. Pies with the clearance through Ned Long, inside forward 50. Opportunity for the Pies through Hoskin Elliott, wrestling with Starcevic. Starcevic just kicked it to the boundary line. How does the umpire see it? He thought about it. And we'll toss it back in right in front of the MCC members. 55 around from goal for the Pies.
Great start. The Pies are on here because they tried to switch before Brisbane, and Pies get covered every single exit kick. Brisbane want a possession game. They want to kick mark and work their way around Pies defence, and Pies aren't allowing it.
Magpies doing the early attacking. Ball thrown back into play. Thornton wins it down. Crisper handball to Pendlebury. Can't get it. There's Lockie Neal. Handball backwards to Dunkley, to Neal. By hand he goes. And they're able to send it down the members' side wing. It's off hands. She couldn't snaffle it. Here's Hipwood. He can't gather it in. Maynard a little clumsy with the tackle. Free kick going to Hipwood, who gets up a little gingerly. He'll take the kick on the members' wing. He goes the short pass. Taken by McCluggage. He can turn and go. He wheels now onto the right. He holds for a moment, and then the option is good to bend down the big man and take the mark. 48. It's going to play on and go short, and he's got Ashcroft on in a good spot, and Will is able to take it. He'll go back and line up for Brisbane's first 40 out, 45-degree angle.
You can see that uncontested mark chain that they like to use, but it's just good team play there. Get a better angle towards goal. It's always important using the angles to make sure that Collingwood defence doesn't have an intercept marker at play.
So Will Ashcroft getting the boos from the Pies fans on the runway now into 45 metres, and Ashcroft has missed to the right. First score of Brisbane is a minor. They're one behind. Collingwood 117 on the BP scoreboard.
So it's going to be Josh Dacos to bring it back into play. Has Houston in short, ignores that, and now clears defensive 50 to the northern side of the MCG. Good spoil from behind by Harris Andrews. Lands with Hipwood. Puts a handball onto Sam Marshall, who was always under pressure and probably wasn't the desired decision. And a boundary throw in, 60 around from goal for the Brisbane Lions.
Most underrated skill in football, a big crashing spoil. Sends it back the other way. It just puts everyone on the wrong foot.
Ford up against Cameron. Cameron won it down. Sharp by the dual Brownlow medalist in Neil. Onto the chest to Logan Morris. Couldn't complete the mark. Darcy Moore fighting for it. Hipwood goes once more. Handball to Morris. Got the handball out quickly to Smith. It was battered down, and now Josh Dacos gets it back. Last line of defence. Stutters for a moment. Sends it back out toward right half back, and that's a nice mark. Splitting the pack. Lockie Schultz takes it on defensive 50.
It takes it a fair way up the ground. 117 Collingwood, Brisbane one behind. Schultz now kicks it to the members' wing. Comes off hands. Ground level ball. Lipinski able to soccer it forward. Brisbane have it covered as Lockie Neal cuts across and gathers that ground ball. Comes back inboard. Fletcher couldn't hang on. Nick Dacos couldn't make the most of it. Lipinski, he was handcuffed in the tackle as well. Rayner able to get the handball out to Fletcher, to McCluggage. Now they've got some run to Wilmot through the heart of the MCG, and he kicks it to half forward. Cameron out. He's out wide, outside the 50 here. They're on the bill, Brisbane. Cameron now goes into the forward pocket for Logan. Morris had hands to it. He couldn't take it. They might want to rush it. They do. Some good forward pressure being applied by Bailey. They rush it through the Magpie defenders, though. And Brisbane are two behinds. Collingwood are 117.
Gee, she's a frenetic old game at the moment, Lib.
Good start.
It's hot. It's hot early.
Josh Dacos brings it back in over the head of Houston. Charlie Cameron able to take it against the boundary line. 40 from home, delivers to the pocket and delivers precisely to Logan Morris, who takes the mark, and the turnover comes. Uncharacteristic poor kick in from Josh Dacos. Too much on it for Dan Houston and the quick turnover.
Yeah, you won't see that a lot from Josh Dacos. Little mulligan there himself.
So Logan Morris, Brisbane's leading goal kicker this season, just his second year at the Lions. Comes out, puts it onto the left, and he's kicked Brisbane's first of the night. With that, the Lions hit the front. They're 1-2-8. The Magpies are 1-1-7 on the BP scoreboard on 3RW 5AA 6PR Saturday night footy. Rory Sloane and Libby Birch.
Yeah, it was a poor kick in the end, but this is what Brisbane are going to want to do, and this is what the best sides want to do in the competition. They want to keep that ball pinned in their front half. So Charlie Cameron was well and truly alert to that, on his toes, ready to come forward and pressure that regardless if it hit Houston. And lowered his eyes perfectly to Logan Morris, who, as we've spoken about, is having a ripping year for a player that's still so young. Gee, he's such a baby-faced player too, isn't he?
He still looks like a teenager. Granted, he is just 20.
Yeah, he's 20. I look like that till I was about 26.
On to footy now.
Then what happened, Rory?
I grew a moustache and it blows off every now and then.
1-2-8 to 1-1-7 in favour of the Brisbane Lions. We're back in the middle on McCluggage. Beautiful little manoeuvre, a spin, a handball to Fort. Fort goes deep with a kick. Morris! Oh, what a mark! What a mark by the young man. He went up high and pulled it down with a second bite. And we'll go back and line up 35 out directly in front.
Well, that's a brilliant mark over the top of Darcy Moore, which is pretty hard to do in any sense of the word, but that's what happens when you get a quick clearance and a quick kick with not much pressure on it. It is extremely hard to defend, but Logan Morris in the best spot there and a terrific mark.
Outstanding grab, deserves a goal. He's directly in front, kicking to the punt road end. Brisbane in the opening quarter will come in from 35 metres out, directly in front. Morris sends it home and splits the middle. He's got two, and Brisbane have two, and they lead 2-2-14. Collingwood 1-1-7 on the BP scoreboard.
It is. They normally say the best midfield group wins, and how important stoppage clearances are, especially centre clearances. While you still got 6-6-6, and I think Logan Morris just read it better in the end. Darcy Cameron went to go get the spoil, but Logan Morris just understood where the flight of the ball was, where the ball was going to land, and just read it, had a jump at it, had a free jump at it in the end. And age-old tale, if you're going to go, you've got to impact, and Darcy Moore didn't impact.
They're winning the contest, the Hunt layer at the moment. The Brisbane Lions 14 contested possessions to 9. They're also winning the ground ball game, which is really important against the Pies as well, 11-6.
Enjoyable contest early. What could be a grand final preview. Great to have your company on 3AW 5AA 6PR and stations around the country. Ball back in the middle. Fought to go up against Cameron. Cameron won the tap, but well rode Will Ashcroft. Slammed it onto the right boot, kicks around his body. It's a floater toward half forward. Charlie Cameron just knocks it on. Behind him, though, lurks Josh Dacos. Fell over, got the handball toward Pendlebury. Pendlebury lynched upon. Pack forms 40 metres out from goal. Again, Brisbane into attack. Punt road into the MCG.
45 out. Brisbane into attack again. Thrown up in the air. Ford got the better of it. Moore came and thumped it forward for Collingwood. Comes to Bailey, though, to McCluggage, who gives the handball off to Wilmots. Sends a high ball up inside the 50. It's off hands. Slapped forward by Maynard. Might open the door here for Fletcher. Handball to Will Ashcroft. To Levi, his brother. Levi Ashcroft kicked to the top of the goal square. Craynor were able to get back and take the mark for the Magpies. Just to ease the squeeze, ease the pressure. He glances out to this member's side. That's where he's going to come. Runs his full quota and then comes out to Myercheck. Closing late was Lester. Good spoil picked up by Fletcher. And Fletcher, he puts a high one inside the 50 for the Lions. And it drops down to Logan Morris again. The kid has taken the mark, and we'll go back and line up for goal number 3, this time from long range from 49 metres out.
Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Matty, but Jeremy Cameron kicked 3 in the first quarter last week.
He did.
What are you saying?
I'm not.
That would have been a bold prediction.
So Logan Morris, he's got a hot hand at the moment. He's kicked the first 2.
I had Logan Morris written down for...
Oh, sure you did.
Yeah, I did.
Here we go from outside the 50. Nah, never looked like it's going to drop short. Top of the goal square. It'll go off hands. Boundary line looms. And side bottom walks it over. We'll have a throw in right forward pocket. Brisbane 2-2-14. Collingwood 1-1-7.
Just had the better of the last 10 minutes, the Lions here, Rory.
Absolutely, they have. They've pinned it in. Their pressure's been on. They're covering the outlets for the Pies and not allowing them to move it quick back through the corridor.
Rory Sloan and Libby Birch, our experts on this Saturday night. Boundary throw in McStay, grabbed at Hamble, Maynard in the back pocket, and now Nick Dacos gives it off to Lipinski, to Josh Dacos. Hamble back to Nick Dacos. Drug the tackle at Dunkley, or did he? He was dispossessed. Umpire let him get away with it. Side bottom at left half back. Puts it onto his left. Sends it toward the wing. And now comes the turnover as Harris Andrews takes the mark on centre wing for the Lions.
Andrews on the southern side. Waits and waits. The umpire tells him to get on with business, so he's going to go into Will Ashcroft as he comes inboard. And Ashcroft will wait as well for an option. Not a great deal on offer for him at the moment. The umpire tells him to go, and he kicks it to left half forward. Big jump, Bailey couldn't take the mark. Nick Dacos is able to gather. His handball doesn't hit a target. Should be a free kick to Brisbane, high contact. That's Fletcher who might come up with that. It is, and the Lions have the free. So Fletcher has it now for Brisbane. They are dominating at the moment, the Brisbane Lions. Kick to half forward was nice for Bailey. Or I think that was the young fella Marshall, in fact, who's taken that just outside the 50. Marshall now can load up. He'll go to the forward pocket, hoping for a mark. Darcy Moore cuts across. Double-fisted punch. Knuckles it over the boundary line. Throw in right forward pocket, Brisbane. Inside 50s, check those at the moment, but they're being dominated at the moment by the Lions. 9-4 in favour of Brisbane, and it's 2-2-14 to 1-1-7 in favour of Brisbane.
I've had the last 7 inside 50s of the match, Matty. That's their dominance of the last 10 minutes. Has wrapped up with the footy is Calamachi, and we will see another ball up right forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions.
Build a bit of pressure here, the Lions. Get 2 or 3 of these, they might be a chance of scoring.
Cameron, the tap, Quaynor, the steal, I handballed it straight to Will Ashcroft, the snap. Misses to the near side. Certainly looking the more dangerous. 5 scoring shots to 2. Actually, yeah, no, that's right. 2-3-15. Plays 1-1-7 on the BP scoreboard.
Maynard back into play. Short one to Perryman, who will kick it back up the members' side wing. Dropped short a little, that one. Coming back was Berry for Brisbane. Couldn't complete the mark. In goes Starcevic. He's wrapped up in the umpire to come in and ball it up.
Just not quite set up well there, Collingwood. That bailout kick went to Lockie Schultz, who is not their tall target that they need there at this time.
On the Brisbane side of the wing, comes to Long. Long was able to keep it in play and then execute with the kick. He kicks it to half forward to Harris Andrews. He loves those. And he's just there for the easy intercept. He takes it and then goes very short to Gardner. Gardner wants to roll it on the right. That's a lovely kick out into the path of Wilmot, who might go for goal here from 48. It's a great finish. Darcy Wilmot, if you don't mind, the defender drifting forward, and he has absolutely whacked that straight through the middle. And Brisbane on fire early here at the MCG. 3-3-21. Collingwood a 1-1-7. Rory Sloan, Libby Birch, they've got the Magpies on the back foot.
Well, it was an unbelievable kick by Darcy Gardner, but if you wind it back a little further, he's the one that actually held out for Harris Andrews to take that intercept mark and then went and spread. And this is what they want to do, Brisbane. As soon as they intercept mark, they did it against Geelong a month ago, they spread hard and tried to make Geelong's forwards accountable, and that's what they're doing to Collingwood, and that is just a ripping finish.
It is a ripping finish, and if your backs are kicking goals early in a game, that means they've got some confidence. The whole team has some confidence, but I'm just loving the forward half time that the Lions have been able to execute for the majority of this quarter. It's been very impressive.
Had a real consistent year, Darcy Wilmot, one of 8 players to play every game for the Brisbane Lions this season. The bounce ended up favouring Henry Smith, but it was the Magpies who came up with it as Lipinski from 50 out drives to the forward pocket. The lead is on, and it's Nick Dacos who's able to take the mark, sliding in on his knees on a 45-degree angle, 35 metres out.
Is that a contested mark from Nick? Is that, I think, because has he not had
He's
one,
had
or is
one,
that
I
one?
think.
Yes. One. Might be his second. It's a great kick by Lipinski. He's so good. He's so damaging with ball in hand going inside forward 50.
And again, a direct entry. Rory not fiddling around with it. Spotted Nick on the lead and took it. So Nick Dacos was the star last week. 42 touches, 3 goals. He's got his first tonight. It was really never in doubt from the moment he left the boot Such are the skills of this prodigious young man. Collingwood with its second, 2-1-13, trailing the Brisbane Lions 3-3-21. BP's scoreboard, and for the white glove mover, we have elapsed 19 minutes in the opening quarter. Let's take this opportunity to get down to ground level. Julian Marcus, all with thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate.
Well, so no surprise, Dacos getting on the scoreboard there. Collingwood tonight sporting their retro Guernseys, which is inspired by the 1990 Premiership winning design, complete with retro sponsor logos and the old AFL badge. Seeing a Dacos kick a goal on the MCG in this kit, certainly going to bring back some memories.
Absolutely. I think his dad kicked the first goal in the 1990 grand final.
Does he have a flaw, Nick?
No.
I agree. He can kick goals as well.
He's got it all. We're back in the middle. Comes to De Goey. Here he goes, exploding out of the middle, kicking it inside 50. It'll drop short of Nick Dacos. He gathers on the bounce. He twists. He turns. He passes. De Goey will go for it again, knocked away from him. Comes to Dunkley, and Dunkley is able to clear it. Cameron well positioned to take the mark, and the big ruckman reached up and takes it for the Magpies.
Talk about having great seasons. This man's one of them. Darcy Cameron opts to go short. And now Pendlebury takes the mark out in front of Will Ashcroft. One of the most defensive players on the ground through that passage of play, Scott Pendlebury, short to Josh Dacos, who's come up forward of centre wing, southern side of the MCG. Tells his teammates he wants to go long, and that he does. In toward the left forward pocket. Elliott over the back. My check there as well. Neither able to take the mark. Spills down. Zorko tackled over the boundary line by Lipinski. And it will be tossed up. I think it was actually Brody Myercheck who got more height in that package, but just wasn't able to bring down the mark in the end. Boundary throw in 49 metres around from goal for the Pies.
Was another sight for sore eyes. De Goey bursting out of the middle for Magpies fans. Been on the sidelines for a long time. There's the boundary throw in. Ashcroft handball to Berry. Berry breaks away from half back. He's kicked out to the wing. Bailey can gather on the members' side. He gets it eventually. He's being pursued. He's twisting and turning. Works himself into some space. Kick the half forward. Knocked away from Big Smith, and then it heads to the boundary line, and it's over and out. We're going to have a throw in Fletcher and Houston, the two heading to the line, and we're going to have a throw in.
Bit slippery down there, you think, tonight? Jules, you down there? Is it a bit slippery, a bit dewy?
Yeah, a bit of dew underfoot. Not overly bad, but there has certainly been some moisture on the ground.
Beautiful.
Perfect night.
Jules down there, thanks to
Love a bit of dew on the ground.
Barry Plant Real Estate. Umpire throws the ball back into play. Free kick. Going to go the way of the Brisbane Lions. It'll go to Berry. Advantage taken. McCluggage up inside the 50, and free for the Lions. Going to go to the big man. Big Henry Smith in game 5. Was held in the marking contest there, and Smith will go back and line up the goal here from 40 out for directly in front.
As soon as the umpires see that arm wrapped around, they will call holding, and that's exactly what happened there. Even if you are going up for the spoil, but that hand is firmly around the stomach area, it's a good cue for the umpire to call holding.
Get to kick a goal in AFL football.
It'll be a big get around if he can put this one through. So the big man, fair run up for Henry Smith as he moves in for his first goal in AFL football. 45 out, and he slams it home.
Very nice.
First goal in the big time, on the big stage, on the biggest ground of all. What a moment for the young man. Drafted from the sample from Woodville, West Torrens. Pick 34 in the 2020 draft. He had to wait 4 years for his chance at AFL level. Made his debut rounds 19, 20 and 21, 22 last year. And how about that? A goal. First goal of his AFL career. Brisbane a 4-3-27. Collingwood 2-1-13.
That's not unusual for a big boy to take 4 years to play their debut. They do take a little longer, a bit more development. They got to build a body, get used to AFL football, and normally there's only one position you can come in front of, but gee, look comfortable having that set shot. That never looked like missing on the MCG in front of a big crowd on a big night. Great composure.
Pretty intimidating crowd as well. Brisbane with 4 of the last 5 goals of the game. Ford in the middle, won it down, ricocheted back to him. He fumbled, he juggled and tried to knock it to McCluggage, who's then tackled by Sidebottom. McCluggage somehow got the handball away. Zorko to Ashcroft, back to Zorko, handball to Starcevic, kicks to the broadcast wing. It tumbles, it bumbles, it goes out of bounds. Surely, umpire, surely not. And it is. Insufficient intent. And actually, one umpire asked another field umpire, what do you reckon? As the kick back into play is out of bounds on the full, and that might just be the footy gods evening it up. Free kick to the Brisbane Lions, left half back. It's going to be Harris Andrews to take it. Insufficient intent or not, that one, Rory?
Yeah, it's a last possession at the moment. They may as well just change the ruling to last possession. I'm all for it. Keep the game moving, less stoppages.
Andrews kicks forward of centre wing. Ball bounced up, knocked forward by Nick Dacos. Opportunity here to be picked up. Well done, Ned Long. The handball, though, was poor. Gave it off straight to Lockie Neal. Kicks into the corridor. Taken that time by Archie. Inside forward 50. Cameron snuck out the back. Little soccer to his own advantage. Another soccer to his own advantage. Charlie Cameron picked it up. Handball back to Archie. Handball over the top to Rayner. Row to hip and shoulder. We'll see a ball up.
Oh, what a passage. Oh, I love it. It's finals like. There's bodies everywhere. There's pressure everywhere. This is awesome.
Just was waiting for him to pick it up and have the pinger goal then, Charlie Cameron.
Let's go to Ross. Here's McCluggage. He's been upended, lost it. Comes to Josh Dacos. He's piercing kick to the middle. Doesn't hit a target. Comes to Zorko. Zorko, beautiful little kick in. And here's the big man again. Big Henry Smith. Very smart by Zorko. Didn't blaze away. Soft hit kick. And Smith will go back and line up for his second from 49.
It was so smart, that kick, just hitting on the inside of the 50-metre arc there, because if you blaze away there and go long, the Pies have got so many numbers, particularly on re-entry. So smart there by the Lions, but they're chopping the Pies up through the middle of the ground at the moment, looking super dangerous.
Well, just a moment ago, he kicked his first goal in AFL football. Here he goes on the runway now, Henry Smith from further out. He goes from outside the 50. It wobbles. When you kick a goal, you get a taste for it. You want more. And he's got his second. And Brisbane are on fire. 5-3-33. Collingwood 2-1-13. A goal of the night contender for Star 21. And that's on the BP scoreboard. Rory Sloan, Libby Birch on 3AW Footy.
I think Brisbane's pressure's just a lead. Again, Josh Dacos doesn't quite hit that one flush. And Harris Andrews, these guys are set up so well behind the ball. He brings that one to ground and just a class of Zorko to lower his eyes and finish. And that's what Collingwood want to pull back as defenders and support each other in the air. So if you can lower your eyes and hit these tick-up leads, we call them a tick-up lead, that's when you become really damaging. And Brisbane are doing that with their composure at the moment.
2 goals to Logan Morris, 2 goals to Henry Smith. We've gone 26 first quarter, with thanks to the white glove mover. Still 2.5 remaining in the term. Brisbane by 20. Cameron up against Fort. Newell drawing the ruck. Ball bounced up. Ned Long grabbed it out of the centre circles. Handball went straight to Neal, to Ashcroft. Ducked out of a tackle. Handball McCluggage. Sends it inside forward 50. Over the head of Smith. Has a bit of support from Charlie Cameron. As it tumbles out of bounds. Throw in 45 around from goal for the Lions.
How sharp of Brisbane's hands, Lib.
It's so good, particularly chaining corridor. If there's not any space, they chain boundary side. And then there's just a good mixture of direct ball use as well. Once they get shoulders out facing goal, they kick forward.
That centre clearance has been also dominant in this opening quarter. From the throw in on attacking 50 for Brisbane, that ball's not going to be cleared. And another ball up.
We saw Hawthorn do the same thing to Adelaide last night. Their hands were good. They ran through them. Collingwood's pressure just needs to lift a little bit.
Just inside the 50 here for Brisbane, this stoppage. Obviously Cameron got the palm down. Schultz was dealt with straight away as soon as he took possession. The umpire to come in and ball it up. Berry got him in the tackle. So 60 out from goal for the Brisbane Lions. The Goey lurking around the pack. He's able to get a handball out of that congestion, but it heads to the boundary line. And the umpire, what's he played there? Was it off a foot?
Insufficient intent.
Insufficient intent against Schultz. Zorko is going to bomb up inside the 50. It comes to ground and a knock to the boundary line again. What will the umpire say there? That's insufficient intent as well.
Fans are going to love this.
And that's against the Magpies. Charlie Cameron will take it. Well, back-to-back insufficient intents. And the Pies fans will be a bit salty.
Is there a certain chant that might pop up in a second, do you reckon? Collingwood are famous for?
So let's see what he can do. Charlie Cameron hard up against the boundary line, out on the southern side to the punt road end. They are giving it to him. Some boos, some hoots. Cameron with the conventional drop punt. He has missed to the right.
Looks good though. Off the boot.
5-4-34 Brisbane, Collingwood 2-1-13. BP scoreboard late in the first quarter.
They're just dominating at the moment, Brisbane. It's all in their attacking half of the ground outside of the first 5 minutes. It's been Brisbane's quarter. Maynard runs his full measure. Now kicks out toward right half back. Crisp is there. Ball punched away. Houston tried to backheel it. Starcevic dives on top of it. Jack Crisp has been quiet so far in this opening quarter. Ball to be thrown up once more. Left half forward for Brisbane. Fought over the back to go. He roved. Handball. Ned Long run down. Tackled. Affected the kick. Allowed Fletcher the pick up. Handball to Gardner. Fumbled. Wanted to go back to Fletcher. As the umpire has blown his whistle. There's a free kick coming back to the Magpies. And it's going to go the way of Brodie Myercheck on centre wing.
Down to 1:22 left to play in the opening quarter on the whiteglovemover.com.au clock. Brodie Myercheck with Sharon in hand signals he's going to go long, and he does. A big long kick up inside the 50. And going to be thumped to the boundary line by Harris Andrews. The umpire said that. Really weird, you don't really see, as we saw earlier, the punch out. You don't see that paid for insufficient intent much, do you?
The only thing was that wasn't a marking contest. I think marking contest is fine. If it's general play and someone aims to the boundary and just whacks it out, then you're going to get pinged.
That's a good point. Boundary throwing just outside the 50. Fort able to win it down. Comes to Jack Crisp. He bombs it. Oh, good mark. Myercheck takes it, snaps, curls, and curls too much. And through for a point late in the quarter.
Was it called touch, was it?
Oh, it must have been.
Because it's a great one-on-one mark by
Brodie. Why he
didn't need to play on.
So it was paid a mark. So he played on 5-4-34, 2-2-14 in favour of Brisbane.
Yeah, it certainly didn't need to play on as Will Ashcroft short. And now Starcevic. There's so much of the season due to concussion back in round one. Great to see him out there putting some games together. Starcevic clears defensive 50. Over the back, Logan Morris is there. Chance for Levi Ashcroft around his body. Interjected though by Darcy Moore. Moore was then taken without the foot. He didn't get a free kick. Lockie Neal comes charging through, just hacks it off the ground. Gains about 40 metres. It was picked up. Handball straight to McCluggage. Kicks into an empty 50. Foot race on here. It's going to be side bottom. It's going to be Will Ashcroft. It's going to be Perryman. Perryman got there first. Fumbled. Lost it. Went straight to the boundary line. Umpire says... toss it back in.
Wouldn't dare.
Tell you what, that was a bloody good chase from Will Ashcroft up against two and managed to get it out of bounds. So siren about to go for quarter time. It's been an impressive quarter from the Brisbane Lions. Ball thrown in, Fort won it down, and that is quarter time. On a Saturday night at the MCG, second versus third, and it is third on top at the first change. 5-4-34 Brisbane, leading Collingwood 2-2-14. 2 to Logan Morris, 2 to Henry Smith, 1 to Darcy Wilmot, while for Collingwood, Schultz and Nick Dacos, the goal kickers for the Magpies. Winners earlier today as we go around the grounds, all with thanks to Solar Heart. Melbourne over the Eagles by 83. The Gold Coast over the Tigers by 84. The Swans over the Bombers by 14. Here at the MCG, it's the Lions by 20 at quarter time. As with thanks to Maccas on Real Later, 6PR in Perth and 588 Adelaide. This is 3AW Saturday Night Footy.
3AW Football, thanks to Harvey Norman. Need a new washing machine or dryer? Go Harvey Norman for hot deals on a huge range. Plus, bonus local delivery. Hurry, offer ends Monday.
Get moving with Arrow.
In import or export, time is money. At Arrow Transport, we can save you both.
Get moving with Arrow.
We're trucking and tracking over 150,000 containers a year to and from all major Australian ports for any business across all industry sectors. Whatever you move.
Get moving with Arrow.
From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution.
Get moving with Arrow.
Arrowtransport.com.au.
Proud partner of 3AW Football.
Hi, Nicholas Theodosi from Always Buying Prestige Cars. Prestige and European cars are in high demand. Now's the time to sell. Get a premium price with Always Buying Prestige Cars, part of the Nick Theodosi Group. LMCT 8350.
Embrace retirement living your way at Ryman's Deborah Cheetham Village. Located in the coastal paradise of Ocean Grove, you'll feel right at home with the perfect balance of freedom, connection and support. Whether it's independent living in an apartment or villa, assisted living in a serviced apartment, or care when you need it, the choice is yours. Don't wait. Search Deborah Cheetham Village now to take the first step towards your ideal retirement.
Ladybird, Ladybird, what have you seen?
What have I seen at Garden World? Oh, a nursery filled with thousands of plants, a shop especially for collectors, a licensed cafe perfect for grabbing a coffee, a hydroponics shop, pond and water feature experts, and beautiful display gardens. What will you see at Garden World? Find out at Springvale Road, Braeside, open 9 till 5, 7 days a week, or gardenworld.com.au.
Fellas, struggling with stamina, strength or focus? Power up with He Testo Plus formula. Containing scientifically researched Testo Surge helps support testosterone and muscle composition. And Tribulus, traditionally used in Western herbal medicine to promote healthy libido. Be stronger, feel sharper and stay on top of your game. Try He Testo Plus formula today. Available at Chemist Warehouse and pharmacies nationwide. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Studies available on our website.
Go Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Deals of the week in store now. Big brand dryers from under $550. LG king size washers starting from under $1,000. Hisense French door fridges from just $1,494. Built-in ovens starting from under $500. Plus get peace of mind with a 5-year warranty on selected Whirlpool appliances. Be quick, limited time. In store now. Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
You don't want to miss breakfast with Ross and Russ and the latest with Wide World of Sports. Plus, the Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 juicy 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of melty cheddar cheese, and tangy Big Arch sauce. Macca's, proud partner of 3AW.
Thanks to BP, 3AW Footy Highlights.
Schultz with the leap and twist mid-air. Takes the mark on his chest. 55 metres out. Should have no issue and doesn't. Logan Morris takes the mark and the turnover comes. Puts it onto the left and he's kicked. Brisbane's first of the night.
Morris! Oh, what a mark! 35 metres out, directly in front. Morris sends it home out to the path of Wilmot, who might go for goal here from 48. It's a great finish.
Nick Dacos, who's able to take the mark, sliding in on his knees on a 45-degree angle. He's got his first tonight.
Zorko, beautiful little kick in. Big Henry Smith. He goes from outside the 50. It wobbles, and he's got his second. Quarter time at the MCG. Brisbane off to a great start. 5-4-34. Collingwood at 2-2-14 before we hear from Libby Birch and Rory Sloane down to the boundary line. All with thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate. Julia Marcus.
Yeah, clean bill of health down here so far. Eric Hipwood had a bit of an early issue, but other than that, nothing else to report at this point in time. A few Guernsey changes, though, for Collingwood. A few players switching over kits. So not sure if the retro Guernseys are quite up to par at the moment. But just some injury news from the Gold Coast. Jonty Fall's season, unfortunately, appears to be over. He left the game with a knee issue in the first quarter. Didn't return, so the Tigers having some more bad luck on the injury front.
Thank you, Jules. Around the grounds for Solar Heart. Melbourne Vixens taking on the West Coast Fever in the Super Netball Grand Final. Vixens 33, Fever 31 at the moment. Keep you up to date with that. Wallabies and British Irish Lions. Wallabies 5, Lions 0. That's happening in Sydney. All right, Libby Birch, Rory Sloane, thoughts on the opening quarter?
Rory, go first.
Get my mic on. I thought Brisbane's hands were elite. They've just handled these conditions really well. They were able to run and carry, break through Collingwood's defence and break through their pressure, and just be able to hold some field position in their forward line and allow their backs to set up. And that's how they scored.
I absolutely loved the forward half turnovers they were able to create, the Lions. They were so good and so detailed at keeping it inside their 50. Let's see if the Pies can respond in this second quarter.
They certainly need to. A 20-point deficit at the first break. 3AW, 5AA, 6PR Saturday night footy. Cameron with the first tap of this second term. A little toe poker forward from Zorko, but there's a free kick for holding. It'll come back against Jordan to go, and it's going to be Josh Dunkley to take it. Just offensive side of centre. He sets it up inside forward 50. Morris with the leap went a moment early. Darcy Cameron stayed down and was able to take the defensive mark for Collingwood. The Magpies to the punt road end, left of our broadcast position in this second term, with thanks to Robot Building Supplies. Cameron to the back pocket with Collingwood 2-2-14, Brisbane 5-4-34. No change to that quarter time score as Charlie Dean out of the back pocket sends it to the wing. It's very wide, and Darcy Cameron had actually made his way up the ground, went up for the mark, slipped out of his grasp, but a boundary thrown between wing and half forward for the Brisbane Lions before Matt Granlund. Julian, back down to you for Barry Plant Real Estate.
Yeah, Ryan Lester's just gone down to the rooms with the club doctor. I'll keep you updated.
It's Jules, important player, Lester.
Very important.
Thrown back into play. Neither up and got hands to it. Here's Jordan DeGoey pouncing on the Sharon. Hands off to Josh Dacos from half back. Kicks it wide out to the wing where Hoskin Elliott takes a flush on the chest. So on the build here, the Magpies. He stops. He comes back inboard to Nick Dacos. Had to really bend down low to get that. So Nick Dacos will go short to Pendlebury. A veteran has the football now. What can he do with it? Scott Pendlebury looks up inside the 50. He sends it into the pocket. Here's DeGoey coming through. Soccer's off the ground. Wilmot's got it covered back there. Berry. And now Dunkley. Back to Gardner. Gardner off balance. Hoskin Elliott spilt the beans. Out to the boundary line. McStade will keep it in. He laid the big bump on Fletcher, and then the ball eventually out of bounds, and we're going to have a throw in right forward pocket for the Magpies.
Better pressure from the Pies. I love that.
Down to you, Jules.
From the Lions, it's a HIA assessment for Ryan Lester.
Nicely done, Julian. So we'll keep an eye on Ryan Lester, the concussion test for him. Boundary throw in, one down by Fort, straight down to McCluggage, kicked around his body, no one able to take the mark. Starcevic on the periphery, runs into it, couldn't get the pick up. Jamie Elliott fighting for it. Lockie Neal happy to disguise it over the boundary line for a throw in.
It's an interesting one with Ryan Lester at quarter time, thinking maybe it's the spotters in the arc that have noticed something throughout that quarter that have asked the doctors to have a look at him and check the HIA.
Couldn't come at a worse time though, start of a quarter.
It's no good because you've missed that whole break.
Yeah.
Ball across half forward for Collingwood. Darcy Cameron on hands and knees, stolen away by Dunkley. Just seems to be a bit more slippery out there at the moment with that dew underfoot and starting to rub off on the Sharon. A few players coughing it up early in this second term. Still at right half forward for the Magpies. Cameron tried to knock it clear. Opportunity here for Jasper Fletcher. He's looking for the safety of the boundary line and found it. And another boundary throw in. Let's check the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. No change to that quarter time score. Brisbane 5-4-34. Collingwood 2-2-14. The Pies across half forward at the moment.
Boundary throw in. 50 out for the Magpies goal out on the southern side of the MCG. Back into play. Fort able to win that one down. Lockie Neal, base of the pack. He got the handball out. Fort, rapid fire kick to the wing on the southern side. Michael Morris, little soccer off the ground. Going to be Houston to attack it now. He's tackled straight away. The umpire will come in and sort it out with the ball up in midfield.
It's the win for the Pies here, just slowing the momentum of the Lions by having repeat contests. They were down by 10 contested possessions, so an area they need to work at.
Thrown up. They're up and got decisive hit-outs. Comes to Houston. Houston onto the boot. The half-foot off. Good mark. Schultz at the really stretch. And he takes it and he gives it off by hand to Pendlebury. Pendlebury inside the 50. Elliott on the end of it. A good kick. Gave him every chance. Bit of push and shove after that. But Jamie Elliott will go back to take his kick. In the meantime, down to you, Julian.
Yeah, Brisbane have made the sub. Ryan Lester's fouled the HIA, so Bruce Revel will get some early action here tonight.
That's bad news for the Lions. So Revel coming in, Leicester out of the game. Injury update for DP. Now we're going to watch Jamie Elliott. He's turning to kick round the corner here. 40 metres out, comes in, opens up the angle, and the mark taken by McStay. It was a low ball coming in. McStay was alert to that, and he's taken the mark right in the pocket. And he will also come around on the angle here. Step out, kick, and goal. Magpies with the first goal of the second quarter. On the Robot Building Supply scoreboard, they go to 3-2-20. Brisbane 5-4-34. Rory Sloane, Libby Birch, no Leicester. What sort of impact's that going to have?
Yeah, big impact. No one really ever passes the HIA test, do they anymore, Lib? Like, once you've had it done, you normally fail.
Do you mean in general life, or
well, I'm just thinking the footy sense. Yeah, we are, and we should be very protective of players' heads.
Yeah, we are, and that's a significant loss for the Brisbane Lions defence. But what I've loved at the start of this quarter is just how the Pies have contained momentum, or got momentum back to a level playing field, and they've done it by repeat stoppages, but just having a little bit more composure with ball in hand, not going too fast, controlling the ball with kick mark, and they've got a result.
So Collingwood with the first goal of the second term, margin back to 14 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Henry Smith into the ruck for Brisbane, but Nick Dacos comes up with it. Handball to side bottom, back to Nick Dacos. Bent down to pick up the footing. Nick went without it. Very unusual. Rayner a little handball out wide. Neil at ground level. His handball, errant, went straight to Steele's side bottom. Twists, puts it onto the right boot. Sends it up toward left half forward. There's going to be a free kick. Tim Membry, I reckon he was taken over the shoulder, and he's going to get the free kick. Tim Membry on a 45-degree angle, 50 metres out. And you talk about consistent performers at the moment. Tim Membry, he's kicked 2 goals in each of his last 5 games. As Pies fans wanting 50 for the protected area wasn't coming.
No chance. You're allowed to actually cut across the man of the mark as long as your player's within 1 metre.
So Tim Membry, 45-degree angle, will kick from right on 50. Comes around on an arc. Launches with the drop punt. Good-looking kick. Great-looking kick. Collingwood with a couple in a row to start the second term. This is what the Pies fans came to see. 4-2-26 Collingwood, Brisbane 5-4-34. The only 2 scores of this second term, both resulting in goals for the Magpies. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it and deliver. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au on 3AW 5AA 6PR footy. Rory Sloane and Libby Birch.
And this is what we came to see. I feel like I'm watching a replica of last night's game with momentum swings at the moment. I mean, the Lib asked for Collingwood to raise their standards with their contested possessions, and it's 11-4 this quarter already, which is a huge number for them. They needed to lift, they needed to raise their pressure, and they needed to win some contests, and they're scoring off the back of it.
We spoke about this pre-game, Rory, but there's not a lot between going well and not going well. It's mostly how you hunt the contest.
Absolutely it is. And if you're a second off, you're in some strife.
8-point margin in favour of Brisbane. Collingwood starting the quarter well. Here's Nick Dacos. He takes it, hands Lipinski. Handball to Pendlebury. They're inside the 50, the Magpies. Handball out for Hoskin Elliott. He gives the handball inside. It comes unstuck. Zorko has it now under the pump. Gives the handball to Gardner. Has to roost that one out of defensive 50. Hipwood came up. Comes down to Rayner, who was tackled. And holding the ball, Josh Dacos, the man. Rayner threw it out, the umpire deems. Very hot on the spot to make the call. But they have stepped it up a notch or two, the Magpies. Josh Dacos with the football. 55 out. Waiting for an option. Couple of leads come at him. Ignores those. He's going to head into the forward pocket. Elliott. Looms large. Couldn't take it. Comes down to Zorko. He couldn't take it either. Lipinski, look away handball. Myercheck. Elliott, side bottom. Has to handball back to Josh Dacos. On the left. He puts it up, hoping for a grab, but it comes from Harris Andrews. He's the man that pulls down the mark for Brisbane.
If anyone's going to take the intercept mark, it's going to be Harris Andrews, isn't it, defensively for the Lions. Goes short to the 5-time best and fairest in Dane Zorko. Ran into the wall that was Ned Long. So forced to concede back to the back pocket, and Brandon Starcevic, who in turn dangerously short to Jared Berry. They look a little bit devoid of confidence here, the Brisbane Lions. Collingwood on top in this second term. Berry short to Neil, still at centre half back. Not a lot of penetration. Neil just went the required 15 to Dane Zorko. If that, Zorko down the corridor. Mark taken by Berry. Centre of the ground. Berry short in turn to the edge of the centre square. At least they're forward now. Archie, the mark, gives it off toward the forward pocket. Lead on from Morris. Spilled to him out the back. One way then the other. Goes short. And the mark is taken by Henry Smith once more.
That was
Collingwood fans say didn't go the required distance, but he's been paid the mark.
Sorry to interrupt, Shane. But
you can interrupt at any time, Rory.
That was such a well-drilled line side then, and that build-up. They were under the pump down there. They were able to find, I think, 6 or 7 marks, and they were risky kicks, some of them too, but they were able to let their forwards reset back up the ground and take these marks and allow time for their forwards and mids to get back up the ground. We saw the way they picked their way through in the end. Really smart footy, really well-drilled side.
You're a former AFL skipper, Rory. You always get priority. Here's Henry Smith. A little bit more acute than a 45-degree angle. 40 metres out. For his third goal of the night. Big kick. Starts offline. Sails back. Great kick. Henry Smith with a hat-trick. We're only midway through the second term. Make that a goal of the night contender. All with thanks to Start 21. Telstra Mobility Partner of the Year. Just came back from the right forward pocket, and the Brisbane Lions back out to a 14-point lead. They're 6-4-40, Collingwood 4-2-26 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
Well, Rory, we've already seen a taste of it, but I think this game's going to be all about managing momentum. But when you have momentum, kicking scores, and when you don't, trying to stop them. And I think we've already seen that tonight from both the Lions and the Pies, is their ability to use tactics to either slow the game down or speed it up, and it's making it a fantastic game.
It is, and Brisbane have multiple ways they can score, right? So if they get a high turnover, they'll go quick. But in times like that, where they've been pinned in for a little bit, they'll look to chip mark their way through and build the ball up a little bit, just to allow their forwards to reset so they can get a contest.
Back to a 14-point lead in favour of Brisbane. Here's De Goey. He couldn't get hold of that. Picked up by Levi Ashcroft. Quick kick forward by Dunkley to half forward here for Brisbane. Perryman, he can't get hold of the footy. Over the top of it is Smith, who's running hot at the moment. Umpire lets play go on. Not going to come out. Yeah, young Henry Smith came into this game with no AFL goals. Now he's got 3.
That De Goey contest, and I'm not sure who it was with, but he definitely pulled out. It's one of those ones, that Stephen May-like one, where you just have to be careful.
Yep. Comes to Levi Ashcroft. Quick kick forward, but Maynard has it covered. Hugs in the mark for the Magpies.
So across defensive 50. Side bottom takes the mark. In the back pocket for Collingwood. Comes out the members' side. It's a very wide kick, but marking right up against the chalk. Lockie Schultz at left half back for Collingwood. 40 plays 26. Brisbane lead Robot Building Supply scoreboard midway through this second term. Schultz forward of centre. Harris Andrews able to knock it toward the boundary line. And we will see a boundary throwing just forward of centre wing. Oh, with thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate. Let's get down to ground level. Julian Marcus.
Yeah, Ryan Lester, full-on figure as he comes back to the Brisbane bench and takes a seat in the second row. Charlie Cameron immediately getting up to check on him to see how he's doing. It's a big loss for the Brisbane Lions. Bruce Revel into the game as the sub.
Yeah, so Ryan Lester failing the HIA, as Julian said. Bruce Revel into the game early as the sub. Ball across right half back here for Brisbane. Chance for McCluggage. Handball toward Jared Berry. Went to ground. And he was it below the knees. Contact. No, it's a free kick going Brisbane's way. It's going to come back and go to Jared Berry at right half back. So Berry will be the recipient of the free kick with the Lions leading by 14 points.
Sometimes those are paid below the knees.
Yeah, that's what I thought initially.
But that one was paid high. Short one to Dunkley. He's got it backward to the members' side wing. Glances into the centre corridor. Won't go there. Kicks the half forward for Brisbane. It's off hands. Side bottom through a bit of traffic. His handball batted down though by Smith. Coming in Archie. He knocked it out. Now Pendlebury. Handball to Perryman. Handball to Moore. The captain gets it onto his boot. Beautiful kick it was too, to the chest of Membry. Here's a go for the Magpies. They're on the build here. Membry kicks it to half forward. DeGoey takes the mark. It's a fair way out though. He takes it 49 metres out. Pride Shangle is going to go out from the southern side and have a crack at it.
The goals look really good tonight, really explosive and powerful, and we know he's had that inflammation of the Achilles throughout this season. In fact, he's been out since round 8, but we also know he's had that concussion, so looks like he's been really well managed because he's come in tonight fit and firing.
Probably gave him a bit of time to build his tank back up too, didn't it, that stint in rehab?
And they played him with VFL as well, so they held him back. He's ready to go now. He's on the runway, kicking from the 50. And it is going through. A trademark Jordan DeGoey ball burster. 6-4-40 Brisbane, Collingwood 5-2-32. A big celebration as well. They all get to him. They know how hard he's worked in rehab to get back on the big stage, and that was a big goal. And Brisbane lead by 8.
Meant a lot to him, Liv. Meant a lot to the crowd as well.
Oh, he just looks fresh. I think, we've seen him a couple of times burst from the stoppage, miles ahead of anyone else. But that's what happens when you do your rehab well. And he looks fast too. Coming back from an Achilles, sometimes it can slow you down a little bit. But he looks as good as he's ever been.
Well, that ball started on the half-back flank for him, and he just put his head down and ran that 45 pattern to the other side of the ground, put his head down, took the mark there. Reward for great effort.
Been a busy week for Jordan DeGoey. Announced that he's expecting a baby girl with his partner Aisha. That to get even busier for him.
Yeah, life will get busy.
Ball back in the middle. Collingwood back to within 8 points. Cameron won the tap. Nick Dacos comes up with it. Handball to the man of the moment. Jordan DeGoey. He puts it out in front of Will Hoskin. Elliott ran onto it. Flicked the handball forward. Oleg Markov, 45 out. Handball to Nick Dacos. Got the handball away. Wanted to get it to Myercheck. Interjected though. Brisbane try and get a clearing ball away. Archie was underneath it. Couldn't mark. Spilled down to Markov. He's tackled. Holding the ball. Free kick Brisbane, and the sub onto the ground. Bruce Revel rewarded for his tackling effort. Keeps it on that southern side of the MCG.
Kicked off the best. Picked off. Darcy Cameron takes the ground ball. Kicked the half forward, and Markov takes the mark. 70 from Collingwood's goal. Too far out to score. He'll chip it to Dacos. His power running before was a highlight. He brings it to centre half forward. Good option. As Sidebottom takes the mark, 45 out directly in front. I was just watching him from that last centre bounce, Rory, Nick Dacos, and the power of that man and the way he ran to contest the contest. No one can go with him.
No one can. It's one of his great strengths. I actually reckon he ran too hard because I reckon he got in Markov's way and didn't need to. I reckon Markov could have had a shot, but and that's why he's pretty much untaggable. He is untaggable in my eyes because he spreads so hard.
Steel side bottom lining up for goal from the top of the 50. It's going, it's going, it's gone! Through for another goal for the Magpies. And aren't they making some noise, the Maggie fans here at the mighty MCG? 2-point margin now. Brisbane 6-4-40. Collingwood 6-2-38 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
This crowd is absolutely loving it, Liv. They've evened up the centre clearances, the Pies, and it's the way they're exiting too. They're coming running out, shoulders out, with no pressure from the Brisbane Lions, and that's how you want to answer the ball inside your forward 50.
I think the more concerning thing as well for the Lions is you were talking about that handball and forward momentum that the Pies are getting, but they're getting forward momentum via the hands. All that play there was from centre clearance into the forward 50 via handballs that were gaining 3 or 4 metres each time. A lot of pace on the footy.
The Barry plant down to you, Julian.
Watching the Brisbane fans as that goal went through, they got PTSD from 2023. Still side bottom kicking a 50-metre goal to the Hunt Road end. Where have we seen that before?
Ball one down by Cameron. Free kick Collingwood. They take the advantage to go. He drives it inside forward 50. And Bruce Revel able to take a mark inside defence. Collingwood goes across the back line.
Look for Brisbane to build this ball up.
Sarcevic to the edge of the centre square. Lockie Neal was the target, couldn't mark. Came down to side bottom, handball to Jack Crisp from 50 metres out, top of the goal square. Jamie Elliott. It was too easy on the counter punch for the Magpies. And now Jamie Elliott, who's yet to kick one tonight, will put Collingwood back in front and make it a 5-goal-to-1 second quarter. They blitzed them on the turnover. Jamie Elliott, take a listen to this. 5-goals-to-1 in this second term, and just the second lead change of the night. Collingwood back in front, 7-2-44. Brisbane 6-4-40. Robot Building Supply scoreboard.
Well, they've had 3 scores off turnover, the Pies. Just shows how much pressure in this second term they've applied, not only by winning the ball first, but by, if they don't, coming forward and attacking with high tackle numbers and good pressure around the footy. But it's their balance around contest that's been excellent.
Yeah, and Dan Houston was one on his toes there. He knew Brisbane wanted to look back through corridor, and if he didn't come forward and stay on his toes and cut off the ball to Neal, that goal never occurs. And it was great lowering the vision from Jack Crisp.
In front now the Pies by 4 points. What a second quarter it has been. They're down by 20 at quarter time. They're now in front by 4. Back in the middle, Fort trying to knock it forward. Grabbed by Lockie Neal. He's going nowhere though. Wrapped up nice and tight. The umpire is going to come in and sort it out with the ball up. Still smack bang in the middle of the G. Thrown up in the air. Bailey, little toe poke forward. Perryman's got it covered though. He gives the handball to Pendlebury. Delayed the handball, then he laid it off to Jack Crisp, who kicks it to half forward for the Pies. Mindcheck couldn't take the one-hander. He kept it in play. He takes on Fletcher and gets past him, and then kicks to the forward pocket. Kick was Paul Wilmot's under the pump. Handball to Zorko. He'll be pushed over the boundary line with Sharon in hand. And we're going to have a throw in left forward pocket. Magpies. It's all Collingwood at the moment. They have the momentum well and truly, and they lead by 4.
Might just check the inside 50s in this second quarter when you get a sec, Liv and Rory, because it has been a demolition by Collingwood. It's already 5-goals-to-1. Boundary throw in. Lockie Neal at ground level. Tried to shuffle out a handball. Fletcher's there. Couldn't hold on to it. Will Ashcroft got a little kick away. Zach Bailey throws it onto his boot, but it's going to come back. Darcy Cameron takes the mark. He's still forward to centre wing. Northern side of the MCG.
This will be the 13th inside 50 if it goes in. And Brisbane are only 3 in this second term, so you can see that dominance.
They just can't penetrate the midfield at the moment, the Brisbane Lions. Every try they try and get it out of defensive 50. It comes straight back, this time via Josh Dacos. A high ball inside forward 50. Out the back, Starcevic again. Hidden hope stuff, throws it onto the boot. Hipwood was underneath it, free kick Brisbane. Hipwood gave it off to Rayner. Rayner kicks to half forward, foot race on. Cameron up against Maynard. Cameron overran the footy. Maynard knocked it away. Charging through though. Opportunity for Brisbane. Sam Marshall kicks inside forward 50. Met by Cameron. Hand up against the boundary line. Turns it onto his boot. Hooks it around his body. Perryman underneath it. Dropped what he should have taken. Maynard tries to slap it away. All this left forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions. And as the umpire see it holding the ball. Free kick Collingwood. Desperation from both sides as Maynard with a handball to Houston kicks off right half back.
Clears it. Markov couldn't take the mark. He's onto it though. He kicks to half forward. Membry the target. Starcevic got there and got a spoil in, and then to go. He couldn't take it before it went out. We'll have a throw in just outside the 50 for the Magpies.
Zach Bailey's only had the 3 touches. He's been playing on the wing. Guy with that sort of energy, speed, and cleanliness of hands. I'd love to see him around the ball a bit more. 44 plays, 40 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard to the good of Collingwood. And it comes. Neither Ruckman got hands to that. They both negated each other. Picked up Levi Ashcroft. Handball Hipwood didn't get to him. Intervening, side bottom, handball wide out to Markov. He's been confronted by Dunkley, taken over the boundary line. And we'll have another throw in. It's just outside the 50 for the Pies. Out on the southern side, 7-2-44, Collingwood 6-4-40, Brisbane. Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Under 5 left to play second quarter. Well, even Zach Bailey plays a really good half-forward role when he comes up and plays that spare inside as a midfielder. They're getting a little bit touched up in there, so I'd do that too.
Nick Dacos crumbs the footy, Sends it in the Membry direction. Knocked away by Starcevic. Membry tries to get it once more. A little bit of support there from Ned Long. Neither able to get the pickup. Well done, Will Ashcroft. Handball to Revel. Got it out of defensive 50 inside bottom. Walks it out. Throw in. Still across right half forward for the Magpies. Danger territory again for Brisbane. They have well and truly been outplayed and outscored in this second term for Robot Building Supplies. 5 goals to 1 in favour of Collingwood. Pendlebury, handball errant, Marshall. He gave it off to Will Ashcroft. He might have turned it over there, though, the elder of the Ashcroft boys. Pendlebury, handball to Nick Dacos, handball to Josh, 45 metres out, goes for home, misses, off to the left.
Well, Rory spoke about the ability for the Lions to use such clean hands around the contest, but there's been so many fumbles this quarter because the Pies have applied that much pressure on the ball carrier.
Pies by 5. Zorko brings it into Fletcher. He takes the mark at right half back. And the side of the MCG called the go, Fletcher. So kicks it up to the wing. Good mark. Oh, was he paid it? Yes. Had enough of it, the captain. Nancy Moore has got the football now. And they're going back into attack for the Magpies. Moore just had a little peek into the corridor. Don't think he'll go there. Signals he is just going to go long and direct. And that's exactly what he does. Inside the 50, Magic trying to get to the front. And Harris Andrews with that golden fist just knocks it to the boundary line, and we're going to have a throw in. 35 around from Collingwood's goal. The Pies by 5. They're 7-3-45. Brisbane 6-4-40.
Collingwood are happy to take their time there with Darcy Moore, that kick, just so they can reset the ground and get their backs up.
Brisbane can ill afford to concede here. Ball thrown in. Zorko tackled with it. Umpire to toss it up again. What's been the biggest disappointment from Brisbane in this quarter, Rory?
I think their clearance work. They were so sharp early in that first quarter, but look, it's a momentum game, so they'll have their chance again.
That's the saying of modern footy. Momentum swings. Pendlebury handball. Nick Dacos took on a couple, then came undone. His handball went straight to Levi Ashcroft. Now there's a free kick. It's actually going to come back here, all the way back to left half back. Right half back, I should say, for Brisbane, and Josh Dunkley to take it. Let's have a look at the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Collingwood by 5, 7-3-45. Plays 6-4-40. They've gone 27 minutes second term for the white glove movers. Dunkley happy to go deep inside defensive 50 to Harris Andrews, who looks to the southern side, looks to the northern side, and then looks over his shoulder and goes short to Fletcher. That didn't go 15 metres. Collingwood fans knew it.
Didn't go 10.
No, absolutely not. The umpire was right there. Fletcher back to Harris Andrews, and now to left half back, and Bruce Revel, the sub, on for Ryan Lester, out with concussion. There's Revel to the wing. Nice mark taken by Dunkley. They're good at moving it. The chip stuff here, the Brisbane Lions. Marshall the mark. Handball to Will Ashcroft. Little chip kick forward. And as Charlie Cameron, still a good 75. 80 from home. Cameron into the pocket. Morris takes the mark. Beautifully executed kick by Charlie Cameron, and Logan Morris just out in front of Isaac Quaynor, able to take the mark. Has been quiet since kicking a couple of goals early in the opening term. The Brisbane Lions need this just to stem the flow.
It looked like Collingwood had them pinned in then, didn't it? And then they just found their way through, just were patient. Brisbane again, are happy to chip mark their way around and eventually find a hole.
So the baby-faced Logan Morris comes around on the right, brings it back beautifully. That is a great goal from the Moz. Logan Morris with a goal of the night. Oh, with thanks to Star 21, Telstra Mobility Partner of the Year. He brings up his 3, and with that, despite all of Collingwood's dominance in this second term, Brisbane are back in front, albeit by a point, 7-4-46. Collingwood 7-3-45. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Yeah, really important goal there. And if you're the Pies, you're probably happy to give up that space on the boundary, but a beautiful finish by Morris. But as Rory said, they've just been brilliant tonight. Went under the pump, being calm and composed, using uncontested marks to get down the ground. And they used a little bit of speed when they got past halfway, which opened up that option for Morris. But good before half-time to get that score, considering the Pies have had most of the momentum in this second term.
Gee, that was a great goal. He's got some talent. 3 goals for Morris. We venture back to the middle. Neither ruckman got hands to it. Ashcroft socketed forward, but it's taken by Josh Dacos at half-back. Kicks it out to the wing. And Schultz, too, busting a gut to get there. Takes the mark on the chest, goes short the side bottom. He took the mark, no damage done, and then just pushed away Zorko back over his mark. Gee, it's a cauldron out there at the moment, isn't it? Magpies fans really into it. Side bottom. Sinks the slipper into it. Up inside the 50. Darcy Cameron was up, knocked away from him. Comes down to Myercheck. Long make that. Going to come away. And McCluggey's his handball went to Morris, but it's over the boundary line, and we're going to have a throw-in at 55. Out from Collingwood's goal. The Lions lead it by a point as we approach half-time.
Yeah, 55 seconds remaining in the term for the White Glove mover. It has been an entertaining, red-hot opening half. I can only imagine what the second half's going to be like. Boundary throw-in, Cameron grabbed it to his own advantage. He's wrapped up, and another ball up. Collingwood with an opportunity to go top of the ladder. If Brisbane lose, they could be out of the top 4 by the end of the round, with Geelong and Fremantle to both play tomorrow and both expected to win. Ball still across half forward for Collingwood. Will Ashcroft got a little boot to ball. Met though by Perryman. Sends it deep inside forward 50. Myercheck the target. Gardner out the back. Gardner then crunched in a tackle by Myercheck. Umpire said, I'll ball it up left forward pocket. Still time for a sneaky here, the Magpies. It's going to be thrown up left forward pocket. Collingwood into attack.
Deep in the second quarter. Thrown up in the air. Thornton wins it down. Now that's come off a boot. That's come off Schultz's boot. So it'll be a free kick to the Lions to be taken by Levi Ashcroft.
You want a low-risk kick here, close to the boundary, fist it out of bounds, get another stoppage and ice this quarter.
Yeah, just can't cough it up. Ashcroft, though, kicks it up to a contest. Big Darcy Cameron almost took it then. Will Ashcroft was wrapped up. That's holding the ball. Didn't make an attempt, the umpire deems. Siren not too far away. Pendlebury rolls and goes. Top of the goal square. They need a clean mark. Collingwood, they won't get it. Archie takes the clean mark for Brisbane. Right at the top of his defensive goal square. And that will be half-time at the MCG. So half-time at the G, and the margin is 1 in favour of Brisbane. They have the better of that quarter. 5 goals, 1 Collingwood to 2 goals. So the Magpies come back hard after quarter time, being down by 20 points, and they 8 into that lead, but Brisbane, a late goal, has them in front by a point at half-time as we roll into our Sheen panel service. Half-time break, had a car accident. Sheen will pay $750 off your excess. SheenGroup.com.au. We'll come back and get some thoughts from Rory Sloane and Libby Birch. It's great to be here. Great atmosphere on a Saturday night. A big game with 2 big teams, and it's Brisbane by a point. 7-4-46, Collingwood 7-3-45. The Maccas 3AW is Saturday Night Football.
From midday tomorrow, join Shane McInnes, Laura Spurway, Matthew Richardson and Tony Shaw for some footy and fun. Thanks to BP and Macca's, 3AW is football.
Want to renovate your kitchen? United Stone Melbourne uses the finest porcelain stone. So change your bench tops, splashbacks and doors now. Call 9791 3720.
United Stone Melbourne.
Australia needs energy. We need it to create jobs, to produce food, to drive industry. We need it to grow and prosper. Because without a reliable source of affordable energy, like the natural gas produced by Australia's Woodside, we cannot maintain our standard of living or hope to improve it. Help meet Australia's energy needs for now and generations to come? Challenge accepted. Woodside, Australia's leading energy company.
Did you know that from around 35 years old, men may experience a gradual reduction in testosterone levels? He-Men's Midlife Formula uses ingredients traditionally used in Chinese medicine to boost energy levels, support healthy sexual function, promote healthy libido, and maintain prostate health. Not satisfied? He-Men's Midlife Formula comes with a 100% money-back guarantee. Terms and conditions apply. Available at leading pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
If you're about to install a new bathroom or ensuite, stop and talk to the Water Stop Shop, the waterproofing supply professionals and leading supplier of Gripset liquid and sheet membranes. The Water Stop Shop will tell you that Gripset protects homes and properties from costly water damage. And when it's sealed with Gripset, it's sealed for good. The Water Stop Shop, your one-stop shop for waterproofing supplies. Visit waterstop.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman. For 4 days only, hot offers on the new Samsung Galaxy Z series. Purchase the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 256 gig for $0 up front when you connect to a new Optus $69 per month SIM-only plan for 24 months. Plus, bonus Galaxy Watch 8, valued at $648. Hurry, offer ends August 4. Minimum cost over 24 months is $1,656. Not available with other offers. In-store only. Cancellation fees, terms and conditions apply. Harvey Norman, your premium Optus dealer.
You deserve to be rewarded for paying your business expenses. And at pay.com.au, we agree. Which is why we've established the first business rewards platform of its kind. Simply streamline all your business payments, like rent, super, and ATO payments through pay.com.au. And you'll earn uncapped rewards for flights, upgrades, hotels, shopping, and more. Turn your bills into, say, business class flights with pay.com.au. Sign up and start earning rewards today.
The big birthday sale is on now at Winston with a Y.
Save 25% off store-wide on blinds, doors, shutters and awnings.
Sale extended. The birthday sale ends soon. Visit winston.com.au.
Thanks to BP, 3AW footy highlights.
The mark taken by McStay, and he will come around on the angle here. Step out, kick, and goal.
The mark is taken by Henry Smith once more for his third goal of the night. Big kick, starts offline, sails back. Great kick.
De Goey takes the mark. He's a fair way out though. He takes it 49 metres out, and it is going through. Zybottom takes the mark, 45 out directly in front. It's going, it's gone.
Cameron into the pocket. Morris comes around on the right. Brings it back beautifully. That is a great goal from the Moz.
It's half time at the mighty MCG. Great contest here. Magpies had the better of it in that second term, but Brisbane still lead by a point. 7-4-46. Collingwood a 7-3-45. Our half-time break for Sheen Panel Service. Had a car accident. Sheen will pay $750 off your excess. SheenGroup.com.au. T's and C's apply. Rory Sloan here with Libby Birch. You're having a look at a few of the numbers, Rory and Lib. What are you seeing at half-time?
Big change in the contest, wasn't there, Lib?
Oh, massive. It was massive. They absolutely flipped the whole game on its head, and it started with the contest. Their contest possession numbers were up. They were even up in uncontested possessions. But what I loved was the Pies' pressure. It forced mistake from the Lions that we hadn't seen in that first quarter. In fact, from a stats point of view, their kicking efficiency, the Lions, went down to 55%, and their overall disposal efficiency went to 61%, and the Pies were going at 75%. And that's the game right there. When you're winning contests and you're going at 75% efficiency, that's why you're getting so much forward halftime.
And their pressure, you mentioned their pressure, but it stopped Brisbane's hands, and they started to look a little fumbly too, but their pressure was so good. That's when Collingwood started to get those shoulders out entries, and were able to hit up a couple of their forwards too. Brisbane have taken 40 marks, and I reckon a general rule for every team is if you can keep Brisbane under 80 marks for the game, they'd love to possess the ball, but 80 marks is generally the number that'll win you a game of footy if you keep Brisbane under that. So the Pies are just on track, and we saw what Brisbane can do when they want to chip mark their way through. They will find gaps in your defence at certain times.
I reckon the majority of those marks as well, Rory, would have been in that first term when they didn't have ascendancy. So they certainly shut it down in the second quarter. Can they keep it for the next half? We'll wait and see.
Absolutely.
Give us a few of the numbers of some individuals. Lib and Rory, what are you seeing?
Well, I love Jordan De Goey's quarter there. I think he had about 6 touches that quarter. He finished with a goal, helped set up a couple others, but his run and burst out of stoppage. He's only had the 10 so far for the game, but absolutely loving his return. As I mentioned before, would love to see? Who would I love to see? I'd love to see the ball in the hands of Zach Bailey a bit more. He's only had the 4 touches. Again, I'd start him on the half-forward line, bring him up into the midfield, allow him to reset as that sixth forward, but bring him up to the mid, allow him to reset and challenge defenders that way, Lib.
Archie as well has only had the 4, and he can be quite explosive up there as well. But I've loved the games of Nick Dacos and Josh Dacos. He's made a few mistakes, Josh, but he's been pretty good around the footy, 17 and 14 respectively. And then Ashcroft, he's been magnificent with 17, and he's really, really penetrated going inside 50 with that kick of his.
The future's bright for AFL footy when you see Nick Dacos leading the disposals for Collingwood and his brother Josh and Will Ashcroft leading it for Brisbane. So, bright future, the AFL.
Just want to ask you about Ryan Lester, and he came off, he didn't start the quarter, so concussed. They rate him so highly there as probably their most underrated player. How much does that kind of stuff things around a little bit for that Brisbane Lions defence?
Well, it does, because he's a role player and he plays such an important role on a key forward. But then also I feel like over the past sort of 6 to 8 months, his intercepting abilities, particularly in that grand final, I thought was absolutely magnificent. But it's those underrated players that get the job done for you. In saying that, I think Revel, who's come on, he played pretty good to start the second term, took an intercept mark, a nice tackle that caused to holding the ball, so you couldn't have asked for anything more, but you've lost a tall from your backs.
And when you're under the pump, you look to your leaders too to steady the ship, and he's been an unbelievable leader for that footy club for so long, so he needs to be out there and helping them when they're under the pump.
And an unlikely goal kicker for Brisbane, Henry Smith, came in goal number 5 with no goals to his name as terms of AFL football. He kicked 3 after half-time.
Yeah, well, talking about taking your opportunities, when you get a small sniff, but nailing all 3, that's magnificent from a player that's coming and, hadn't kicked a goal at this stage at AFL level. It's magnificent.
3 touches, 3 goals, 3 kicks for 3 goals. Logan Morris has been outstanding too. I mean, their forward line's so young still, and with a couple of keys like that, they are very well balanced around it with guys like Zach Bailey, Charlie Cameron, Eric Hipwood. We need him to stand up as well. So, lot to still like from Brisbane.
Let's take you around the grounds for earlier results today. Thanks to Solar Heart, it was Melbourne by 83 over the West Coast Eagles. It was the Gold Coast Suns by 84 over Richmond, and it was Sydney by 14 over Essendon. Here it's half-time, and it is Brisbane by a point, 7-4-46. Collingwood 7-3-45. Enthralling second half coming up. Don't go anywhere. For Macca's 3AW is Saturday Night Football.
3AW Football, thanks to Arrow Transport. From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution. Whatever you need to move, get moving with Arrow. Visit arrowtransport.com.au.
To celebrate being named Reader's Digest's most trusted hearing brand for the 4th year running, Hearing Australia is offering free 15-minute hearing checks for adults and $0 hearing aids for eligible pensioners. Book an appointment today with Hearing Australia. Other services may attract fees, conditions apply.
Oh, the Blind Factory! It's time to get set for summer. So you can join a gym, change your diet, drink about 1,000 gallons of water a day, and somehow manage to get plenty of rest. Or you can call the Blind Factory and cover the exterior of your home in beautiful new awnings, zip tracks, and zip screens. That way no one can see if you're in shape or not. The Blind Factory. Call 13 Blinds for exterior extravagance to help get your home summer fit. It's simple.
Disney Discs are now at Woolworths and Big W. Celebrate 70 years of Disneyland Resort in California with 40 collectible discs featuring all your Disneyland Resort favorites. From Sleeping Beauty's iconic castle to the thrilling Peter Pan's flight and more. Get 1 pack free with every $30 you spend. And right now, get a bonus pack when you buy participating products from Yoplait or Nescafe in a $30 shop at Woolworths. T's and C's and exclusions apply while stocks last.
You made it. The 806 to Southern Cross. Well done. Found a seat. Bonus. And relax. Check your emails. Oh, this one looks urgent. Hit reply. Dear.
Low form battery. Low form battery.
You forgot to charge your phone last night, didn't you duffer? But wait, check your pockets. Aha, there it is. Your Signet Power Bank. Power your commute with a Signet Power Bank. Available at JB Hi-Fi, Officeworks and other leading tech retailers.
Hi, I'm Rex Hurst from Let's Talk Kitchens and Interiors. Believe it or not, if you want to renovate for Christmas, you need to start planning now. Delivery times have extended, so whether it's your kitchen, laundry, bathroom or wardrobes, have a chat with us today. We don't offer big discounts, the cheapest price or a free this or that, but we do promise to renovate your home relatively painlessly and at a value for money price. With over 50 years custom designing experience, Google Let's Talk Kitchens today.
The bucking beast of business cash flow rises and falls with cantankerous thunder. Rarely predictable, it leaves little but debris in its zigzagging wake. Until greeted by its match. Whoa, easy. The steadfast business owner.
Take the reins of your cash flow with a NAB business account. NAB, more than money. Consider the T's and C's, TMD, and if product is right for you.
Hi, Cooper Theodosi from Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars. The future is now, so come and see our full range of electric cars on display at our Arden Street showroom. Everyone should own an electric car at least once in their lifetime. LMCT 8350.
Melbourne's 3AW 693.
Good evening. Homicide Squad detectives have charged an 81-year-old Victorian man following the death of a woman in regional Victoria. Officers were called to a home in Coleraine, northwest of Hamilton, amid reports a woman had been stabbed just after 1 this morning. The 81-year-old woman died at the scene. An 81-year-old man who was arrested at the scene has now been charged with murder. In New South Wales, dozens of drivers are stuck following heavy snow in the New England area. Snow has been falling all day in a number of towns, including Guyra and Armidale. Employer groups say they were blindsided by today's announcement that the Victorian Labor government will move to enshrine the right to work from home into law. Workers who can reasonably do so will be allowed to work from home for at least 2 days a week in both the public and private sectors. And US authorities are searching for a military veteran responsible for a mass shooting in Montana. The man opened fire in a bar and killed 4 people. We'll have more news after the football.
Through 6PR in Perth, 5AA in Adelaide, and across the country on the 3AW app, you're listening to 3AW's coverage of the 2025 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
Great to have your company on this Saturday night, wherever you're listening, right around the country. It is the Brisbane Lions at half-time, leading Collingwood by a point, 7-4-46 to the Magpies, 7-3-45. Earlier today, it was Melbourne by 83 over the Eagles, the Gold Coast Suns by 84 over Richmond, and Sydney over Essendon by 14 points. We will, of course, keep you updated on both the Super Rugby and the Netball Grand Final, the Super Netball Grand Final. Tonight we'll bring you score of that in just a moment, all with thanks to Solar Heart. But going into the second half here, guys, the Oz Kickers just start to wrap up. Rory Sloan and Libby Birch are here with me. What do we need to see from Brisbane in this second half that they didn't bring in that second quarter? Because they dominated that first term. They were getting centre clearances. They were keeping the ball in their attacking half of the ground. It was the complete opposite in that second quarter.
You just answered your question with how they played in the first quarter. It's exactly that. Going back to... They will be getting a gentle reminder around what worked for them in that first quarter. It was bring the heat around the contest, be clean, be first to it, be clean and then spread, and make Collingwood defend. But you've got to play strong against Collingwood. You've got to take them on. Take the tackler on, use your hands and drive through them, because Collingwood's initial pressure is unbelievable. Best in the competition. But if you can bypass that layer and get outside it, that's when you can open up the ground for your forwards.
I did mention we would go around the grounds, all with thanks to Solar Heart, because a couple of big sporting events taking place around the country tonight. It is the final quarter of the Melbourne Vixens West Coast Fever Super Netball Grand Final. The Vixens in the final quarter currently leading 54-50. Well, it's half-time in the rugby between the Wallabies and the British and Irish Lions. That match at Accor Stadium in Sydney. The Wallabies leading that 8-0 at half-time. Let's get down to ground level, get an update boundary side. Julian Marcus, or with thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate.
Yeah, thanks, Shane. It has gotten quite cold down here, and it already started as a cool night, down to 8 degrees at ground level, so the beanies are going on en masse and the gloves as well, but they're seeing a magnificent contest as the Brisbane Lions return from the rooms. They lost Ryan Lester, of course, at quarter time. He went down to the rooms for a HIA assessment, which was interesting because he wasn't dragged off before quarter quarter time. It was only in the quarter time break when he was in the huddle that the Brisbane doctors decided to go down and have a check on him. It was a pretty quick HI assessment. He's out of the game. Bruce Revel into the contest. That was at the 5-minute mark that sub was activated. While for Collingwood, their sub tonight, Bobby Hill, yet to be activated into the contest. It is a finals-like atmosphere down here, Shane. What a night to be here.
Awesome work, Jules. Keep it up and keep warm as well. With thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate, your home is in safe hands. That just about brings a conclusion to our halftime. All with thanks to Sheen Panel Service. Had a car accident. Sheen will pay up to $750 off your excess. SheenGroup.com.au. T's and C's apply. Don't forget a massive day of 3AW footy tomorrow as well. Footy preview from midday, and then our match for broadcast tomorrow afternoon. Geelong taking on Port Adelaide. But so much to play out, Libby, in the second half here, because Collingwood win. They go back to the top of the ladder, displacing Rory Sloane's Adelaide Crows. And then if that is the result, Brisbane quite possibly outside of the top four by the end of the round. You expect Geelong to beat Port Adelaide, Fremantle to beat Carlton, and all of a sudden you just see how tight this top 8 is if Brisbane are outside of that top four.
Yeah, it's a really, really important match, and we know we knew this coming to the game tonight, coming to the MCG. There was a feeling amongst the players, amongst the fans, that this is a really important match. But what I've loved from the Pies is their ability to respond from that first term and pile on the pressure again to the Lions. So really, it's up to the Lions to answer here. And Rory spoke about it before our halftime break, but just resetting to what works. It's the contest, getting and winning that first possession, getting it out and chaining via hands. I think in that first term, they had 31-9 handball receives, and that was the reason why they were so good from chaining inside to outside the contest. They got a lot of their uncontested possessions that way. So that is what they'll be trying to reset to. But the Pies, they need to keep on with this momentum.
Are you nervy if you're Chris Fagan, given the juxtaposition between the first and second quarters?
No, I think so. I don't think so at all. I mean, momentum's massive in footy, and we saw Brisbane handle it pretty well. I think by the way they were able to chipmark their way through and use a different lever or different attacking lever they could pull to find their way through Collingwood. It is going to get dewy now, though. Collingwood, it will be interesting. They used to love the metal studs, Collingwood. I used to always pick up at the MCG in second halves on dewy conditions. They would wear those, and they would never slip over anywhere near as much as everyone else. So it'll be interesting to see who handles these conditions better, but this crowd's going to come into it too shortly.
I'm not sure who's on duty for our grunt player of the night votes, but
Rory.
Good luck whoever's doing it, because at the moment you could probably give 10 players the 5 votes, given how even
I learned from Shory.
That's why we do it at the end of the game.
You know, he'd be proud of me. He would be.
We do it at the end of the game and not at half time. So there's a few in my sights. Nick and Will Ashcroft and Logan Morris absolutely in there too. So we'll see how this second half pans out.
It's a pleasure to be at the footy tonight. 3AW football for Maccas. Second half getting underway with Brisbane leading it by a point. 46 playing 45. And we're underway in the second half. Both ruckmen had a piece. Giving Chase McCluggage is able to gather, get the first definitive possession. Kick the centre half forward, but Darcy Cameron got back. He's a good player, isn't he? So you've got to sign him up.
You want to sign him.
Give him a better deal, a longer term deal.
How long would you give him?
Oh, how old is he? Now, you give him 3 or 4 years, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
At the Dean, he goes with a kick at right half back. Dean now will go down the line. Bit of a wobbler off the boot. Jack made a good fist of it. Ground level, there's been a whistle. High contact, Collingwood. Free going to Schultz. He's been up in their face tonight, Lachie Schultz. No one on the mark, so he just takes the initiative and then takes full advantage of it. Runs his measure inside the 50, goes to kick off hands. Here's Jordan Ngoe. He breaks the tackle. He handballs backwards. Perryman, he's going to have a shot at goal. Won't quite get there, off hands. And boundary throw in right forward pocket. He makes a difference to Ngoe, doesn't he? He looks fresh, he looks up for it, throw in.
He certainly does. And then up the other end, we mentioned Zach Bailey having not had influence on this game, but neither has Cam Rayner, 3 disposals. So if he can come into the game, that's important too for the Lions.
Ball inside, attacking 50 for the Magpies. City end of the MCG. McCluggage able to come up with it, splits the C's, puts it onto his right boot, clears defensive 50. 50. It's centre half back. Hipwood couldn't mark it. Spilled down to Schultz. Handball to Josh Dacos. Delivers into the pocket. Brisbane with numbers. Across the pack, Harris Andrews happy to punch it out. And another boundary throw-in from Winsett Kane. No change to that half-time score as we have a look at the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Brisbane by a point. Cool night in Melbourne. Dewey underfoot. Collingwood deep into attack. McStay knocked it to Jamie Elliott. Immediately tackled by Starcevic, and another ball up. Cool breeze wafting across the MCG at the moment, just 8 degrees. Ball thrown up once more. Top of the goal square for Collingwood. McStay won it down. Shucked immediately by Long. Just a high up and under kick. Ned Long tried to mark his own footy. Lockie Neal was able to extract, got a kick away. Net by Zach Bailey. He's tackled. Great forward pressure from the Pies. It's 45 out from their goal with another ball up.
Ned Long just throwing bodies everywhere then.
Thrown up inside the 50 for the Magpies. Oh, comes to McStay. Quick kick. Top of the goal square. Andrews tackled. He had no prior though. Umpire will come in and pull it up.
That's the most nervous ground ball you'll ever get because you don't know if it's going to pop over the top of your head.
Spinner.
Yep.
They just absorbed the tackle there. Umpire throws it up in the air. Fort able to win it down. Neal, handball to Berry. Berry to McCluggage, back to Berry, who gets it onto his boot, passes defensive 50. Hipwood couldn't gather it, and he knocked it to the boundary line, and it's out in front of the MCC members. We'll have a throw-in 70 around from Collingwood's goal. A change to the half-time score, 46-45 in favour of Brisbane, and that's on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Pies have won their last 4 against the Brisbane Lions by an average of 19 points. That, of course, includes the 2023 AFL Grand Final. Lockie Neal down the broadcast wing. Moore had it. Spoiled, though, by Eric Hipwood. Went to Braden Maynard. As soon as it left his boot, he knew it was going out of bounds on the full, and his coach, Craig McRae, was able to take the mark. Bailey, handball. Hipwood back to Bailey. Bailey, though, went with that at that time. Ned Long tackled by Zorko. Ball up, just attacking side of centre wing for Brisbane.
It's a fine balance, isn't it? Use the hands to drive through or overusing it and just not getting the ball in.
High-pressured start to this third quarter. The premiership quarter is Gardner immediately tackled. Just doesn't seem like either side giving an inch here.
It's a good start. Hot start. It's what you expect from 2 top 4 teams.
4 minutes gone. Third quarter. White glove move at time clock. No score either side. Dunkley, handball to Marshall, and now Neal, handball to Zorko, all this on centre wing. He in turn got the handball away, opportunity now for Wilmot. Ducks around a couple, sends a floater inside forward 50, bounced over the head of Quaynor. Charlie Cameron, handball, Logan Morris, snapped, and the Moz has 4. Logan Morris is on fire tonight. And the bounce of the Sharon, you just never know where she's going to go. And poor Isaac Quaynor bounced over his head. Brisbane by 7, 8-4-52. Collingwood 7-3-45 on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Lipinski just getting stepped there too. You can't get stepped in these sort of games, but in a wet, or not wet, but a dewy night, the ball to bounce like that, that just shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't happen, but it did. And you were so right about stepping Pat Lipinski. If you're going to get stepped boundary side or to the left boot of your opponent, but got stepped corridor, and that's what happens. Direct kick inside forward 50, puts the backs under pressure.
Yeah, Wilmot just got a too good a look to kick it deep, didn't he?
7-point margin now in favour of Brisbane. Lions with the first goal of the second half. Restart back in the middle. Darcy Cameron takes it cleanly. His handball out for Nick Dacos. Had to soccer it forward. Comes to Fletcher Dale with the Lions. To Zorko. Such a beautiful kick. Just eases one to the middle to Henry Smith, who takes it. Gives it off by hand to Neal. Neal goes wide out to the member side, half forward. Levi Ashcroft trying to take it. Beaten to it that time by side bottom, but he ran out of tarmac and took it over. We'll have a throw-in 50 around from Brisbane's goal.
Love when you see a contest of a kid in his first season and a bloke in his 17th. Still kept up with him too, by the way.
Boundary throw-in. Lions into attack. They're going to the punt road in third quarter. Toss back in. Comes down to Dunkley. Quick kick. Morris couldn't take the mark. Hipwood handball. Could be a free kick coming back to Morris.
Yeah, Darcy Moore came across late. The ball had already left the area and unfortunately took Logan Morris out of the contest.
It was very late. So Morris lining up for goal number 5. He is the man tonight.
Oh, it's there, I suppose, is it? Did you get a look at the replay? Just coming in late, clipping his head, maybe with an elbow.
Logan Morris now on the angle, steps around, kicks, curls, another goal for Brisbane. 5 goals for Logan Morris. And good start for the Lions after half-time. They lead by 13 early in the third. 9-4-58. Collingwood 7-3-45. That on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
It's impressive what he's doing, isn't it? 20 years old. It's his third or fourth time he's kicked a handful, isn't it now? So unbelievable. Just fights hard for this contest.
And a big stage as well. That's the other thing. You remember his age, but the occasion, the stage he's on.
Absolutely, but just fighting hard for that contest. He knows he's not going to mark that ball against Collingwood's defence, so he just wants to bring bring that ball to ground and let the smalls go to work, which Archie did. Archie was front and square there, but he ends up getting rewarded for a free kick.
Equal career high for Logan Morris. The third time, Rory, that he's kicked 5 this year. Did it against the Giants and Geelong. That punt road end of the MCG is certainly the scoring end tonight. Dacos, that's Nick, getting the clearance out of the middle, up toward right half forward, met by Schultz, slipped over, fed the handball up to side bottom, cuts it back to the hot spot inside forward 50. And always with eyes for the Sharon was Brody Myercheck. Started his run about 20 metres back and saw the pass coming in from still side bottom. Beautifully executed from the Collingwood veteran.
It's one of the toughest kicks in football, to try and boot a ball 50 metres across your body back into the corridor. You expose your defence if that ball misses, but that is a phenomenal kick by Steele.
Brody Myercheck directly in front, yet to kick one tonight from 48 metres out. He's got one now. Collingwood pegged one back, margin back to 7 in favour of the Brisbane Lions. 8-3-51, Brisbane 9-4-58. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Don't forget, bonus local delivery on a huge range of washers and dryers right now at Harvey Norman.
Well, as you'd expect, even sort of contest possession marker in this third term. 10 going Brisbane's way, 9 for Collingwood, and then inside 50s, 3 apiece. So we've got an even contest after a topsy-turvy quarter 1 and quarter 2. We now have a real contest here at the MCG.
Just a heavyweight clash at the moment. 2 really good sides going at it. It's going to be tough to split them, but it is going to come off the back of who can be stronger in the contest for longer, who can bring the heat for longer, and then who can keep being efficient with the ball going forward. Both teams kicking very straight in front of goals.
Lions by 7. Back in the middle we go. Smith in the ruck now. Comes down to Pendlebury. He's tackled immediately, not going anywhere, the veteran, and the umpire will come in and ball it up.
Centre clearances 9 apiece as well, so they've evened up that battle, both teams.
Smith and Darcy Cameron. More experienced Cameron was able to get it down. Levi Ashcroft. Kick missed the target. Level, I reckon, almost gave away a free for a push. Nothing doing. Socket forward by the Magpies. Picked up Lipinski. Handball. Pendlebury. Tackled again, this time by Dunkley. And the umpire to come in and ball it up. Still inside the centre square, pushing the half forward for the Pies. It's Brisbane by 7 there. 9-4-58. Collingwood 8-3-51.
3AW Saturday night footy from the MCG. Pendlebury in the centre square. Handball to Houston, knocked it to the advantage. Quaynor, turnover comes now. Zorko got the handball. McCluggage linked up with Rayner from inside the centre square. Empty goal square, but it's offline to the left.
Had Morris too, working hard back to goals. I reckon you give it to the man who's hot. Put it to the top of the goal square. He may have marked it.
9-5-59. Collingwood 8-3-51. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Darcy Moore to bring it back in for Collingwood.
He'll come out to the members' side. That's where he heads. He's got big Darcy Cameron there. Slapped away from him. Comes to side bottom at ground level. He gives the handball to Cameron. Stood up in the tackle. Got it away. Neal, though, retrieves it back for Brisbane. Berry. Dunkley. Nice mark. Like that work by Revel. Off to Archie. He goes out wide. Levi Ashcroft has it now. Still in midfield, though, out towards the southern wing. All the way out to Fletcher. Fletcher will hold on to it. He'll come back into the centre corridor for Revel. Bruce. Revel has the football. Backward, just backward of the middle. He's got the short option on. Oh, almost coughed it up, but Levi Ashcroft good enough to reel it in. Forward of the middle now. He'll press go and go long, Ashcroft. Inside 50. Rayner will fly through it. Can't take the mark. It's off hands and over for a boundary throw in. 30 around from Brisbane's goal.
You can see Rayner starting to lift, starting to get a little bit more involved around the contest, but then also going up for some marks. It's good to see. The Lions need him.
Ball to be tossed in, right forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions. Punt road end of the MCG. They lead by 8, 12 gone, third quarter for the white glove mover from the boundary throw in. McCluggage attacked it and just socketed it toward the boundary line, and we'll start all over again. By the way, second half underway as we go around the grounds for Solar Heart. Australia and the British and Irish Lions in Sydney. They just started the second half, but play has been suspended due to lightning up there in Sydney, so that you would suspect that'll be at least a 20-minute delay. But the Wallabies currently leading 8-0 early in the second half as Jack Crisp clears it out of defensive 50. Myercheck knocked it on. Opportunity here for Tim Membry. He just paddled it forward. Only player there, though, was Starcevic. Got a handball away to Gardner. He in turn to Dunkley. Dunkley kicks down the southern wing. Middle of the pack going up for the mark. Logan Morris couldn't take it. Levi Ashcroft, though, for the ball. Wanted to handball to his brother, Will. Oh, he just kept it inside the field of play. No, he didn't. The second of the boundary umpires said it actually went over, and we'll see a boundary throw in. Wing half forward for the Brisbane Lions. They're 9-5-59. Collingwood 8-3-51. All that on the Harvey Norman scoreboard after 13 minutes in this third quarter.
Both teams set up so well defensively when they have the ball inside forward 50. It's so hard for the opposition to get the ball out of their deep 50 and hold possession.
Here's Fletcher. What a big ground ball. Comes to Bailey, slipped over. Handball to Dunkley. Handball down to Charlie Cameron. Cameron kicks it to the forward pocket. Nice work, Maynard. Just out-hustled Archie to take the mark in the back pocket. Wants to get on with business. He's kicked, looking for the goey. Nice work. Harris Andrews knocked it down. Lipinski was at the drop, though, for the Magpies. He's kicking a little bit too fancy. It comes unstuck. Fletcher gets it from Ashcroft. Puts it inside the 50. Darcy Moore came charging and hit Wood and stumped it to the boundary line. We'll have a throw in 50 around from Brisbane's goal.
Just feels very reminiscent of the first quarter at the moment. Rory and Lib, the fact that it is all being kept inside the attacking half for the Lions.
Yeah, the Pies have really struggled to exit when the Lions are playing like this, and they've been able to set up behind the footy.
Ball across half forward for Brisbane. Ball thrown in. Zach Bailey came up with it, shuffled out the handball to Levi Ashcroft, back to Bailey, and now a handball to Fletcher, drives it inside forward 50, went over the head of Hipwood. Archie at the back, sees it out of bounds for another boundary throw-in.
What you want to do if you're the Pies right now, you want to do everything you can to find a mark just outside your D50. So if you can find a mark, allow your mids and your forwards to reset the ground and then gain some field position that way, just to ease a bit of the pressure.
Brisbane locking it up inside their attacking 50. Throw in once more. Cameron. Sharp though by Dunkley. Handball to Hipwood. Did he have prior? No. Another ball up.
And if you're the Lions, you want to do the opposite. You want to make sure they can't get that mark and keep it in your forward half.
Cameron outbodied Smith in the ruck. Took it out of the ruck then himself, Cameron. Handball went to Dunkley. Handball to Will Ashcroft. High up and under kick. Jack Crisp comes charging through. Gee, it's a crowded forward line. Levi Ashcroft. Handball to Will Ashcroft. Handball to McCluggage. He cuts it back to the hot spot and saw Cam Rayner out of his peripheral vision. He only had 3 steps to work with then, Hugh McCluggage, and to find the vision, Rory, of Cam Rayner in the hot spot, 30 metres out directly in front. You can't teach those footy smarts.
No, you can't at all, and I love that his first look was corridor too. You always look corridor first when you're that far on the boundary, and Hugh McCluggage saw his teammate, and he just laced him out. He could have, if nothing was on, then you're more than welcome to have a shot in my eyes.
He's been quiet tonight, Cam Rayner, just his 5th disposal of the night coming up here, but a big kick and a big goal. Lions back out to a 14-point buffer. 10-5-65. Collingwood 8-3-51. Harvey Norman's scoreboard on 3AW, 5AA, 6PR 40, Rory Sloan and Libby Birch.
Well, the ground ball game is becoming really important. It seems if you're winning that, you're winning the quarter. 16 ground balls to Collingwood's 9. And also this handball receive game that we spoke about in quarter 1. Very, very similar stat line. 31 in the first quarter to Collingwood's 9. And now this quarter it's 32-9 going Brisbane's way. So it seems if the Pies can't handle that, the Lions get in trouble.
Around the grounds for Solar Heart, the Vixens have defeated the West Coast Fever 59-58 in the Super Netball Grand Final tonight. So well done to the Vixens. 14-point margin here in favour of Brisbane. Fort was able to win that one from the middle. Picked up, Jack Crisp gets it to Josh Dacos, to Perryman. Perryman kicks it to half forward. Elliott couldn't take it. Starcevich back to clean up for Brisbane in defence. He takes it and he clears it, but he clears it out in the full. He's under pressure, it must be said. Free kick to Will Hoskin Elliott. Kicking a bit out from goal for the Magpies. Where's he going to go? He's going to pull the trigger now with the kick. He kicks it deep into the forward pocket, and Fort was able to get a fist to it, and it's out for a throw-in the forward pocket for the Pies. They're 8-3-51. Brisbane a 10-5-65. We have a throw-in.
Pies turn to hold a bit of forward line pressure now, and some minutes in their front half. Let's try to see if they can keep it in here.
Ball thrown in. Fort out in front, knocked it back to the boundary line. Elliott happy to see it over. Assisted over by Josh Dunkley, and another boundary throw-in. 3 goals to 1 in this third quarter in favour of the Brisbane Lions to have Brisbane up by 14 points midway through this third quarter. 3AW Saturday night footy, all with thanks to Maccas. Left forward pocket here for Collingwood. City end of the MCG. Ball spins back in. Opportunity for Bruce Revel, the sub who came on early. Gains about 40 metres right up against the boundary line. Met by Hipwood. Gave the handball to Levi Ashcroft. Got the kick away into the back of Darcy Moore. Tumbles out of bounds. Left half forward for the Pies.
Rory, when do you bring Bobby Hill on?
I think in the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yep.
He's up on his feet. We'll get down to Jules in a moment. Umpire throws the ball back into play. McStay was able to win it. He's crisp, but picked up by Revel. Handball to Ashcroft Will, and now Levi on the end of the chain. To Bailey, it was a hospital handball, was never on, but he had to kick in a hurry, and he did. Darcy Moore's got it covered. Hands off to Nick Dacos. Twisting, turning, caught. He got the handball out. Turnovers on here. McClugging's got it forward. Hipwood, Bailey kicks it up inside 50. Here's Smith, the young man. He's kicked 3 tonight. Will it bounce up for him? No. It's over the boundary line as Dean closed quickly on him. And we'll have a throw in right forward pocket for Brisbane now with a margin 14 in favour of the Lions.
That's the change I'm wanting to see all night. Zach Bailey started up higher as a forward, and who we seen? Come on.
Jules?
Yeah, Bobby Hill's being subbed into the game. The card's just gone in. Keep an eye on Jordan to go in the next couple of minutes.
So, ball thrown in right up against the behind post for Brisbane. It's forced over for a minor score. So Bobby Hill into the game.
We called that.
Julian, have we seen who subbed off for Collingwood?
Still waiting for confirmation.
Okay.
I think it's Jordan De Goey.
Be tactical.
Yep. So Jordan De Goey's gone to the back row of the bench and put the tracksuit on. So yeah, it would suggest that he's the one subbed out. Bobby Hill into the game. Can he be the ignition starter Collingwood need just at the moment on the back foot? Side bottom short. Quaynor, handball back to side bottom. In turn gives the handball off to Josh Dacos against the boundary line. The kick rides the boundary line. A nice high fly from Jamie Elliott over the back of Harris Andrews. Wasn't able to complete the mark, and a boundary throw in front of the MCC members.
Just the timing you need for that. I used to find it very, very difficult, but he finds it very easy to time his run and jump to take a hanger.
Ball thrown back in. Collingwood into attack. Fort won the tap. And McCluggage wrapped up with it. Julian, if we can confirm that sub, all with thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate.
Indeed, Jordan De Goey is the man who's making way for Bobby Hill's about to come on.
Thrown up. Comes to Lockie Neal. gives the handball to Bailey. He was up for it. Rayner, he bowled Bailey out of the way, and then he got the kick. Archie will fly for it. Coming the other way, Quaynor. Through the middle he goes. Handball out of Lipinski. That was a poor handball. Too much on it. Rayner's got it now. Handball off to Ashcroft, who's tackled. Umpire will come in and ball it up. And it's forward of the middle, favouring Collingwood as Will Ashcroft was wrapped up in the tackle.
One more from Rayner. 4 more disposals this quarter.
Thrown up, comes to Long. Fashions a kick forward for the Magpies. Myercheck had one hand to it. Membry trying to go to work at ground level. Fletcher in there, and he's over the top of it. The umpire is hovering, and we'll ball it up. She thought he was going to ping him.
I reckon corridor umpire wanted to ping him. Boundary umpire, who had no vision of him diving on the ball, decided it was a ball up.
Ball thrown up. The very experienced Simon Meredith. Starcevic on the periphery. Will Hoskin-Elliott tackled. We'll see another ball up. Collingwood doing what Brisbane did a few moments ago at the other end, keeping it hemmed inside their attacking 50. Margin 15 points in favour of the Lions. Thrown up, fought over the back, won it down. Pendlebury immediately tackled by Will Ashcroft. Again, every player in Collingwood's attacking half of the ground fought, won it down to his own advantage, then clears defensive 50 on hands and knees, trying to take the mark was Gardner, couldn't hold on to it. At the back, Perryman up against Levi Ashcroft, it smacked toward the boundary line, and another boundary throw in. So neither side giving an inch at the moment. Tough stakes. Collingwood looking to go back to the top of the ladder. Brisbane looking to remain within half a game of the top two. It's the Lions by 15 points.
And the player comes. Cameron knocks it forward for the Magpies. Lipinski picks it up. His handball is being stolen by Bailey, who barges past a couple and then kicks it to half forward. Dean in a good position. He couldn't complete the mark. He scrambles back, gathers the ground ball, kick to midfield, over the head of Pendlebury, opens the door. Wilmot inside the 50. Quaynor. Big mark has been paid on the intercept. He had to take that, otherwise Brisbane were off to the races for another goal. He goes out wide here to the members' side for Jack Crisp. He goes up the line, it's out on the full. As I think Bobby Hill has just entered the contest. That was the cheer you heard. Harris Andrews' free kick.
So Bobby Hill in for his first game since round 17. Starting as the sub tonight, Jordan De Goey subbed out of the contest. Off left half-back, Lockie Neal down the northern wing. Underneath it, unable to mark, Calamarchi. Crisp took it, handball Maynard, handball to Nick Dacos, handball to Houston, drives it through the middle of the ground but over the back. Gardner with the double fist, Levi Ashcroft had it and lost it, spilled down to Lipinski, handball to Josh Dacos, kicks to left half forward, Myercheck, corralled by Starcevic, Myercheck got the kick away inside 50 and waiting all on his lonesome, Jamie Elliott, not a player within 15 metres of him, able to take the uncontested mark, 40 metres out, slightly more acute than a 45-degree angle.
And Ashcroft had a chance to bodyline that ball. He went at it with one hand and wasn't strong enough in that contest, and Collingwood just sweat on that at the moment. Their pressure's been good.
This is a Jamie Elliott special. If you're backing in anyone from this distance and this angle, it's Jamie Elliott.
Especially from that pocket.
From 47 metres out, drop punt on its way, doesn't have the carry. Knocked through for a minor score. 8-4, 52 Collingwood, Brisbane 10-6, 66. Harvey Norman's scoreboard. We've got just over 5 minutes remaining. Third term for the White Glove mover.
Wilmot back into Will Ashcroft. He goes out wide to Fletcher. Fletcher now kicks it to the southern wing. It'll be McStay to fly for it. Harris Andrews there as well. It's the deck. Josh Dacos. Houston tackle. Umpire said he got rid of it. Comes to Josh Dacos, to Nick, to Quaynor. Quaynor wants to go straight ahead, and he does. He kicks up inside the 50. Membry, spilt it late. He got the handball away. Elliott picks it up. He's tackled, crunched into the ground by McCluggage. Crunching tackle, and he'll take the free kick. He came at him head on, and Hugh McCluggage with the free kick at right half back.
That's a great tackle, isn't it?
So good.
He was coming at him at a rate of knots. McCluggage to the wing. Josh Dacos went with the one hand and couldn't reel it in. Darcy Ford able to get it forward to Rayner. Rayner now kicks it up inside the 50. Charlie Dean, well placed, takes the mark for the Magpies in defence.
Tell you what, Rory, the pressure valve on this game at the moment is absolutely smoking.
Yeah, it's electric. And
neither side is given an inch. Quaynor to half-back. Dacos, handball to Pendlebury. Handball back to Nick Dacos. Kicks to centre half forward. And the mark was taken by Lipinski. Had enough of it. Claimed the mark. 55 from home. Poor kick. Inside forward 50. On the half volley though. Bobby Hill took it. Kicked it around his body. Tim Membry's at the top of the goal square. He missed as he was tackled.
This is ramped up.
Oh, she's ramped up a notch or 5. 10-6, 66 Brisbane. 8-5, 53 Collingwood. Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Fletcher back into play. It's a long kick looking for Smith. It's off hands, bouncing, bobbling to the boundary line. That's where it'll roll, and we'll have a throw in front of the MCC members. Oh, we love it. 3AW Saturday night footy. Thanks to Macca's. It's great to be here. Don't forget the big arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 juicy 100% Aussie beef patties. The 3 layers, the melty cheese, only at Macca's as the umpire throws the ball back into play. Some holding in the ruck, wasn't whistled. Picked up by Nick Dacos. Got the handball to Long. Long with the outside of the boot. Bobby Hill couldn't take the mark. Bailey hit it hard. Handball to Marshall. Handball to McCluggage. McCluggage on the left. Up the wing. Make a beeline for that. Sharon was hit, but he takes it right on the member's wing.
Has to wait for forwards to reset now. He's up there. There's no deep target down in the forward line.
Pops it over the top. McCluggage. He's been paid the mark. Houston came late. But McCluggage has been paid it. He's kicking a half out from Brisbane's goal. 3 minutes remaining in the third. McCluggage up inside the 50. Kicking to a contest. Double-fisted punch by Darcy Moore. To the boundary line, it's out. We'll have a throw in. Left forward pocket, Brisbane. 13 points in favour of the Lions. 10-6, 66. Collingwood, 8-5, 53.
Zach Bailey's had the 10 touches this quarter, playing that exact role I wanted him to. Half forward, coming up to stoppages, resetting hard.
As good as footy gets tonight here at the MCG. Just under 3 minutes remaining in the quarter. And you just feel it's going to go right to the death. Brisbane by 13 points. They've got it inside attacking 50. 4, 1 it down. Rayner took on everyone, then he bellied the footy. High up and under kick. Moore gets underneath it. And I thought Darcy Moore might have been in position 1A to mark that, but it pitched just before the boundary line, and a win for Brisbane because it'll be a boundary throw in right forward pocket. The Lions have locked it in. They're attacking half of the ground for so much of this quarter, reminiscent of the opening term. Can they keep the momentum going in the final quarter? Cameron won it down, side bottom, handball Aaron. Chance here for Levi Ashcroft, put his head over the footy, trying to attack. Scott Pendlebury trying to steal it away. McCluggage did, gave the handball. Lockie Neal kicked into the man in front of him. Oleg Markov batted down. The crumb, Quaynor immediately tackled. You cannot take 2 feet at the moment without being slammed into the turf.
Critical contest, it's finals like.
Umpire throws it up in the air. It is hot on a cold night. Hipwood, McCluggage out for Levi Ashcroft. It's across the face of goal. Logan Morris flying for it and off hands. Every throw in left forward pocket for Brisbane. Keeping it locked inside that 50 deep. 13-point lead to the Lions. 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter on the whiteclubmover.com.au clock. Umpire tosses the ball back into play. Darcy Cameron in front. Fort impacted it from behind. It's back over the boundary line again. And we'll have another throw in.
We've got about 7 minutes without a goal here. It's been a hot contest. It's been great footy. No goals, but great footy.
Umpire throws the ball back into play again. Comes to ground. Pendlebury has it. Handball gets it to Long, who's been tackled well by Rayner. Back over the boundary line it goes. Again, still 30 metres out from Brisbane's goal. They lead it by 13 points on the Harvey Norman scoreboard.
Minute 50 remaining in the quarter. Brisbane by 13 points. Margin was 1 in favour of the Lions at the half. Ball thrown back in. Fort just knocked Cameron out of the way. Ford took possession. His handball, though, went straight to Maynard of Collingwood. Wants to clear the danger zone. Hoskinelli up against Levi Ashcroft. Levi Ashcroft taken out of the contest. Doesn't matter. Fletcher able to mop up. Handball to Charlie Cameron. Low trajectory kick. Oh, Morris knocked it to Zorko. Kicks inside forward 50 on the half volley. Bailey took it. Tackled by Houston. Ball
too high.
Oh, the central umpires called that.
Dan Houston over the shoulder. Free kick on Zach Bailey, who will go back and have a set shot at goal. Dan Houston arguing his case with umpire Jacob Mollison.
Whatever you do, don't point at the screen. Don't point at the big screen.
Don't curl your lip. Don't point. Don't make a comment. Just swallow your feelings, Dan.
Who's there?
So, Duck? Zach Bailey to make it a 19-point ball game going into the final change. Yet to kick a goal tonight. Comes in. Got it. Zach Bailey slams it home. Brisbane by 19. 11-6-72. Nate Pies 8-5, 53. She's a ripping clash at the MCG. 32 gone, third quarter. 3AW Saturday night footy.
Wouldn't be surprised here if the Pies try and win this centre clearance and sneak one more goal before three-quarter time. I love how game states play a part in our game. They don't always have to be in the last term, in the final minutes. They can be played in at a time like this, where the Pies probably need one more score to be able to apply that pressure in the final term against the Lions.
Bailey Smith's move to half forward from the wing has been pivotal this quarter. He's had 11 touches, a couple of clearances, but his work up forward, his pressure and his ability just then to finish is outstanding.
It's been big. 19-point lead now to Brisbane. We enter the last minute of the third quarter. Umpire restarts things back in the middle. Fort got the better of that. Sidebottom picks it up. He's handcuffed well by Hugh McCluggage. And we'll have a ball up. He's had a bit of the footy this quarter, Hugh McCluggage. What's his numbers?
12 this quarter.
12. Thrown up again. Dunkley in amongst the thick of it. I don't think it's going to come out. The umpires could call it and ball it up again. This is a nice little buffer, Brisbane, going into the last change. Ball up. Will Ashcroft. Handball didn't hit a target. Darcy Cameron standing up with the tackle. He somehow got it to his boot. And again, numbers collapse on the share. And again, the umpire will come in and ball it up. 19-point margin. And we're still pretty much in the middle of the MCG.
30 seconds remaining in the quarter. Fort wins it down. Rayner tackled.
Are we watching the rugby in Sydney at the moment here? This is just scrum after scrum.
It feels like it. Thankfully, there's no lightning here. That game in Sydney has been delayed due to lightning strikes, but neither team able to get a run on. So Darcy Cameron just puts his boot into it, hacks it out of the air, gains about 35 metres, but Darcy Wilmot is back at left half back for the Brisbane Lions. I reckon he'd be more than happy to hold it up as he kicks very, very wide, and it's out of bounds on the full. So Jack Crisp to give them one more chance this quarter. The Pies, Houston to go up from behind, knocked it down to Neil. And that is three-quarter time on a Saturday night. And we've got a ball game. A big, big ball game. Brisbane 11-6-72. Collingwood 8-5-53. The Brisbane Lions, the reigning premiers, by 19 points at the final change. Brisbane looking to win to stay within half a game of Collingwood and Adelaide at the top of the ladder. The Magpies wanting to win to go back outright in top place. A massive final 30 minutes coming up here at the MCG. For the best coverage, with thanks to Macca's, stay with us right here on 3AW Football.
You're listening to 3AW's coverage of the 2025 AFL Premiership season. Thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate. Your home is in safe hands.
The expert hearing team at Hearing Australia gives all Australians the quality hearing care they deserve, which is why we are Reader's Digest's most trusted hearing brand for the 4th year running. To celebrate, get your free 15-minute hearing check for adults and $0 fully subsidised hearing aids for eligible pensioners. Why trust your hearing to anyone else? Book an appointment today with Australia's #1 trusted hearing brand.
Hearing Australia.
A Other services may attract fees. Conditions apply under the Australian Government Hearing Services Program.
Natural gas plays an essential role in mining and processing critical minerals needed throughout the energy transition. Help power Australia's mining industry? Challenge accepted. Woodside, Australia's leading energy company.
Go Harvey Norman. For 4 days only, hot offers on the new Samsung Galaxy Z series. Purchase the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 256 gig for $0 up front when you connect to a new Optus $69 per month SIM-only plan for 24 months. Plus, bonus Galaxy Watch 8, valued at $648. Hurry, offer ends August 4. Minimum cost over 24 months is $1,656. Not available with other offers. In-store only. Cancellation fees, terms and conditions apply. Harvey Norman, your premium Optus dealer.
They said launching a ute in Australia was an uphill battle, and the new Kia Tasman wouldn't have it any other way. With 4x4 tech built for tough terrain, it's Kia's most Australian vehicle yet, featuring low-range gearing, ground view monitors, and auto rear locking differential in select models. The Kia Tasman didn't reinvent the wheel, it just got dirty. The Kia Tasman, here now at your local Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
It's Joel Hardy from Jacaranda Financial Planning here. For years, you've trusted us for clear, expert advice on managing your super and retirement. Now's the time to book Jacaranda's free Super and Retirement Planning Seminar, 6 p.m. Thursday, August 28 at the Rialto South Tower, 525 Collins Street. Learn key tips, common traps, and how to make your super and pension work harder for you. Book now with Jacaranda Financial Planning on 1800 40 2610 or visit jacarandafp.com.au.
Hi, I'm Rex Hurst from Let's Talk Kitchens and Interiors. Believe it or not, if you want to renovate for Christmas, you need to start planning now. Delivery times have extended, so whether it's your kitchen, laundry, bathroom or wardrobes, have a chat with us today. We don't offer big discounts, the cheapest price, or a free this or that. But we do promise to renovate your home relatively painlessly and at a value for money price. With over 50 years custom designing experience, Google Let's Talk Kitchens today.
Hi, Nicholas Theodosi from Always Buying Prestige Cars. Selling your late model Prestige or European car? Discover effortless selling and immediate settlement at alwaysbuyingprestigecars.com.au. Part of the Nick Theodosi Group. LMCT 8350.
Thanks to BP, 3AW Footy Highlights.
Wilmot ducks around a couple, sends a floater inside forward 50, bounced over the head of Quaynor. Charlie Cameron, handball, Logan Morris, snaps, and the Moz has four.
Could be a free kick coming back to Morris.
Darcy Moore came across late and unfortunately took Logan Morris out.
On the angle, steps around, kicks, curls, another goal for Brisbane, 5 goals for Logan Morris.
With eyes for the Sharon was Brody Myercheck from 48 metres out. He's got one, McCluggage, he cuts it back to the hot spot and saw Cam Rayner. Fifth disposal of the night coming up here, but a big kick and a big goal. Dan Houston over the shoulder, free kick on Zach Bailey, yet to kick a goal tonight. Comes in, got it.
Three-quarter time at the mighty MCG, and Brisbane had the break. The 19-point break, they're 11-6-72. Collingwood are 8-5-53. Before we hear from Rory Sloan and Libby Birch, let's get downstairs. Julian Marcus is there. All thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate. Jules.
Yeah, it's gotten even colder now, 7.5 degrees at ground level and falling all the time. No real panic on the Magpies bench in that third quarter. They are cool and calm, but I mentioned at quarter time a few Guernsey swaps with the retro jumpers. Bobby Hill's changed his Guernsey and he's been on for about 10 minutes, so an evolving story there. Meanwhile, across the night the subs have been activated. Bobby Hill was brought on 20 minutes into the third term for Jordan De Goey. That was a tactical sub, while Ryan Lester failed a HIA assessment early in the second quarter and Bruce Revel has taken his place.
Thank you, Jules. Are they going to hit back the Magpies? What are you thinking for the final quarter, team?
Well, I think they have to. They don't want to lose 3 out of the last 4 matches, including tonight's match. Now, again, it was the contest. So the Lions, they were +8 in ground ball gets, +10 in contest possessions, and +19 in handball receive. And that handball game, Rory, it just came to fruition again in that third term.
It did, absolutely. Oh, +11 in clearances too. But the one for me is Brisbane's tackle pressure. They're up to +23 in tackles tonight, which is something Collingwood pride themselves on. But if last night was anything to go by and the start of this game game. This is a goal-scoring end. Collingwood have got to kick a few snags here, but Brisbane kicked 3 goals. I think this game's over.
What have we got installed in this final quarter? Brisbane by 19 as we start the final term in front of a packed house at the mighty MCG on a frigid Saturday night in Melbourne. Underway, Nick Dacos goes after the Sharon. He couldn't take it. In goes Neil. He can't get a clear handball out as well. Nice work. That was Levi Ashcroft. Socket it forward, but Magpies have it covered back there as Perryman gives the handball to Darcy Moore. Just a dump kick. And it went straight to Wilmot, who comes inboard to Zorko. Never wasted kick to Zorko. Taken by Will Ashcroft. Forward to the wing. Holds it up, and now he's going to blast the kick inside the 50. Dropping the mark there was Dean. It'll come to Smith. The big man was tackled well by Jack Crisp, and I think that's holding the ball. Just got tangled up there, and Crisp will take the free kick for the Magpies at half-back.
They're going to the scoring end in this final quarter, the Magpies. The punt road end, 14 goals to 5 has been the punt road end tonight. It has been the scoring end. Will it prove to be in this final quarter? Ball on the wing, taken by McCluggage. Handball to Neil, back to McCluggage. Sends it inside, forward 50. And Eric Hipwood comes sliding in to take the mark. He marks 45 metres out, so would kick virtually on 50 here, looking for his first goal of the night. He's managed just 5 goals in the last 10 games he's played, and never more than 1 in a game during that period.
Needs to kick this. This would be huge for Brisbane's start. There's no breeze though, mind you. It's like last night Adelaide Oval. No breeze again, but somehow there's a scoring end.
Biggest lead of the night so far, 21 points. Sits at 19 at the moment. Eric Hipwood from right on 50. Drop punt, sails offline. And a minus score. Brisbane 11-7-73. Collingwood 8-5-53 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
This is where the Pies have struggled, particularly when the Lions have had momentum. They've struggled to exit out of their D50 all night. So we'll look to see how they exit here.
Houston back into play. Long kick. Oh, Fletcher went for a fly. Couldn't take it. He recovered very quickly, though. Rapid fire kick to half forward. Rayner can't take the clean one. He was tackled. Got a kick away under pressure. Jack Crisp was able to win it back. Handball out. Berry first to that. They wrap him up. And umpire says that's holding the ball because he dragged it in. And free kick going to the Magpies. Little Lockie Schultz will take it left half back. 20-point lead to Brisbane. Schultz now looking down this member's side wing. He sends it high and long. Harris Andrews impacts it in the air. And then did well to slap it forward. Charlie Cameron to Duckley. To Lockie Neal. To centre half forward for Hipwood. Beautifully worked. Hipwood's got it just outside the arc. Top of the 50, going to go back and thought about giving it off short. Now we might go back and try and kick the big one.
How clean were they then?
The corridor handball chains, just as we saw in the first and the third, are absolutely dominating the Pies and just breaking it open.
Just their sharp hands tonight has been a highlight of the Brisbane Lions. Hipwood now on the runway. He arcs out to the left. Now he's going to pass it off. He'll go to the forward pocket. He was looking for Levi Ashcroft. It was a pretty low percentage kick at the end as Will Hoskin Elliott got back for the Magpies to take the mark defensively.
If you want to do the team thing, you go top of the goal square. Then your forwards predictable. Your forwards can create a contest. Your smalls get involved. That's a nothing kick, that one.
Eric Hipwood, nice mark. Takes it out in front of Tim Membry. Just forward of centre wing for the Brisbane Lions.
Keep it simple, Eric.
Shane Warne stands side of the ground, kicks into the forward pocket. Cam Rayner, right in the middle. Had the full stretch, takes the mark, and now to go back, looking to make it a game-high 26-point lead to start this final quarter as he wanders around, considering the drop punt or the around the corner, and I think it might be the latter. Cam Rayner does the around the corner and misses to the near side. One to the right, one to the left. Maybe the next one goes through the middle for the Lions. 74 plays 53, equal game high. 21-point lead in favour of Brisbane.
Dan Houston to bring it back in. Going to come back out to this member's side again. Long on the kick. Schultz, the target, got there and took the mark. Looks up the wing. Not going to move it quickly, though. He's going to kick slightly inboard. Chris will be his target. Knocked away from him. Elliott at the drop. Handball over the top. Lipinski knocked it on, but only as far as Starcevic wins it back to Neal, to McCluggage. Cool, calm and collected. Wilmot. Levi Ashcroft. Back to Wilmot. He's at left half back out on the southern side. He'll come back inside. Defensive 50 for Gardner. He kept composed there, the Lions, and then out to Harris Andrews, who's got it right half back out to the northern side of the G.
Brisbane 2 behind. Collingwood no score in this final quarter. Brisbane by 21 as Harris Andrews not too sure where to go. Just goes long down the northern side of the MCG. Going up. Tanapaya is out the back. Berry tries to knock it to his own advantage. Cam Rayner's there in support. Falling over though. Cameron got a handball to Nick Dacos. Forward to Dan Houston. Ran him to Cam Rayner. Tackled and gone.
Great couple of efforts. 2 tackles in a row. You love that from your forwards.
Cam Rayner unrelenting on the tackle. It was like being tackled by a grizzly bear. He wasn't giving up. Oh no, Cam. He put it on the outside of the right boot and it went out of bounds on the full. And the Pies will get it at left half back and still side bottom to bring it back in.
Well, it looks like the Pies are trying to move it quickly, but the Lions have set up so well down the line and throughout corridor that they're finding it very difficult to get it through the maze of Lions defenders.
Perryman has it now. Half back. Kicking to the wing on the members' side. Check was there, it's off hands. Jack Crisp tackled straight away by Dunkley. Umpire to come in and ball it up. It is a 21-point lead to the Brisbane Lions, still early in the final quarter. myclubmover.com.au clock. We've gone at nearly 7 minutes in the final term. Ball up again, comes to Berry. Handball to Fletcher, he's kicked smothered well by Long. Deflected to McCluggage, he's been swamped in the tackle, going nowhere. Umpire will have it. Check his numbers. Hugh McCluggage, what's he had?
27, 12 contested, 5 tackles, 6 clearances.
Ball centre wing, broadcast side of the MCG. Cameron could win it only as far as Neal. Handball to Will Ashcroft. Hit and hope kick and marked by Perryman. Point of the square, half back for Collingwood, yet to kick a score in this final term. The Magpies, despite going to what has been the scoring end tonight. Kick up toward half forward. Cameron's there on hands and knees, shuffled out a handball. Schultz, he gave it straight over to Jasper Fletcher. Fletcher now to Zorko with a bit of time and a bit of space. Kicks down the northern wing, underneath it. Archie couldn't hold on to it, didn't matter. McCluggage there to mop up, kicks wide, and Logan Morris marks where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary and now goes short, chips inside 50. Wanted Archie, but you can always rely on the elder statesman. And that's exactly what Scott Pendlebury is as he goes short to Braden Maynard, who got a shove after he took the mark. Got rid of it quickly, back to Pendlebury, who goes short to Josh Dacos at centre-half back.
On by hand, he goes to Houston, got some room to move Houston. He uses it well, he goes out wide for Bobby Hill, southern side. Plays on, handball to Jamie Elliott. Had to bend over, back to Bobby Hill, kept on running, puts the nets on. Lipinski, he's in the forward pocket. He'll go the centering pass. And Darcy Cameron, the juggler! No, not quite. Oh, he had a fair chunk of it, just couldn't reel it in. Free kick is going to go the way of Brisbane for high contact on Berry. After all of that, should Cameron have been paid the mark, yes or no?
He's juggling.
Didn't have control.
Didn't quite control it. Short one to Hipwood. Hipwood goes short again. Will Ashcroft has it. Half back. Margin still 21 in favour of Brisbane.
Any Collingwood fans listening, it was Rory and Libby that said it wasn't a mark, just for the records.
Will
Ashcroft!
Bobby!
He's kicked it backwards at Bobby Hill!
Oh my God!
Over the back! Welcome back, Bobby!
Will Ashcroft has completely missed that.
Here's mistimed it. And Bobby Hill over the back has taken the mark. Collingwood has not scored in this final quarter. 9.5 minutes elapsed. He hasn't played since round 17. Listen to this if he kicks it. Listen to this. 9.5 minutes. 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 9 59 Collingwood. Brisbane 11-8-74. Tyre Power scoreboard. Goal of the day simply because of the mark for star 21. What an epic turnover for someone of the ilk of Will Ashcroft.
I don't reckon that Levi...
Whose runner was that?
Well, yeah, there was a runner as well, but I don't think Ashcroft saw Bobby Hill tucked in behind Zorko there, because to me it looked like he was kicking back almost to gain a little bit momentum for his team, but Bobby Hill just popped up out of nowhere and took that mark.
I reckon Bobby Hill was hiding behind
the runner.
I just want to know if it was Collingwood's runner or Brisbane's runner. If so, very, very smart. But how about the boys get it? It's been a big couple of months for Bobby Hill. The boys certainly got around him.
There's one against the grain. We're back in the middle. After a Dunkley here, sockets it off the ground straight to Josh Dacos though. He gathers and kicks the half forward. Elliott can't take the mark. Fletcher played it well. Comes to Membry. Membry tried to centre it, didn't hit it well. And Zach Bailey was able to get back and take the mark for Brisbane. Bailey just goes short out to Wilmot. Right half back. Fans thought he played on. Magpies fans, that is. He goes short to Berry. Magpies fans thought that wasn't 15. Berry to the centre corridor dangerously. Will it come off? It will. Will Ashcroft takes it. Handball Zorko. Zorko goes long on the kick, and here's Logan Morris. He front on contact or not. It comes down to Rayner. He takes the advantage. Kicks in the pocket. It's a goal. It's a goal to Cam Rayner. It was a free kick. Advantage was taken. Cam Rayner said thank you very much. And they quickly reply, the Brisbane Lions. Rayner's got 2. And the margin's back to 21. They go to 12-8-80. Collingwood 9-5-59.
When the crowd's up like this, it takes a team, a seasoned team, to still take the game on like Brisbane did, and they were brave with their ball movement. They went back through the corridor, and the ground opened up. It was a free kick to Logan Morris, and Cam Rayner clearly didn't hear it, but he pinned on the boundary. Somehow he's made the dribble kick count, even with slippery, dewy conditions. That's incredible.
So good, and he's given the crowd a little bit too, as you would at the MCG with a hostile Pies crowd. He's pointed at them, said something, and boy oh boy, we've got a great game here.
So the margin back out to 21 points. Equal game high lead. Collingwood need to get a few together. We're almost midway through the final quarter. 12 and a half minutes elapsed for the white glove mover. Bounce back in the middle. McStay won it down. Josh Dacos tackled. Dunkley, handball, Will Ashcroft to Zach Bailey. Fires it inside forward 50. Clean bowls a couple. Maynard got back, slipped over, tackled by Rayner. Spills to Logan Morris, who was taken high. The umpire said he was indeed. Logan Morris. He's already got 5 tonight. This for a career high 6.
Dan Houston wanted to point at the screen and then thought about it halfway through and decided not to.
Did he duck?
I don't like players leading with their head. I think we want to protect the head. Umpires should just go, if you want to be silly enough to do that, it's a free kick against you, holding the ball.
Logan Morris snaps on the left. Oh yeah, he's got 6. Get around the Moz, because Logan Morris has a career high 6 for tonight, and with that a game high 27-point lead. That may just be enough. 13-8-86 Brisbane. Collingwood 9-5-59 Tyre Power scoreboard.
What do I say? If they kick 3 goals, that'll be enough. They've only kicked, what have they kicked? They kicked 2 so far this quarter. They look so threatening. They're so clean. I still can't believe how clean they are from centre bounce. Their use of hands, their midfielders are unbelievably clean. They're able to run through this Collingwood pressure, which I still think's been good. It's just maybe a step off, and these guys coming through, getting these entries, it's putting Collingwood's backs under the pump, and Brisbane are making the most of some opportunities here.
For Barra Plant Real Estate, down to you, Julian.
The crowd here tonight, 82,326. It's the highest home and away crowd the Lions have ever played in front of, and there's 6 ties ever.
Socket forward by McCluggage. Hoskin Elliott came the other way, and then Zorko dragged down. That's holding the ball. Free kick to Schultz. He looks to the centre corridor. Doesn't like there. Goes out wide instead to Perryman. Perryman from the southern wing, kicking to half forward. Here comes Membry. Came late, couldn't take the mark. At the drop, Pendlebury gives the handball to Josh Dacos. Dacos's kick is very nice into Sidebottom, who's able to take it. It was a beautiful delivery from Josh Dacos, and Sidebottom can go back and line them up from 45.
You'll see a little shift now from the Pies in that they have to score. There comes a point in the game, and now is probably the time that they have to put pedal to the metal and try and win this game, and they're the ultimate game state champions, so we'll see what they can do, but that was obvious there. They wanted to go direct inside 50.
And come corridor. Great call, Lib.
Still Sidebottom coming in from 45 metres, leans back on it and kicks the goal. Can they get something going, the Magpies? Brisbane have had the edge in this final quarter. They go to 10-5-65. Collingwood, Brisbane a 13-8-86 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Their power up sailors on now. Buy 3, get 1 free on selected Pirelli tyres.
Lib spot on. They want to come corridor. Absolutely. That is just an unbelievable tackle from Lockie Schultz. He was the one that started this whole thing. His chase down on Dane Zorko was incredible. He was rewarded the free kick. And as you said, Lib, they're going to want to come corridor and they're going to want to attack the open side. Brisbane must be brave still. They must continue with their pressure. They've got to be brave with their ball movement because there's still 8.5 minutes left.
Tyre Power scoreboard. Brisbane's lead back to 21. Still plenty of time. 82,326. They're all still here. Ball bounced back in the middle. Cameron wins the tap. They're coming up with it, McCluggage. Handball to Lockie Neal. Handball to Levi Ashcroft. Takes on Nick Dacos. Got around him. Sends it forward down the southern wing. Zach Bailey underneath it. Not able to mark. Knocked away from him by Perryman. But then Bailey able to run onto it. Went a little bit of a check side kick. Turned over though. Picked up by Perryman. Handball to Josh Dacos on centre wing. Corralled by Marshall. Dacos got the kick away to right half forward. Jamie Elliott dropped what he probably should have taken. Ned Long grabs it. He's immediately tackled. We'll see a ball up. Right half forward for Collingwood. They can't get involved in a shootout here, the Magpies. They need a few in quick succession. Ball thrown up. Cameron down to Long. Lost it. Neal. Handball to Levi Ashcroft. Kicks down the southern wing. Houston came up with it. Just steadies. Kicks laterally and still Sidebottom takes the mark just forward of centre wing, but he's almost the most offensive player on the ground.
They're in no rush. They won't panic. They'll build the ball up and still come corridor.
Sidebottom inside the 50, and there's Wilmot with an intercept mark at halfback. Tyre Power scoreboard, 21-point lead. Gets on with business out to Revel. Takes the mark, Bruce Revel at right halfback out to this members side of the G. He goes short to Will Ashcroft. Inside with the kick to Lockie Neal. This is a nice build-up. McCluggage. Berry goes long on the kick. Logan Morris has got a hot hand, but Darcy Moore was able to get a fist to it and kill it to the boundary line. We're going to have a throw-in. Tyre Power scoreboard. Brisbane 13-8-86. Collingwood 10-5-65. A throw-in right forward pocket. Brisbane.
Simple equation for Collingwood's defenders. They cannot concede. Margin 21. Clock starting to count down. Time starting to become an issue. Will Ashcroft couldn't quite get boot to ball. Pendlebury, handball out wide. Josh Dacos to Ned Long. Kept it inside the field of play. Smart. Scooped up by Quaynor. Kicks on the outside of the right boot. Up towards centre wing. Meyer checks there, but Wilmot batted it away. A bit of pressure came from Schultz on Wilmot. Wilmot got the handball out. Opportunity for Berry. Berry to Revel. Handball to Will Ashcroft. Off a step. Kicks to full forward. Back fly to the ball. Nice mark. Darcy Cameron near enough full back.
Big Ruckman climbs to his feet and then goes short to Josh Dacos. Down to 6 minutes left. Time becoming an issue for the Magpies on the whiteglovemover.com.au clock. Dacos. He wants to go back to his defensive goal square. Quaynor has it now. He goes short. Perryman had to wait for it on the bounce. Gives to Markov. Takes a bounce, runs down the southern wing. Elliott launches himself onto Starcevic and takes a terrific mark. Jamie Elliott now kicks it inside. Bobby Hill went early before acceptance as the umpire will pay a free against him for an unrealistic attempt. But what about the mark from Jamie Elliott? Just a nice little rider.
He knows how to protect the ball drop, doesn't he?
Dane Sorko with the free kick here for the Lions at left half back. Umpire says you've used your time up, Dane. So he kicks it down the line on the southern side. Hipwood couldn't take it with a second bite. Comes to Dean, comes to Dacos. Josh by hand. He turns and kicks to Jamie Elliott. 70 out. Handball to side bottom. Side bottom. Centering kick. Up goes Myercheck. No mark. Bruce Revel. He just throws it onto the boot. And it works out because Charlie Cameron takes the mark. He spirals at the half forward. Zach Bailey spills it. He regathers though. His handball. Logan Morris hacked it forward. It's inside the 50. It's all Pies. Back there just to clean it up. Comes out to Houston. He has it half back.
Under 5 to go. Houston handball gave the hospital handball off to Lipinski. Crunched in a tackle by Cam Rayner. And with 4:40 on the clock, you just get the feeling now time may have gotten the better of this Magpie side. Gardner down to Will Ashcroft, to Berry, to McCluggage, underneath it Fletcher, arch the back, low trajectory kick inside forward 50, batted away by Charlie Dean and out of bounds. Collingwood only once this year has lost by more than 10 points. That was back in round 1 against the Giants by 52. Their other losses by 3, 6 and 1.
Look for this to come corridor. They're going to flick it over the back and try and cut through the corridor.
Ball thrown in. Markov immediately tackled. The pressure of Brisbane just too great. They are not giving Collingwood an inch at the moment. They know how big the 4 points are tonight. 25 metres out from goal for the Lions. Markov handballs into space. Schultz beats Orko to it. Knocked it to Crisp. Looks to clear defensive 50. Myercheck can't get the pick up. McCluggage puts his head over the footy. Might have dragged it in. Umpire toss it up, but every stoppage only helping Brisbane more.
21-point lead. It's been a terrific performance by the Brisbane Lions. Thrown up. Darcy Cameron. Now, Pendlebury didn't have the footy. The umpire didn't call it. And it'll be a free, it won't be a free kick, it'll be a ball up.
Smart by the Lions here, chewed up another 30 seconds.
70 out from Brisbane's goal. Fort wins it down. Lipinski, tackled by McCluggage. Fletcher flicks it. Oh, nice work. Lockie Neal, look away handball. Will Ashcroft. He's got it now. He's got some great speed. Handball over the top to Morris, to Zach Bailey, and Bailey runs in and kicks a goal. What a great team goal, Brisbane Lions. They have been the better team all night. And he's kicked 2. And the Lions are on their way to a big win here at the MCG against the Magpies. They go to 14-8-92, Collingwood 10-5-65, just too good.
What's impressed me so much about the Lions is they've been so disciplined and organised across the ground, not only on offensive types of plays, but mostly on defence. We know the Pies can score heavily and score quickly, and they've been able to stop that at all costs tonight. As we see the Pies fans starting to leave the stadium.
Ground ball gets, contested possessions. Lockie Neal's so strong. I think their midfield groups just stood up tonight in slippery, dewy conditions. They've been so strong, and their hands, we've spoken about it all night. Their hands have been so sharp, so clean, and they've been able to run through Collingwood's pressure.
It's not just going to be a big win for Brisbane, it's going to be a big win for the Adelaide Crows, because tonight they are going to be at the top of the AFL ladder, Rory. We'll talk about that
Will
before
they stay
11
there?
o'clock. Here's Pendlebury out of the middle, clears it up toward left half forward. Schultz, beaten to the footy by Jasper Fletcher. Stutters for a moment, does Fletcher. Kicks back toward the wing. Lockie Neal underneath it. Has a bit of support by Levi Ashcroft. Beat Lipinski to the footy. Turned over though, Maynard. Handball to Moore. Sends it forward. And getting out in front. It's a nice mark. Jasper Fletcher, one of those players that goes under the radar, but ever so serviceable. And in turn, short to Josh Dunkley. 92 plays 65 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. There's now McCluggage, and they're more than happy to take some time off the clock. The Brisbane Lions, that will be within half a game of Collingwood and Adelaide as the fight, I should say, for top 2 ramps up with 3 rounds to come. The fight for a top 2 spot is on in earnest as Isaac Quaynor taken out of bounds and a boundary throw-in at right half forward for Brisbane.
We're down to 2.5 minutes left on the clock. The Lions have the 4 points safely in their keeping as the umpire throws the ball back into play. Cameron wins it down and then Schultz knocks it forward for the Pies. Dunkley flicked it out to Nick Dacos, who coughed it up to Neal, to Berry, sells the dummy to Zorko, over the top McCluggage, little fumble. Here he goes in to try and win it again. It'll be Nick Dacos to give to Markov. Handball to Jack Crisp, to Josh Dacos running off half-back. That's a beautiful kick out for Bobby Hill, but Wilmot got there and got a critical hand in. They want the boundary line here as Elliott was hustling him, heads to the boundary, and it's going to be thrown in.
Wilmot's had a great game tonight. 19 disposals, 4 marks, but he's had a goal as well, but it's been his intercepting ability off that half-back chain that's really helped.
Might be in your votes, Rory.
Maybe. There's a few others that might creep ahead of him.
For our grunt player of the night, plenty of Brisbane Lions will have their hand up. Dunkley down the southern wing. Moore able to beat Henry Smith to it. What a night for that young man too. Henry Smith, just his 5th game of AFL footy this evening. His first game for the year. Hadn't kicked a goal at AFL level and he's going to come away with 3. Logan Morris, a career high 6. And this loss tonight for Collingwood, they'll have lost 3 of their past 4.
I've got a big question. Have they peaked too early?
We'll save that one for after the game. Like a big question, Lib. And it's one that many a Collingwood supporter may just start to ponder.
Or are they priming themselves for finals?
It's now Rayner.
Or are they flirting with form?
Kicks the left half forward. Smith. And now Marshall. Runs into the forward pocket. Marshall for a goal. Misses everything. Probably within his rights to have a shot, Matty. Nothing to lose from here. 92 plays 65. Tyre Power score.
Soren time is not too far away. Long kick from full-back to the wing. Harris Andrews able to bring it to ground. So reliable. Handball to Rayner. Handball off to Zorko. Inside the 50. Logan Morris. What a game this young man has had.
Couldn't kick 7, could you? Against one of the best sides at the MCG and one of the biggest games of the year.
He's been kicking them from everywhere tonight, Logan Morris.
Surely 7 gets you the 5.
Wow, he may
may already have it.
He may already have it. I think the 6 got him there.
So we're watching Logan Morris here, hard up against the boundary line. Take his full 30. Coming in with a conventional drop punt. The way he has been kicking tonight, get back him. Moves in Logan Morris, and the umpire running dramatically to his right. That's out of bounds on the full. He's missed a lot.
You put the Moz on Moz.
But 6, that's a pretty good night, a very good night.
He's probably within his rights. Clock kicks down. Brisbane to win their 14th game of the season as it's wrapped up. Siren about to go. And the Brisbane Lions will be 3rd on the ladder. 2 points behind both Collingwood and Adelaide. And once again, the Brisbane Lions come to the fore, and for the first time in 8 years, they roar against Collingwood at the G.
Brisbane, tell me where to roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like the Troy and Bears of old. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
And let it ever change the Brisbane Lions by 20 at quarter time, by 1 at the half, by 19 at three-quarter time. They finish 27-point winners.
Brisbane, tell me where to roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like the Troy and Bears of old.
Lions 14-8-92. Collingwood 10-5-65. The Lions now within half a game of Collingwood and Adelaide at the top of the ladder. Adelaide will be top of the table at the end of the round. Collingwood is second, and the race for the top two on in earnest with 3 rounds remaining for the season. We have 50 minutes to break it all down. We're going to do so on the other side of the break. You can come and join us too. 133693. The complete wrap of what we've seen here tonight. Footy at its absolute best. The Lions prevailing by 27 points. And with thanks to Maccas, this is 3AW Football.
3AW Football, thanks to Solar Heart. Get $750 off when you buy an eligible Solar Heart solar power system and home battery for a limited time only. Visit Solar Heart today.
He-Man's Midlife Formula uses ingredients traditionally used in Chinese medicine to help boost energy levels, support healthy sexual function, promote healthy libido, and maintain prostate health. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Go Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Deals of the week in store now. Big brand dryers from under $550. LG king-size washers starting from under $1,000. Hisense French door fridges from just $1,494. Built-in ovens starting from under $500. Plus get peace of mind with a 5-year warranty on selected Whirlpool appliances. Be quick, limited time. In store now. Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Best brands, best range. Best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
Retirement living? Balmoral Village takes it to the next level. Enjoy beautifully refurbished villas and apartments, lush gardens and first-class facilities. Stay social with over 30 activity groups or unwind with friends. It's your time to live a little or a lot. Balmoral Village in Wantirna South is where community and comfort comes standard. Call 9800 1333 or visit balmoralvillage.com.au. Balmoral, for a life without compromise.
Heidelberg's oldest friend has a new heartbeat. Step inside the beautifully reimagined Old England Hotel, where Heidelberg's history meets contemporary hospitality. Now with a fresh new look, inviting spaces, and a menu that celebrates tradition while embracing the new. If you've shared a meal, a moment, or a memory here before, come back and experience it all again. From relaxed lunches and family gatherings to nights out with friends, you'll find something for everyone. Discover what's new at oldenglandhotel.com.au.
Retirement is your time to do the things you've always dreamed of. A Challenger lifetime annuity gives you guaranteed regular income for life, so you can focus on the things that make you happy, whether that's travelling to new places, learning a new skill, or whatever's on your bucket list. Visit challenger.com.au or call us today on 13 35 66.
Issued by Challenger Life Company Limited. This is general advice only and doesn't account for your personal financial situation or needs. Before purchasing, consider whether a Challenger lifetime annuity is appropriate for you and read the PDS and TMD on our website.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus, no fuss.
The earlier cancer is found, the better our chances of treating it. A new lung cancer screening program is now available for people aged 50 to 70 who smoke or have quit in the last 10 years. It can detect lung cancer in the early stages before there are even symptoms. To find out if you're eligible for a free scan, even if you do feel well, talk to a doctor or health professional. It could save your life. To find out more, search Lung Cancer Screening Saves Lives.
On 3AW, you're talking football. Dial 133 693 to take part in the conversation.
Welcome back to the MCG, where, look, the scoreline probably doesn't represent how good the game actually was. Brisbane by 27 points, 14-8-92, Collingwood 10-5-65. But the manner in which the game was played, the pressure, the skills, the goals, the marks, it was a bloody enjoyable night of the footy.
Awesome night of the footy. And you take for granted, I think, how good this stadium is. I mean, I've loved Adelaide Oval for years, right? But I feel privileged this year to be able to sit in a couple of games here and see 82,000 people come to watch two unbelievable sides go toe-to-toe. And Brisbane just too good in the end, Liv.
Oh, so good. I loved the way they played tonight. They were bold and brave, particularly when they got challenged in that second term. They didn't shy away from that. They went back to what they were doing so well at the contest and at the coalface, really. And Rory, you've got some stats with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they were just cleaner. I think Brisbane's midfield group rolled their sleeves up. They were tougher. They contested possession. I'll read some out for you. Neil had 20 of them. 20's a huge number. Dunkley had 13. McCluggage had 14. The highest contested possession winner for Collingwood was Pendlebury, who had 10. And everyone else had about 6 or 8, which is not good enough. And I think that's probably where the game was really just won in the end. They were much harder around the contest, and it was those ground ball gets, their ability to then spread from there and use their hands, which we spoke about all night. They were so clean. They handled these conditions perfectly.
I also thought the Lions just won more critical contests, particularly forward of centre. They had some great contests. Obviously, Logan Morris was terrific tonight, but down back, Wilmot was fantastic as well. Took some good marks and intercepts that were really important, but then their ability to chain corridor and get speed off that, I just thought blew the Pies away.
Absolutely. And for them to just hold so strong, and you mentioned them being brave, after the Bobby Hill goal, the crowd was going nuts. They were within about 14 points, I think. For them just to still stay brave, I reckon the next passage they used, they went through the corridor. It was a risky kick. They had numbers there. They got over the back to, I think, Logan Morris, and then Cam Rayner kicks that one from the boundary. It's so brave, but that's what quality teams do.
Now, all the Lions players have made their way into the race, but Logan Morris saw all of his mates and said, we've got to get a selfie together, and got them together, and now he's sprinting down the race. Julian Marcus, you are down in the rooms. I can guarantee you one thing, Logan Morris will be the last one to come in, but what a win tonight for the Brisbane Lions. Winners by 27 points over Collingwood, their first win over the Pies here at the MCG, Jules, since 2017. Down to you, mate.
Yeah, very happy Brisbane rooms, as you can imagine. No selfie sticks that I can see as yet, but they may come out as September rolls closer. 3 of 3 this year at the MCG for them, and to win in front of their biggest ever home and away crowd, 82,000. And it throws this season into a complete state of flux. How big is Hawthorn and Collingwood next week now? How big is Adelaide and Collingwood in a fortnight's time? But first, let's get the song here with a very, very happy Brisbane Lions outfit. Just waiting for the last couple of stragglers. Here we go. They're going to belt this out with some gusto. Chat with Josh Dunkley in just a few minutes' time down here in the Brizzy rooms.
All right, Jules, nicely done. We will come back to you in just a matter of moments. Feel free to come and join us on the Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars Open Line. 133 693. Paul and Simon, we are going to get to you in just a moment. We'll take this interview and then come to your calls. 133 693. Would love to hear from Collingwood supporters leaving Yarra Park as we speak. The Magpies have now lost 3 of their past 4. As Julian just mentioned, Hawthorn next week here at the MCG, Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, and then Melbourne to finish off. The next 2 weeks are massive for the Magpies. Don't worry about top spot. It's all about finishing top 2. And you look at the way this ladder and this top 8 looks. There might just be one more spot up for grabs in the top 4. We know that 8th spot is still up for grabs, but there is a real concertina effect at the moment. And the fact Adelaide and Collingwood even on 60 points at the top of the ladder, Brisbane a further 2 points back. You would expect Geelong to win tomorrow. They will be a further 2 points back in 4th, but it is really getting close, and you can't take anything for granted at the moment, Rory.
No, you can't, and that's what makes this season so good for so many other reasons. but it's so tight, and we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know who's going to finish out of the 8 still. We don't know who's going to finish top 4. We've got a fair idea, but it's going to be a very exciting finish to this season.
Absolutely. 133 693 if you want to come and join us. Leave just a couple of the standout numbers tonight if you can, because Josh Dunkley's going to join us in just a moment. In fact, he's going to join us now, so I'll let you think about those numbers, because he's just put the headset on and he's standing alongside Julian Marcus. Back to you, Jules.
I hate to cut you off, Leb, but we've got a very happy Josh Dunkley down here in the Brisbane rooms. Josh, to win at the MCG special, to win in front of the biggest home and away crowd that the Lions have ever played in front of would be extra. Then you're adding your beaten Collingwood as well. How big of a moment is this in your season?
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, disappointing last week, and I said pre-game to a few of an interview that I did that we wanted to redeem ourselves pretty quickly and get back out there the next day if we could. So it was disappointing, but it was awesome for us to bounce back tonight, as you said, in front of a big packed house, and against the Pies, who have had the wood over us the last 4 times, I think it is. So nice to get one back on them.
Collingwood in fourth quarters, it's no secret, they were magicians in it, but you were able to keep them in the box tonight. Where do you think you went right in that department?
A bit of revision, bit of learnings from the last few times that we played them, the way they've played this year. And we just went to work, and a few little tricks that I probably won't say in the media because I don't want to get in trouble, but
it's just between friends.
Yeah, a few things that we went to work on, and obviously worked for us in the last quarter and throughout the game as well.
Josh, Rory Sloan here, mate. The midfield group probably got their colours lowered a little bit last week by the Gold Coast Suns, but you boys went to work and rolled the sleeves up tonight against Collingwood.
Yeah, it was important for us to do that, Sloaney. I think after last week being so disappointing, we wanted to get in there to the club on Monday and just watch the vision and face it front on, because it just wasn't acceptable, and we knew that as a group. So to bounce back tonight's really nice, but we've got next week now that we've got to worry about, and we've got to get back on the horse and go again.
Your contested work was outstanding, but you spoke about the last quarter and a few tricks. One of them was being incredibly brave. I reckon Bobby Hill kicked that goal, the crowd was up, you guys still decided to take the game on with about 9 minutes left.
Yeah, that's you hit the nail on the head there, mate. It's one of the things that we've talked about. They really like to get you in that chaos type game, but we sort of managed to not sort of go too slow and take the game on, as you mentioned. So I feel like if you fight fire with fire, then it sort of works out in the end for us, and it did tonight.
Josh Libb here, terrific win. Tell us about Logan Morris and Henry Smith, just absolutely nailing their shots at goal tonight, but just such a presence in that forward 50.
Yeah, Big Hayes coming in and playing the role that he did tonight was so important for us. We know that he's been there for quite some time. He's had an injury interrupted year so far, so he probably would have been in earlier in the year if he wasn't injured. So to have him here tonight and play the way that he did is so important for us. And Big Logs, I don't want to talk too much about him because you get a big head, but he's a good man, Logs. He goes to work behind the scenes and does all the little things that not many people see. And for a young kid at that age to be doing what he's doing, especially on a night like tonight, is massive.
Josh, you talk about him, don't want him to get a big head, and I know there's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek there, but the role that he has been able to take up forward, obviously you lose Joe Danaher after last year's grand final, and the way that he has slotted into that forward line and almost become the key forward in the last few weeks at just 20 years of age, that almost talks of his maturity as well.
Yeah, well, when he first walked into the footy club, we knew that we had something. I reckon the first pre-season, the work that he was doing down forward, I think he kicked 5 or so on Chief, which he wouldn't like to hear, but he's just a great kid. You get kids coming through the draft these days and they've still got plenty to learn. I feel like Logs was one of those, but he's just fitted in so nicely, and now that he knows what it takes to obviously play in big games like tonight, I think he's just going to continue to get better and better.
Speaking of roles, mate, you have some of the toughest roles week in, week out in the competition, playing on some of the best midfielders. You're the most balanced mid in the comp, mate. You must love having those challenges throughout the year.
Yeah, I love it, mate. To play against the best week in, week out is something that I thrive on. I love challenging myself, and it's something I've done my whole career. So to be able to play roles and play on the best is absolute honour. I love playing AFL football and love doing it for the team. And if I can contribute a little bit to a win like tonight, then I'm happy with that.
Wins like this can be season defining. Josh, good luck for the rest of the season, and thanks for your time on 3AW Footy.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Josh Dunkley, one of the absolute stars of this Brisbane team, as they go on to record their 14th win of the year, 14-8-92, defeating Collingwood 10-5-65. Brisbane tonight sit third on the ladder, 2 points behind Collingwood. Adelaide at the top through percentage.
Just the Logan Morris thing, I don't think we can underestimate just 20 years old, and to come out on this stage, and he looks like he wants it too, like some, and you don't blame young kids coming into the game, and, they're a little bit tentative, but it looks like he wants the moment as well, Rory, doesn't he?
Absolutely, he does. I think that comes off having really good leaders around you, and I think that's what he's got. Obviously, Charlie Cameron's played a lot of footy, Cam Rayner's up forward, Zach Bailey. These guys have played a lot of footy, and they certainly help him probably have that level of composure that's well beyond his years.
Let's get to a few of your calls on the Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars Open Line, 133 693. Collingwood fans, if you're jumping on the train or leaving Yarra Park, keen to hear from you because the Magpies, and you don't want to put it too harshly because we know what a great team this is, but they have now lost 3 of their past 4. Collingwood by 6 points, Fremantle by a point. Of course, they beat Richmond last week and then go down to Brisbane tonight. So the top 8 teams that they've played in the last 4 weeks, they've all lost to, and they've got Hawthorn, Adelaide and Melbourne to come in the next 3 weeks. You definitely wouldn't want to be losing to Hawthorn and Adelaide in the next 2 weeks, because that would certainly see top 2 out of the fray. And given how close this season is, you could also be a little bit in danger of top 4.
I think they'll still make top 4. They'll bounce back. All good sides do. And we saw Brisbane lower their colours last week. They certainly bounced back in a massive way. They'd have to go in at the moment as premiership favourites after that win. That was outstanding. To perform, come down here, perform on the road against the best side, arguably the best side in the competition, and do that to them. It was incredible.
Nothing's certain. Collingwood on 60 premiership points, and then you have the host of teams on 52. Again, if they're to lose the next 2 weeks against Hawthorn and Adelaide, I think it really does become shaky for them, especially with Geelong, the way they're playing, the run home that the Cats have at the moment. Again, you take nothing for granted. Wins are the only guarantee.
Absolutely it is.
I think it's shaky not only because you lose maybe potential ladder position, but you lose confidence in your system heading in towards finals. And that we know that the Pies are always a team that plays with great confidence. So if you lose that ability, lose a little bit of form out of your plays, you're not looking too great heading into finals.
133 693. G'day, Paul.
Yeah, g'day, team. Look, a bit disappointed. I'm a Collingwood supporter coming from the ground, but there's 3 points I'd like to make. First one is, no Howe. Logan Morris would not have kicked 6 goals if Howe was there. That guy Dean that was playing there, he's just fairly new. He's not a premiership player. He hasn't had many games with the senior side, so I think that's the difference in the defence. Mason Cox. I think McRae Fly needs to really have a look at as much as Cameron's a good ruckman, he got killed in the first quarter, and you have to look at Mason to come back in. And let's be realistic, the Goey hasn't played for a while, right number of rounds, and even Hill, he's going through a bit at the moment. So you've got to sort of throw those things into the mix as well, I think, and I think we'll get them next time. But Howe was the biggest difference in the back line.
You're spot on with Howe, mate. Howe's so pivotal for your guys' defence and the way they structure up. His ability to come off and assist in the air, it allows everyone else like Darcy Moore to play other roles too. But he's pivotal to Collingwood and their success, and they're going to want him back pretty quickly.
Were you surprised they subbed out Jordan De Goey?
No, I think that would have been a plan going in, and Collingwood are massive at sticking to plans. So first game back, give him just over a half footy. I think I saw enough from Jordan to say, yep, he's moving well. He looks strong. He's spreading hard. He'll get a full game next week.
I don't know if Mason Cox comes back in. I don't see that likely at all at the moment. He seems out of favour, which is unfortunate for him, and I think Darcy Cameron's probably doing enough.
I agree.
Yep. 133 693 to come and join us on the Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars Open Line. G'day, Simon.
G'day, guys. Great call again tonight, and congratulations to the Lions. They were too good. And Hugh McCluggage, gee, how good's he going? But just on Geordie De Goey, boys, played 47% of the game. Why not do that with twos? You drop Tommy Mitchell, who last week had 30 touches at 86% efficiency. Keep him in the seniors, and Geordie have another run around with twos, just to get a few more miles in the week.
Yeah, I think they've got I'm just only
They're
assuming,
different
right?
players, though, aren't they?
Yeah, very different players. Jordan De Goey is more explosive. He's going to play a bit more forward, and I think they're going to want him for finals too. So it's probably about prepping him for finals and making sure he's fit, ready, and healthy for then.
I was surprised they dropped Tom Mitchell, given the performance he had last week against the Giants.
He had a big game, and I mean, we said before the game, it's either Long or him. I think that's the Ned Long.
And
or
who
him.
would you play? So I think Long's deserved the crack for the performance he's had across the whole season.
He had a quiet night tonight, Long. I think he had 9. I think tonight 9 touches. He had a 20-odd last week. He wanted to keep performing because I reckon Mitchell's breathing down his neck. I mean, that was a good performance last week. So big decisions to make there with Craig McRae.
Absolutely. We will get to Jerry. Welcome to you.
Hi, how you going?
Yeah, good, Jerry.
I'm in WA, but I'm a Collingwood supporter.
Jerry, my apologies. I'm just going to put you on hold just for a moment because we do have to get down to the Collingwood rooms. We certainly want to hear from you. So, Jerry, if you can hold the line with other callers, 133 693. We're going to come back to you, but let's get down to Julian Marcus. He's standing alongside Brodie Myercheck.
Brodie, thanks for joining us. The obvious question, what went wrong tonight?
A lot of the contests. We just couldn't win out of the midfield. Felt like they wanted it more at a few, on most occasions, but just didn't have flow from the back half at all. It was a pretty frustrating day for our forwards. I don't know, try and keep it positive. We'll learn from it, and we only got a 5-day break, so we need to get back in and fix a few things.
On the positive side, testing yourself against the Premiers, what was it that you liked from your performance tonight?
Our second quarter was really good. That was a plus, and we were predictable to each other. Energy was high, but then after half time we just lost it. But if anything, golf, we'll look at that second quarter and see what we did right. What we talked that Brisbane would do during the week, they did, and we just didn't stop it. But a few positives out of a harsh game.
Tim, Lib here. Was there any point in the game that you did try and make any changes, particularly the Lions' ability to chain out a contest really, really damaged you when they were moving forward?
We tried to cover the corridor. I felt like we were retreating too much, and they were piercing those kicks. So, we just weren't on all night. We tried to change a few things, but we just weren't connected as a whole team, and it showed. So, we know when we get that up and helping others out rather than going inward and just thinking about yourself, we normally go pretty well. So there's a few boys that probably did that, and at times I felt I did that, it was just we weren't all on the same page for the whole night.
Brodie, it's Loney here, mate. I think you hit nail on the head before. Brisbane wanted it a bit more. Their contest work was outstanding. With the 5-day break, can you still go to work and make sure you get a little lick and a little contest hit during this week?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance to. We'll have a couple of days off and do our own recovery Monday, but I know after losses like that, we are the best at getting back at training, and even on a short break, we'll train just as hard as a 7, 8, 9 day break. So we're confident we'll hit the track hard Tuesday, and then it's going to be an exciting game Thursday. We know what Hawks will bring, and if we bring our best, it will be a good contest.
And good to have Jordan De Goey back.
Yeah, it was. He was on minimal game time. He spent a bit forward, but it was good. He got a goal and everyone got around him, so we showed that at half time and everyone was pretty up and about. So good that him and Bobby got on the score sheet, and we celebrated accordingly.
Brodie, appreciate your time this evening. Look forward to next Thursday night against the Hawks.
All right, thank you.
Brodie Myercheck joining us on 3AW Football. 133 693, the number on the Nick Theodosi Prestige Cars open line. Jerry, I do apologise for cutting you off before, but the floor is yours.
That's all right, mate. No worries at all. Look, I love Craig McRae and how well he's done at Collingwood and how wonderful it is and the type of game we're playing and everything. But I'd be more concerned about the present rather than worrying about the future. And the reason why I'm saying that, De Goey brought Collingwood back into the game tonight in that second quarter, and he takes him off. They reckon on less playing, less time on the ground, etc., coming back from injury. But the thing is, he was the big difference, and I suppose that's why I'm not earning the big bucks. But I'm sitting in the lounge room. But can you also tell me an update on Howe and McCreary? Do anybody know how long they're going to be away?
Dan, don't be ashamed being a couch expert, Jerry. We're all very good at doing that, and we appreciate your call on 3RW40. I don't mind, just as we get up those injuries, I don't mind the argument that Jerry makes about the way in which Jordan De Goey was kind of leading by example, trying to push this group forward, and then you take that energy out of the game. And I get what you were saying before, that Collingwood's got a plan, and we've got to go by the plan, and this is what the sports side says. And
I'm the same. We don't have to. The plan's good.
And this is what the fitness director says, and we've got to do this. But by the same token, you got to play the games that's unfolding on the day.
Yeah. I tend to agree, and maybe you just play him fully in the VFL and give him a real good hit out for a couple of more weeks. When he's ready, I reckon he's ready and he plays the whole game. But, I mean, you're the expert, Lib. You work in this space. Managed minutes, you don't see that much, though, at this end of the season, do you, when there's big games up for grabs?
No, you don't, but I suppose with a player like De Goey, who only probably needs a small amount of minutes to have huge impact, I suppose you can take that chance if you're Craig McRae. And the same with Bobby Hill, swapping them. You're going to have two impact players. Now, that caller just mentioned Howe and McCreary. Howe's obviously got an adductor strain, so a groin strain, and he's had that a couple of times throughout his career. He's been out for the last couple of weeks. I think this is his third week out. And I think it's touch and go for the next couple of weeks. He could be right going into next week, but hopefully for the Pies, that's true. There's only 5 days though between now and next week. And then McCreary, he had a hamstring setback, so he had a hamstring strain a few weeks ago and then re-strained that hamstring. So he's probably about 2 to 3 weeks away.
Be cautious with this one.
Very cautious.
Can I just put it to you two, experts? Next week, Hawthorn here at the MCG Thursday night. Who are you tipping?
Collingwood. I think they'll bounce.
Collingwood.
There's an elongated pause there.
Yeah, there was, because I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith in the Pies.
Okay.
Just with
Then the following week against Adelaide, if you were to do the tip
I think the Crows.
You're just saying that because you're being
Well, I have to.
There's peer
the
pressure
Crows,
from
the
Rory.
Crows. Definitely.
Crows at home.
We are going to take a break. Take off the jumper. It's not we anymore, remember, it's them. We are going to take a break. Other side of it, we'll get our Star 21 goal of the day. We'll get Rory's votes for our Grunt Player of the Year as well. And still time for you to come and join us. 133-693. Collingwood fans, are you at all concerned ahead of matches against Hawthorn and Adelaide, or this is just all part of it? We're good. Everything's fine. 133-693. Keen to hear from you, Brisbane fans alike, because this was a massive win in the context of your season, and top two still very much in the frame. Tonight, the Lions by 27 over Collingwood. As for Maccas, this is 3AW Football.
Got rust? Rust can weaken metal, degrade structures, and lead to poor appearance on metal surfaces. CRC Rust Converter is an easy-to-use, fast-drying application that neutralises rust instantly into a usable, ready-to-prime and paint surface. CRC Rust Converter is ideal for vehicles, machinery, home or workshop repairs, ready to use and neutralise that rust. Try CRC Rust Converter. Available from leading hardware, auto and industrial stores. CRC. Together, we get it done.
Now at Domain. No deposit, 60 months interest free on a Latitude Go MasterCard and participating Latitude credit cards from Latitude Financial Services. Available on eligible purchases using an equal monthly payment plan. Monthly credit card fee currently $10.95 applies. Plus receive a bonus Domain gift card when you spend $1,000 or more on interest-free purchases when you shop for lounges, dining, outdoor furniture, mattresses and bedroom furniture. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. T's and C's, credit card fees, charges and exclusions apply. Now at Domain.
Struggling with stamina, strength or focus? Power up with He Testo Plus formula with scientifically researched Testo Surge to support testosterone plus Tribulus to promote healthy libido. Available at Chemist Warehouse and pharmacies nationwide. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Wilmot ducks around a couple, sends a floater inside forward 50, bounced over the head of Quaynor, Charlie Cameron, handball, Logan Morris, snapped, and the Moz has 4.
Star 21, we keep you connected.
Our Star 21 goal of the day, one of 6 goals tonight for Logan Morris. And again, you look at him, game number 38 tonight, made his debut last year, won the premiership, was the youngest and least experienced in that premiership team this season. Twice he's kicked 5 goals. Tonight he kicked 6, takes him to 40 for the year, and he's their leading goal kicker. That is quite an impressive resume, not even 2 years into your career.
It's an incredible resume. And what a player he's going to be for him in finals. We're all looking for who's going to stand up as Brisbane's next tall, and he has taken the reins.
Before we get to your votes, and Sam and others, we're going to get to you in just a sec, 133 693. Let's get our injury report, all with thanks to Deep Heat, of course, for fast targeted pain relief from an iconic brand you know and trust. Deep Heat, you will always feel at work. He was on debut as boundary rider for 3RW footy. Tonight, I reckon we'll have him back. Did a fantastic job tonight. Jules, welcome to the team, and great work. What is on the injury front?
Well, thank you, Shane. Thank you for that. On the injury front for Brisbane, obviously the big one, Ryan Leston subbed out of the game in the second quarter with concussion, so he'll now enter the protocols at a pretty costly time in the season. Clean bill of health across the Collingwood camp. However, I did see a couple of hobbles as Dan Houston was walking past me. Plus, Jack Crisp had a big ice pack on his left shoulder, so a couple of things to keep an eye on. Some bumps and bruises, but the short turnaround ahead of what's going to be a blockbuster here on Thursday against the Hawks.
Nothing the Deep Heat can't fix. Jules, great work tonight, and appreciate it. We will hear you during the week.
Thank you very much.
Julian Marcus with the Deep Heat injury report. Before we get to the votes, I'll let Rory just have a couple more minutes, just in case he needs to shuffle. Nope. No harm in shuffling, Rory. G'day, Sam.
Yeah, good evening. I think it was Dennis Pagan who once said you just can't walk into a shop and buy form when you need it. And, the Pies have lost a bit of form, and when you flirt with it, that's what happens. They've lost form and they've lost focus.
Sam, thank you. Short and concise. Have they lost form? I don't think they've lost focus.
Well, they've lost form.
They've lost form.
Through their last
They've lost form.
Have they lost form?
They've lost form, and I think Craig McRae has rested a few players over probably the past month. And when you do that, you risk losing a little bit of form or continuity within the team, and that's potentially what's happened.
They've been making a lot of changes too, Rory.
Yeah.
Like players coming in and out. Obviously, they're testing. They've got a deep list, so they're experimenting with a few things. Could that be a danger?
Yeah, it can be part of it. And the signs are that there's periods in games where they're getting scored heavily against without scoring back themselves. That's just never happened really for them. So they're having to fight back a lot and having to pull back leads from 3, 4, 5 goals down. And you can see against really quality opposition in Brisbane, they just don't give you an inch and don't give you a chance. You can maybe kick a couple, but really good sides like that, as you heard from Josh Dunkley before too, like they're going to be brave still and take the game on when challenged, even more so. They've had that learning, so it's a great one from Brisbane.
We often talk about that pre-finals bye that, as supporters, I think most of us don't like. Could they be a team to really benefit from that pre-finals by Collingwood?
No, I think they would want to play as much footy as possible and find that form and make sure they're winning some games coming into finals, more so than have a rest.
I did like that Dennis Paganism as well. It was confidence down a shop in Puckle Street, and form. I think you can't buy form either in Puckle Street.
Right down Puckle Street. Very good evening to all those in Moonee Ponds with us on 3RW Footy. G'day, Darren.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I'd just like to know how the Brownlow medalists went out there tonight and who had the bigger influences on the game for both sides.
So you're talking about the Lachie Neale, obviously the dual Brownlow medalist, and Nick Dacos, the favourite for this year?
I would say absolutely Lachie Neale. He had the 20 contested possessions. He was enormous. 12 clearances is unbelievable. Unbelievable effort, and that's where we spoke about the game was won. Hugh McCluggage as well will also get votes tonight, as well as you think Logan Morris kicking 6, so Nick will not poll tonight.
Let's see if Nick polled. Well, he won't poll in the Brownlow 3. Will he poll in the Grunt 3RW Player of the Game 5 votes? Let's find out. Of course, with thanks to Grunt. No matter what you do it with Grunt. There is nothing tougher. And the great thing it is available exclusively at Bunnings. Rory Sloan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Darcy Wilmot gets my one. I thought he was outstanding. We spoke about him off the half-back line. Even snagged a goal early, which was an absolute ripper. Look, it's tough to split these two, but Josh Dunkley gets my 2 and Hugh McCluggage gets 3. They were both outstanding. And as we spoke about, the midfield group just torched Collingwood's tonight, I thought. Now, 4 and 5 get tricky because it's a chicken or the egg. And I think I'm going to give the 4 to Lachie Neale. Very stiff, Lachie Neale, because his game was enormous. He's the one that instigated the contested game. The clearance work, which they were up plus 14 in, was enormous. But Logan Morris kicking 6 against the Pies on their home deck in front of that crowd was just clutch. He's a weapon. He's a superstar of the competition. Is going to be for a long time, so he gets the 5.
You contemplated not giving the Moz the 5.
No, how do you think he gets there?
Well, no, it's a very fair point.
Spoken from a midfielder. Sorry.
Well done, Liv. Well done. He needed that clip.
No,
our player of the day, with thanks to Grunt. No matter what you do it with Grunt. There is nothing tougher. It is available exclusively at Bunnings. We'll wrap up for our Saturday Night Footy right after this.
3AW Football, thanks to Harvey Norman. Need a new washing machine or dryer? Go Harvey Norman for hot deals on a huge range. Plus, bonus local delivery. Hurry, offer ends Monday.
For the best roof in town, Harley & Sons won't let you down. For the best roof in town, Harley & Sons are the tradies you can trust. Leaking chimneys or skylights, visible water damage inside, or just an old roof that has issues, we can help. When Harley Sons turn up all muscles and smiles, you know your roof is in safe hands. Call and get a quote today. Search for Harley Roofing or visit harleyroofing.com.au. For the best roof in town, Harley & Sons won't let you down. We won't let you down.
This is Ben Reid. Avoid costly mistakes when selling your home. Download our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed, at ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Go on, ring us.
The Gippsland Caravan and Outdoor Leisure Roadshow.
More than just a caravan show, it's your once-a-year chance to see all the big brands in the one spot.
Look, compare, touch and buy at special show-only discounted prices.
Caravans, motorhomes, camper trailers, hybrids, camper vans, 4x4 and caravan accessories and gadgets.
Plus, plenty of free entertainment, demonstrations, food stalls and much more.
Don't miss this. 3 days only. The Gippsland Caravan and Outdoor Leisure Roadshow.
Friday to Sunday, August 29 to 31. Lardner Park, near Warragul.
Are you over 60 and struggling with rising living costs or paying off debt? Thanks to HomeSafe Wealth Release, thousands of homeowners are using the equity in their home to fund their retirement, debt-free. For over 20 years, HomeSafe has assisted homeowners just like you to find financial peace of mind and truly live their retirement. Call HomeSafe today on 1300 307 059 to see if they can help you. Available in most postcodes in Melbourne. Terms and conditions apply.
Spin to win at Harvey Norman. Enter now. hn.com.au/spin to win. With a total prize pool valued at over $45,000. Spin to win prizes daily. Plus, make any purchase at Harvey Norman and go in the draw to win the ultimate 2025 Toyota AFL Grand Final or NRL Telstra Premiership Grand Final experience. hn.com.au/spin to win. At Harvey Norman now. Terms, conditions apply. AFL authorised GF promotion GFAFL 25/18.
Got a gurgle? Call the Drain Man. Got a stinky? Call the Drain Man. Been plunging for hours? Call the Drain Man. Nobody clears blocked toilets, showers, sinks and drains better or faster than the Drain Man. Call or search the Drain Man.
Did you know that respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is not just a childhood illness? Adults can catch it too throughout their lives. Similar to other respiratory infections, a cough or sneeze can easily spread RSV. Though often mild, RSV infection can be serious. Older adults may experience severe complications compared with younger adults. For more information about RSV, talk to your healthcare professional. Sponsored by GlaxoSmithKline Australia Proprietary Limited, Melbourne.
On 3AW, you're talking football. Dial 133 693 to take part in the conversation.
We are just about there on this Saturday night. Sunday footy tomorrow. Our match for broadcast. Geelong are taking on Port Adelaide. Anyone give Port Adelaide a shot at all?
Nope.
Says the former Adelaide Crow with conviction. St Kilda and North Melbourne is a fascinating game after what we saw from the Saints last week. 101-point drubbing North Melbourne. They got to show something to the Kangaroos.
They do. They definitely
Anyone
do.
tipping them?
Oh, I have to.
Geez, that's confident. And then Fremantle taking on Carlton. Again, the Fremantle Dockers still well within playing for a spot in the top four, which is quite remarkable. They're arguably the form team of the competition at the moment, Freo.
Well, they are. What have they won? 9 or 10 of the last 12, which it's so strange because I reckon about 3 weeks ago people were questioning whether Longmuir was the man for the job, which I found astonishing. So they're still a young side and still pretty inexperienced, and they're playing ripping footy. They're going to be strong for a while.
I reckon there's still a few permutations inside that top 9 still to come. Rory, great work tonight. We'll see you on the footy show tomorrow morning. Lib, we'll hear you during the week. Maddie, I'll catch up with you tomorrow afternoon down at Geelong. Our match for broadcast, Geelong taking on Port Adelaide. But coming up after 11, it is Footy Nightline. Any footy topic you like, 133 693. Tonight, though, here at the MCG, it was the Lions by 27 over the Pies. Here's how we saw it on 3AW Footy. Takes the mark on his chest, 55 metres out, should have no issue, it does.
Morris! Oh, what a mark! 35 metres out, directly in front, and Morris sends it home. Out to the path of Wilmot, who might go for goal here from 48. It's a great finish.
The mark is taken by Henry Smith once more for his third goal of the night. Big kick, starts offline, sails back. Great kick.
De Goey takes the mark. He's a fair way out, though. He takes it 49 metres out. And it is going through.
Wilmot ducks around a couple, sends a floater inside forward 50, bounced over the head of Quaynor. Charlie Cameron, handball, Logan Morris snaps, and the Moz has forward luggage. He cuts it back to the hot spot and saw Cam Rayner. Fifth disposal of the night coming up here, but a big kick and a big goal.
Oh, Bobby!
He's kicked it backwards and Bobby Hill.
Oh my God!
Over the back. Listen to this.
Logan Morris. He, front on contact or not, it comes down to Rayner. He takes the advantage, kicks in the pocket to goal. Lockie Neal, look away handball, Will Ashcroft. He's got it now, he's got some great speed. Handball over the top to Morris, to Zach Bailey, and Bailey runs in and kicks a goal. What a great team goal, Brisbane Lions.
The Brisbane Lions come to the fore, and for the first time in 8 years, they roar against Collingwood at the G.
Listen, watch, and have your say at 3aw.com.au. Melbourne's 3AW 693.
Good evening, I'm Gal Watson. Various parts of the nation are dealing with weather extremes. In Perth, there's been flash flooding in some areas today. More from Nine's Rachel Clifford.
Stranded in floodwaters and going nowhere. This was Claremont this morning. Cars swallowed after torrential rain poured down, 23 millimetres in just half an hour. Emergency crews had to rescue 2 people. In Mandurah, several homes flooded.
It's coming up through the wall.
Ovals turning to swamps, many clubs cancelling Saturday sport.
And a severe weather warning is in place for Perth, the South Coast and Central West Wheatbelt for Sunday. Meanwhile, snow has been falling in parts of northern New South Wales for most of the day, including Armidale and Guyra. Around 200 vehicles were stranded. Employer groups say they were blindsided by today's announcement about making work from home a right in Victoria. The Victorian Labor government will move to enshrine the right to work from home into law. It means workers who can reasonably do so will be able to work from home at least 2 days a week in both the public and private sectors. Tim Piper from the Australian Industry Group isn't impressed.
It's an overstep by the government, it's an overreach. It just shows a complete disregard for the
role that business people have in their own business.
Melbourne community sporting groups are angry over new plans to lock them out of Albert Park for even longer during the Formula One Grand Prix, and they rallied today to voice their concerns. The Victorian government is considering extending the lockout period for the major sporting event from 1 week to 3. The proposed changes are currently open for public feedback, but locals question how genuine the public consultation will be.
You've only got about 8 days to put in a submission to say this doesn't work. Basically, we want a park to function as a park, so stop encroaching on it. You know, it's just not on. This city has expanded. It's doubled its population since the Grand Prix arrived.
An 81-year-old Victorian man will face court on Monday charged with murder. Police were called to a home in Coleraine, northwest of Hamilton, just after 1 this morning, amid reports a woman had been stabbed. The 81-year-old woman could not be saved. An 81-year-old man was arrested at the scene and has now been charged with murder. He's due to face court on Monday. And checking finance, $1 Australian dollar trading at 64.7 US cents.
Eddie Maguire and Jimmy Bartell now have 3 episodes a week of the most insightful AFL podcast around. Eddie and Jimmy, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Brisbane has beaten Collingwood by 27 points at the MCG. The Lions winning 14-8-92 to 10-5-65. Here's the Lions' Josh Dunkley.
It's awesome for us to bounce back tonight, as you said, in front of a big packed house and against the Pies, who have had the wood over us the last 4 times, I think it is. So nice to get one back on them.
Earlier, the Suns beat Richmond by 84 points. At the SCG, the Swans defeated Essendon by 14 and Melbourne 83-point winners over West Coast. 1 point was all that decided the outcome of the Super Netball final in Melbourne tonight. The Melbourne Vixens beating West Coast Fever 59-58. The Fever's Jess Antis telling Fox Sports she's totally devastated.
I just don't think we brought our A game today, and Vixens did, and we got so close at the end there and had those opportunities, but just wasn't our day today.
And in the rugby union, the Wallabies have beaten the British Irish Lions 22-12 in the final test. That's the latest news and sport.
Get moving with Arrow.
In import or export, time is money. At Arrow Transport, we can save you both.
Get moving with Arrow.
We're trucking and tracking over 150,000 containers a year to and from all major Australian ports for any business across all industry sectors. Whatever you move.
Get moving with Arrow.
From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution.
Get moving with Arrow.
arrowtransport.com.au.
Blockbuster Sunday footies on 9Jam.
It's the hottest ticket in town.
The Sharks take on the Cowboys. Sunday 3:30 on your home of free footy. 9Jam and 9Now.
Sunday footy on 9. It's so exciting.
No matter what you do it with grunt. Now, on a working crew, what do you do when you're tying down a load?
I use grunt.
What do you buy when there's a rope you gotta tie?
I buy grunt.
When you're cleaning up a building site, what bags do you use for the mess?
Grunt, mate.
Yeah, well, you've got to use the best. So head to Bunnings Warehouse, mate. You'll get the job done. Grunt is great. No matter what you do it with Grunt. There's nothing tougher.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
Go solar with Solar Heart and take charge of your energy future. For a limited time, when you purchase an eligible Solar Heart solar power system and home battery, we'll give you $750 off. That's right, save $750 and use today's sun to run tonight's appliances. And with federal government incentives for batteries now available, you could save even more. Ask us how. If you're ready for a brighter energy future, get smart. Get Solar Heart. T's and C's apply. Go to solarheart.com.au.
Enable notifications in the 3AW app and get alerts on the biggest stories as they break. Click on your profile in the app and select notifications.
Mostly sunny day tomorrow, top of 18, an overnight low 3. Areas of frost in the morning, mainly about the nearby hills. For Monday, should be mostly sunny, 17. Tuesday, shower or two, 17. Wednesday, a shower or two, 14. Thursday, cloudy, 14. Friday, partly cloudy, again 14 degrees. Then Saturday, partly cloudy, 15. On the bays, variable winds, about 10 knots, and waves below half a metre. At Laverton, 5. Coldstream already 1. And in the city, 7 degrees. Gal Watson, Melbourne's own 3AW.
Through 6PR in Perth, 5AA in Adelaide, and nationwide
via the 3AW app.
Welcome to Footy Nightline.
For Tobin Brothers celebrating lives.
Here's your host, Shane McKinnon.
Well, what a night it's been here at the MCG. The Brisbane Lions, the reigning premiers, defeating Collingwood 14-8-92. The Magpies 10-5-65. It's the first time Brisbane has beaten Collingwood here at the MCG since 2017. Ends a 4-game winning streak by the Pies against Brisbane. And all of a sudden, the Lions are just half a game behind Collingwood, who are second, and the Adelaide Crows, who are top of the ladder. Adelaide on top with 15 wins, a percentage of 144, back to Collingwood, half a game back to the Brisbane Lions. And then you have a host of teams, 5 to be exact, on 13 wins and 6 losses. What's interesting, of course, is that the Gold Coast Suns have a game in hand. They will have to play Essendon in what will be the final home and away match of the year. But it is making for an exciting finish. And yes, there are 9 teams out of it, but there are certainly 9 teams well and truly in it. And the permutations of that top 8 are not locked away. And I would argue that the top 2 is not locked away, the top 3 is not locked away, and positions 4 through 8 will all change as to what they look like tonight compared to at the end of round 24. Invite you to come and join me on Footy Nightline. Any footy issue you want to discuss, it's a Saturday night. Put the feet up, have a chat. 133 693, 133 693. Anything you want to talk about this evening on Footy Nightline. Would love to hear from Collingwood and Brisbane fans alike. If you're making the drive home from the MCG, Collingwood fans, what do you take out of tonight? Are there a few concerns ahead of blockbuster games against Hawthorn and Adelaide in the next 2 weeks? Because all of a sudden, if the Magpies are to drop the game to Hawthorn and drop the game against Adelaide, top 4 isn't guaranteed. This is from a side that has been top of the ladder for the majority of the year. But if they lose to Hawthorn and Adelaide, remembering that in the last 3 weeks they've lost to Brisbane, they've lost to Fremantle, and they've lost to the Gold Coast, nothing's a given this season. 133 693. Conversely, Brisbane fans, is the belief starting to come back after last week's hurdle? I've heard Lee Matthews more than once say this season that when it comes to the best in the competition, Brisbane's best is still the best. We certainly saw part of that tonight. You'd expect Lee to be right. Brisbane's best, the best, puts them in the box seat to go back-to-back in season 2025. The other games today, well, a few one-sided affairs. The Gold Coast Suns over Richmond by 84 points. Talk about another team making its run toward the top 4. An 84-point win over Richmond. That was the Tigers' worst performance, not only of the season, but under coach Adam Uze. We will hear from both Damien Hardwick and Adam Uze during Footy Nightline. And then earlier today, Melbourne by 83 points over the West Coast Eagles. This is a West Coast Eagles team that wants some draft concessions. They want some help. Well, I think today's a perfect example of why they might get it. 83 points going down to Melbourne. We will hear a little bit later from Jack Viney, who today broke his father's games record at the Melbourne Footy Club. 133 693 is the number. Of course, the other game today, Sydney over Essendon by 14 points at the SCG, 9-14-68 to Essendon 7-12-54. Just get the feeling Sydney's not done with this season yet. They won't play finals, but I think they will play a role in shaping the finals. They play Brisbane next Saturday afternoon at the SCG. They still have Geelong to come at the SCG as well. If they're able to knock one of those over, again, that has significant ramifications for the top 8 this year. 133 693 is the number on this Saturday night. Any footy item that has come to you, let us know. 133 693. Dung, good evening.
Good evening, guys. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
I'm very upset tonight. I've been upset for the last couple of hours because I thought that Collingwood would smash Brisbane Lions due to the fact that we had Bedoya back at our side, my favourite player, and Brisbane Lions had a lot of players out, but I just can't believe after 18 years, they're just at the MC tonight. I'm just devastated.
Disappointed tonight, Dung. I mean, look, the Brisbane Lions were fantastic, and Collingwood got on top for a quarter. That was in the second term, and you never write off a good side, and that's why we thought going into that final quarter, Collingwood might be able to find a way back into it. But Brisbane just simply had all the answers, and where they excelled tonight, Brisbane, was just shutting the ball down in their attacking half of the ground or inside forward 50, and quite simply, there were too many times where Collingwood couldn't get it past centre field. It was remarkable just how in control of this game Brisbane was for so much of it. Jordan De Goey, great inclusion. I must admit, I'm still surprised they took him off as the sub, Dung, because as both Rory and Libby said on our broadcast, he's an ignition starter, Jordan De Goey. He's an excitement machine. So even if you have the plan, you know what, we'll play Jordan De Goey for half a game, then we'll sub him out and let him rest and bring Bobby Hill on. Surely if he's having an impact on the game and you go, you know what, it's one of those nights where we need a bit of excitement. We need an ignition starter. We're going to keep Geordie out there. I thought they may have made that call, but he makes a difference, doesn't he, Dung?
I think the guy's a champion footballer. I've known him for a long time. Back in I used to do Kung Fu back in the day in karate school, and he used to train with me back in the day in karate. And I think his karate skills could have come onto the stage with his football skills, you know. And I think he's going to keep doing that and bring his Kung Fu aggression to the football field a bit more, and he'll be a next level Brownlow medalist champion.
Look, he is a champion. There's no doubt about that. Dare I say a little bit of Kung Fu fighting from Jordan De Goey. Dung, appreciate the call and appreciate you calling into Footy Nightline. 133 693 is the number. He is a champion player. There's no doubt about that. And what he brings. And I think that was the surprise from what we've gotten from Collingwood supporters tonight, that he was taken off in that third quarter for Bobby Hill. Again, you bring Bobby Hill into the game, that is going to give you something explosive as well. But yeah, I must admit, I was fairly surprised when they took Jordan De Goey out of it. 133 693 the number, all with thanks to Nick Theodosi. Prestige Cars. Everyone should own a Prestige car at least once in a lifetime. As I said earlier, this afternoon at the SCG, Sydney defeating Essendon. It wasn't an awful performance for the Bombers, going down to Sydney by 14 points. Far more competitive, the Bombers today, than they have been in recent weeks. Let's take a little listen to what Brad Scott, Essendon coach, had to say after their 14-point loss to Sydney this afternoon.
The result hasn't gone your way today. Does that feel like a game where you're able to take more positives?
Yeah, I think we're searching for the positives in every situation we're in. But we're really clear. No excuses. We came here to with a plan to execute, to try and get the job done, and we fell just short of that. I thought our fight and effort was fantastic throughout the game, but we were clearly outclassed early. Even though we were able to sort of stay in touch in terms of the staying close enough to make a run at it at late. But I thought we got a really good lesson in work rate in the first half. I thought Sydney outworked us to the contest, and we fought hard, but there's just a lot of things that we've got to improve on. And we obviously understand that a lot of our players are early in their careers, but this is an accelerated learning curve that we're after. So, young Jaden Ewan, you come in and play on Tom Papley, it's a baptism of fire, but we're really looking to try and accelerate the development of players like Jaden. So we played all 4 of our mid-season draft picks in a Category B rookie today. So that's always going to be a challenge in terms of cohesion of the team, but it's not an excuse. So we've got to try and it's a huge coaching challenge. In a way, it's one of the hardest coaching challenges there is, because you're not reinforcing learned behaviours. You're trying to coach on the run a little bit. So our game is based around effort, and what our supporters want to see is glimpses of the future, but also absolute effort and intent every single week. And I think if our supporters watching that, they wouldn't have thought the conditions were incredibly difficult, obviously, but I don't think our supporters would have watched that and thought there was a lack of effort from our players. Just maybe a lack of class and experience, but we'll keep working on that.
Did you set up the game, or at least your game style, in a way that allowed you to sort of, limit the Swans' run and also to play to the conditions and the team that you're able to put out there? Because I think they had 273 uncontested possessions on a pretty wet and windy day. It doesn't seem to make much sense, but you were obviously comfortable with them playing in that way. I wouldn't say comfortable, but they're very. If you let Heaney, Warner, Goulden, etc. get forward of the contest and break out into space, Sydney are a very hard team to stop at the best of times, let alone coming through the corridor at the SCG. Sorry. So, that it was a little bit due to the conditions, a little bit due to the opposition. But I certainly didn't want to concede. I thought the Swans, again, they outworked us, and so they outnumbered us at the ball, and then they controlled the ball after that. So we would have liked to match them at the contest and been close enough to take away that uncontested game from them better than we did. But again, we'll get better at that and learn some difficult lessons and frustrating lessons, but lessons nonetheless.
Well, let's be brutally honest. It's been a frustrating season for any Essendon fan. But I think what Brad Scott said there tonight is right. There was effort and intent, and I think that effort and intent has lacked at times this year. And I talk about last week going down by 93 points to the Western Bulldogs. A few weeks before that, 95 points to Geelong. I think next week can be a massive learning curve for Essendon. They go down Friday night. They take on the Cats. Now, Essendon cannot lose to Geelong by 95 points like they did back in round 14. If there is to be effort and intent, and Brad Scott thinks that they're showing effort and intent, and fair enough, they did today, they need to show that against Geelong. No one thinks they're going to beat the Cats. No Essendon supporter thinks they're going to beat the Cats. They're not within their rights to defeat the Cats, given the lack of class, lack of polish, lack of experience. But what there does have to be is effort and intent. So if we can see that next week against Geelong, which for a number of years now, Geelong has had the rub of the green over Essendon, I think that is a real testing paddock for the Bombers next week. If you're going to give effort tonight against Sydney, which they did, great, tick. You've got to do it again next week against Geelong. It is a non-negotiable. But it has been a tough year for Essendon fans. And I mean, look, it's quite incredible that Essendon were even within 14 points of the Swans today. They had more than 100 fewer disposals than the Swans, 415 to 302. Inside 50, 61 to 46. So, I mean, there's a fair differential there. Brodie Grundy arguably had the most disposals ever by a ruckman, 39 touches this afternoon. Errol Goulden was at his best. In fact, 9 of the top 10 disposal winners on the ground were from Sydney. Andy McGrath was the only one to break the barrier. He had 26. But 9 of the top 10 disposal winners today were from the Sydney Swans. For the Swans, well, we know that finals are out the window, but they never give up the ghost. They've got a few players back. Of course, Errol Goulden as well. Here's a bit of what Dean Cox had to say after the game.
Dean, obviously good to get the win, but what do you make of that on a pretty tough day for footy?
Real tough day for footy. I thought the first tale of two halves. First half we were pretty dominant. I thought to be able to get the ascendancy in the front half, 13 marks inside 50, and then from there to kick 6 goals, 9. And then the second half, Tesson's credit, played some really good footy, and we went away from what we did in the first half.
Was there any sort of shift in play? Because throughout the game it seemed like you were able to control the ball, but just, I guess, the penetration and pace on the ball slowed down a bit.
Yeah, that wasn't the way we wanted to play either. You know, I think at times we really challenged. We took 70-something uncontested marks in the first half. That wasn't even a KPI going into the game either. So, you know, at times we just want our team to play what the opposition give us, make sure that we do that. But, you know, we also want to make sure that we can put them under pressure as deep as we possibly can inside 50 as well.
I know Errol kind of said in his presser yesterday that the start of the week was a bit tough after the Giants game. Was it hard to motivate the guys this week, or did you find that they were still up for it and looking to attack these last 4 weeks?
I didn't find it tough to get motivated. It's probably a question you ask for the players. I think as a footy club we have to finish the year off as well as we possibly can. And that was the message from the start of the week, to make sure that we leave no stone unturned to finish off as well as we can. It was tough to handle the start of the week when probably we weren't mathematically possible to make it. But, yeah, it was my job to try and turn their attention pretty quickly to something that we can try and chase.
It felt like a clear sort of standout of today's game again with Brodie. I mean, I feel like we say this every week, he's had a sensational 2-3 months now. But just in terms of his ability to not only have a really strong performance, but I think it was 16 in that last quarter alone that he was running out the game. He was flanking Errol, looking for handballs essentially on the wing. I mean, what is it about his game that he continues to try and find more levels and finding ways to help his team win?
Yeah, I think now he put in a really good pre-season and a block to work on his endurance and not only with his ability to cover the ground, but his intensity around the ball has been probably a big highlight for a long period of time, certainly this year anyway. And he's got back to that. He's fully confident in his ability. He got hit at TU training on Thursday and sort of was a bit ginger, but to butter up and did what he did tonight. He's had a very, very impressive season and continues to play his role extremely well for this footy team.
Dean Cox speaking after Sydney's win over the Bombers this afternoon. They travel to the Gabba next week to take on the Brisbane Lions. Now, there is a test for the Swans. Coming up on the other side of the break, we'll wrap up the game between Gold Coast and Richmond from earlier today. With thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives, this is Footy Nightline.
From midday tomorrow, join Shane McInnes, Laura Spurway, Matthew Richardson and Tony Shaw for some footy and fun. Thanks to BP and Macca's, 3AW is football.
Get moving with Arrow.
In import or export, time is money. At Arrow Transport, we can save you both.
Get moving with Arrow.
We're trucking and tracking over 150,000 containers a year to and from all major Australian ports for any business across all industry sectors. Whatever you move.
Get moving with Arrow.
From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution.
Get moving with Arrow.
arrowtransport.com.au.
At Officeworks, get the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and redeem a $150 Officeworks gift card. Plus, collect 20 times Flybuys points when you shop in-store or online and scan your Flybuys or enter member number. T's and C's apply. Limited time.
Back in the day, you were unstoppable. After a long day in the office, you'd still go out for a hit of tennis. And if you had pain, you could trust Deep Heat Patches to work. These days, whether it's tennis or picking up the kids from school, Deep Heat Patches still have your back. For odourless, fast-acting, long-lasting pain relief, trust Deep Heat Patches. Activates from 60 seconds, lasts up to 12 hours.
Deep Heat.
Feel it work. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save is on now. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Or spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or $1,000 and will only charge you $750. Don't miss the National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save on now. So rush into a National Tiles store near you or go online at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Shot, Georgie.
Stay on him, Ashy.
Well done, Georgie.
Come on, Ashy.
Get him,
Go,
Georgie.
Ashy.
Go
Go,
now.
Ashy.
Now
Ashy,
You know what's more competitive than those two? Hyundai's offers. Across a wide range of new and demonstrator models like the remarkable i30 sedan. From $30,990 drive away, it's game on at your participating Hyundai dealer today. T's and C's and exclusions at hyundai.com.au.
I got one! It's a big one!
Go, yes!
Happy birthday to... It's okay, you've got this.
All right, I've got a joke for you all.
Life is full of precious gifts. Now yours can be one too. Give every child the chance at a bright future by leaving a gift in your will to UNICEF Australia. Make your life a gift. Give back today at unicef.org.au/wills.
Tune into Healthy Living Sunday evening or download the latest episodes on your favourite podcast platform. Healthy Living, thanks to Caruso's Natural Health. As Frank says,
if you make time for good health, you'll always have enough good health for a good time.
On 3AW, you're talking football. Dial 133 693 to take part in the conversation.
Good to have your company this Saturday night footy nightline, all with thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. Well, earlier today in one of the two twilight matches this afternoon, the Gold Coast Suns, massive 84-point winners over Richmond up on the Gold Coast, 107-23, 16-11, 107 to 2-11-23. For the Gold Coast Suns, it all of a sudden puts top four back on the radar. Here's their coach, Damien Hardwick, speaking after the match.
Yeah, it's one of those games. Look, if you had said to me at the start of the day we win by 80 points, you'd be absolutely pumped. But I think sometimes the challenge of winning games that you should win and taking care of business sometimes can be challenging. There were periods of our game that were really strong, and then there was others where we got challenged. I thought, once again, you've got some work cut out for us in a couple of areas. But look, overall, once again, the 80% was pretty solid. I thought we exerted some influence and some dominance on the game in certain periods and scored heavily. And, credit where credit's due. They didn't throw in the towel. They kept coming. The Tigers, they're on a journey, obviously, and I've been there before, and I know what that is like at various stages. And, they're a club that will continue to improve.
What was sort of the biggest difference you found from the first half compared to the second half? So that first half, it looked like you weren't sort of making most of your opportunities, but then that second half...
Yeah, look, I think the thing is we just... We had some good looks across the arc, but we're probably too quick to move the ball in. You know what they're very good at, and they've got one of the best in the competition, the All-Australian, or who should be an All-Australian, is Nick Loston, sort of thing that is very, very smart and understanding how to read that ball. But we probably went a little bit too quick at various stages and moved the ball through him. He's a wonderful player, and we sort of spoke about it during the week, but sometimes in the cut and thrust of play, you can move the ball a little bit too quickly, and they're very good. It's sort of the Melbourne style of getting, the first guys back to the contest, and we just got outnumbered there early. But I thought the first quarter were okay. Second quarter were disappointing. Third and fourth, we got our game together, which was a positive.
Second week now, we've seen the mix up forward with Jai Farah.
Yeah.
No Jed Walter, but Ethan Reid, and it seems it's a different look, but Jai's impact again today as well as last week.
Yeah, it's been incredible. And look, people will look at the scoreboards, but we look at the bone-crunching tackles that he laid. That was really evident today, and his pressure points were through the roof, and he's got speed and capable of, winning the ball both in air and ground. And look, it's something we wanted to have a look at, and we're really pleased with how it's worked out thus far. Jeb was pretty good in the VFL, as was Caleb Lewis at VFL level today. So those blokes certainly won't be forgotten. We've just got to figure out what the best mix is going forward, and that could change week to week. But I was pleased with I thought Kingy's game was outstanding. Finally got some scoreboard reward. His combativeness in the air was great, and Ethan I thought took another massive step forward today. We've invested in these young blokes, and they're going to be really, really good players, but it was great to see him take a step forward again today.
So the Gold Coast Suns to venture to Melbourne next week to take on Carlton. Game still to come against the Giants, Port Adelaide, and of course a final game against Essendon. The Gold Coast Suns really still in the box seat to finish not only in finals for the first time, but with a double chance. For Richmond, it was a disappointing afternoon, their lowest score ever under coach Adam Uze. Here's what he had to say after the game.
Part of it was just it wasn't up to AFL standard, and it's not good enough, and we understand we're up against a really strong team that's obviously striving for something a bit different this year than what we are. So there's that element to it. But on the flip side, we got some exposure to some of our younger boys in different positions. We gave some exposure to a few of our smaller forwards through the midfield. So understanding going into the game that there was a risk with that, but at the same time, some exposure against a quality midfield like that for Tash Houghton to play some midfield minutes, for Morris Rioli Jr. to get in there and Seth Campbell. That outweighed the risk. So we looked to the future a little bit and gave him that exposure. But as I said, when you're looking at the numbers, it's just, the weighted numbers just going to be too hard. They smashed us in all phases. They're a very good team. Like I said, a bit of a mixed message.
You hear coaches, even like in top 4 and top 8 teams, will say that after a few weeks of being up, you probably almost due a down one. Did it feel like that a bit out there watching them tonight?
It was. I think going into the game, I didn't feel that. But it's amazing what an injury at the start of the game can do. I was so excited to see Jonty and Harry Armstrong and Simsy and Taj to play in the same forward line together, and not only that, to see Noah Bolter and Ben Miller and for Youngie to play a bit smaller to cover for Brody. So both ends of the ground was really excited to see how that synergy was going to work. And I thought that the start of the game, Noah's first few contests on King, he did an amazing job the first time we played him this year. So it looked like it was like we were in a good spot. Then unfortunately when Jonty went down, there's obviously a couple of different decisions on who we could send down there to help. And obviously Noah's done that the last few weeks, so we moved him forward. So like I said, didn't feel like it was us just being flat or a game that, as you said, was coming. I think just the unfortunate injury of Jonty just threw us out of whack. Tough one.
Do you have any clarity on the significance of his injury?
Yeah, it looks like he's tweaked his medial, so that's obviously going to end his season. We think it's not too sinister, but I think he's escaped an ACL and things like that. So, he was in good form, Jonty, and it would have been nice for him to finish off the season. And like I said, they've played 5 minutes together, Harry and Jonty, and we can see those two being pillars of our footy club for a long time. And I think like I said, they're not going to be able to do that until next year now. So unfortunate for us, but I can see that the silver lining is when they do play a lot of footy together, they're going to form a great combination for us. So, so just the media right now.
You'd have to say all up for Richmond this year. There have been plenty of positives, but this afternoon, certainly not one of them. We'll have more Footy Nightline right after this, with thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
3AW football, thanks to Arrow Transport. From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution. Whatever you need to move, get moving with Arrow. Visit arrowtransport.com.au. Sunday afternoon football on 3AW.
Sorry, you penned a rat.
I'm embarrassed for you before you've started.
With Laura Spurway, Shane McInnes, Matthew Richardson and Tony Shaw.
Do you really want the Swoop to play all the way from the USA? What about our Aussie own and any best homegrown? Don't be a fool, get daddy cool.
Thanks to Combank and Macca's, 3AW is football.
They call me Morning Fresh, I clean up greasy mess. The only one to trust to get through all this stuff. They call me Morning Fresh, I clean up greasy mess.
Power through mess with Morning Fresh. At Coles, you can save with great half-price specials on Aussie favourites. Like Arnott's Tim Tam biscuits, 165 to 200 grams, now just $3. Shop in-store or online at Coles. Offer ends Tuesday.
How's a juicy little $50 cashback sound?
Ooh.
What about access to Westpac Rewards, the home of dazzling discounts and deals? Open a Westpac Choice transaction account, spend $50 using your mobile wallet within 15 days, and the cashback, discounts and deals are all yours. Search Westpac Choice for an account that's simply bursting with the good stuff. T's and C's, eligibility Eligibility and fees apply. No transaction account in the last 2 years. Just make in-person contactless mobile payments totaling $50 to get that sweet, sweet cashback.
I had a gurgle in my sink, so I called a plumber to find out what was going on. Next thing I knew, he was digging up my whole backyard. Said the drains were collapsed and needed replacing. Cost me a fortune. And I had to put my whole garden back together. Boy, do I wish I'd have called the drain man.
You don't need to dig up blocked or damaged drains. The Drain Man can reline them. No dig, no damage, no danger. Got a gurgle? Call 1-800-843-372. You won't regret calling
The Drain Man. Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save is on now. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Or spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or $1,000 and will only charge you $750. Don't miss the National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save on now. So rush into a National Tiles store near you or go online at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Get moving with Arrow. In import or export, time is money, and Arrow Transport can save you both. Get moving with Arrow. We truck and track over 150,000 containers a year through every major port in Australia. Being privately owned lets us move with speed, clarity and care. Get moving with Arrow. From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution. Get moving with Arrow. Arrowtransport.com.au.
On 3AW, you're talking football. Dial 133 693 to take part in the conversation.
Great to have your company on this Saturday night. It is Footy Nightline, all with thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Our match earlier today, Melbourne up against the West Coast Eagles. A massive win for the Demons, 83 points to the good of the Eagles, 21-13, 139 to the Eagles, 8-8-56. It was a significant afternoon for one Jack Viney, a goal in 25 possessions. He also surpassed his dad's games record at the Melbourne Football Club. Todd Viney, 233 games. Today it was 234 for son Jack. He joined Jackie Reid after the game.
Well, thanks for your time, Jack, and congratulations on the win and surpassing your dad's games today. I think it's 234. He's in the rooms. Pretty special day.
Yeah, got the family here. Special milestone. A unique one that I guess not many people get the opportunity of doing. So it's special to have the family in the rooms to celebrate.
It was reported during the week that you played today with a broken bone in your wrist. I can see it's all taped up. You've got a little guard there. You weren't going to miss this one, were you?
No, it was. Luckily it was okay to strap it up and get on with it. So luckily to be part of the good win today.
Jack, Tony Shaw up here, mate. Well done on that game thing. I didn't know that, so thanks for Jackie to bring us up to that. And your old man Toddy, he was a hard bugger. I played a lot of footy against him, but yeah, it's something you look back on and you just you can stir him up now around the barbecue, mate.
Yeah, no, you're right there. I was he's forever telling me how, all his accolades and how many games he played growing up as a young tacker. So to finally surpass him today, he finally can't hold it over me any longer.
What about the first half? Lee and I were sitting up here and we're thinking there was just a couple of things like not handballing first option and all this, and it just took you a while, I thought, to get the discipline part of your game in the team-orientated game part of it, and maybe come up against an opposition you think you should beat. I'm not sure. Could you tell us about that?
We probably left some opportunities out there to bring our teammates into the game, but I thought, after those couple of mistakes, we really, changed to going forward, and I thought, for the majority of the game, it was a really strong team performance, and lots of team actions and bringing team action in the game from then on in.
Have you got a theme for the rest of the year as it kicked in? Last week, you had 3 really great quarters, and then of course what happened, it happens, and you're going to cop it. But have you got a theme for the rest of the year you're trying to live by, other than what you started at the start of the year?
Obviously a disappointing season all in all, but still feel like there's plenty to play for in this final bit of the season. So we're a hungry, competitive group that knows we're capable of special things if we can get really consistent. So we're still looking at chipping away, even with the not finals as an option for us this year. We still feel like we're plenty to play for. Lots of energy coming to work during the week, looking to get better and improve. And then, it might not be our year this year, but certainly can put us in good stead for next year.
And all your experienced core had good games today. Just looking for the next generation. Like Jai Cully, I guess, is one who has pressed a couple of times. Didn't get a heap of it, but just a couple of really big leafy marks. He's got some athletic talent coming through, maybe.
Yeah, Jai, exciting talent. He's not his first crack at AFL level. He's really had a resilient journey to debut for us today, and he's worked his backside off, completely deserving of a debut, and really performed well, I thought, today. So an exciting up and comer for us today, and looking forward to see what his career has in store for us.
Just ahead of the ball, it's really interesting when we watch it from the outside. I mean, the amount of free kicks that are played on that contest, around the full forward position where there's umpires side on all the time. I mean, when you're out there, are they obvious to you, the slight holds or the slight push in the backs that tend to be pinged currently?
I'm not sure, mate. No comment on that one.
No, but just the concept, not
get him a $5,000 fine.
I don't want to please explain come Monday, fellas.
Okay, no worries.
You're going to get me in trouble here.
Anyway, you're not the one under the footy, I guess, Jack, so it doesn't matter.
And Jack, just a couple of quick ones before we let you go. An extension to what you said to Shorey. You finished with 3 of the top bracket, the Dogs, the Hawks and the Magpies. So even to take one big scalp would be just another little notch on the belt to finish with a real flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely, like I said, we're looking at improving and getting better. Not necessarily looking at the outcome. We're really keen to, come into each game with really clear focuses as a unit and executing on those clear intentions. So I'm sure if we can do that more often than not, then the scoreboard's going to take care of itself. So, looking to definitely play our best football against some of the top talent back into this year.
And a quick word on Ed Langdon, who'll play his 200th game next week against the Doggies at the MCG.
Ed's been a superstar for us. One of our most resilient, reliable, best teammates we've got in our side. So he's almost the number one bloke picked every week. Love playing with him, and can't wait to celebrate an exciting milestone with him.
Enjoy the victory, Jack. Thanks for having a chat to us tonight, and we look forward to seeing the game against the Dogs next week.
Thanks for having me.
Jackie Reid with Jack Viney after Melbourne's massive win over the West Coast Eagles earlier today. Stay with us. This is Footy Nightline on a Saturday night, all with thanks to Tobin Brothers.
You're listening to 3AW's coverage of the 2025 AFL Premiership season. Thanks to Barry Plant Real Estate. Your home is in safe hands.
At IGA, we've got specials that are special to you. Like Coca-Cola, Sprite or Fanta 10 by 375ml, selected varieties, $10 each, half price. IGA, you can't beat local. Offer ends August 5, participating stores only.
Let the white glove mover move it for you.
Moving house can be daunting, but it doesn't have to be. Make your next move stress-free with the White Glove Mover, the premium local and interstate removal company that offers a full valet service to pack and unpack, has their own storage facility, and will even make the beds. So call them on 13 94 48 or visit whiteglovemover.com.au.
Let the white glove mover move it for you.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save is on now. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750. Or spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. Or $1,000 will only charge you $750. Don't miss the National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save on now. So rush into a National Tiles store near you or go online at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
If I had to choose a hero, as in somebody that I just loved and looked up to, it would be Kylie Minogue.
My hero would be Ash Barty because she can do everything that she gives a go.
My mum's my hero because she just doesn't care what anyone else thinks.
My hero would be my brother. I followed him around a lot and was his shadow.
My hero is my mum.
Don't wait till tomorrow. Tell loved ones how much they mean to you today. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Got rust? Rust can weaken metal, degrade structures, and lead to poor appearance on metal surfaces. CRC Rust Converter is an easy-to-use, fast-drying application that neutralises rust instantly into a usable, ready-to-prime and paint surface. CRC Rust Converter is ideal for vehicles, machinery, home or workshop repairs, ready to use and neutralise that rust. Try CRC Rust Converter. Available from leading hardware, auto and industrial stores. CRC. Together, we get it done.
The big birthday sale is on now at Winston with a Y.
Save 25% off store-wide on blinds, doors, shutters and awnings.
Sale extended. The birthday sale ends soon. Visit winston.com.au.
1 in 20 kids face a birth defect or genetic disease head-on. Mine's cancer. Others have cystic fibrosis. But we're not scared. And we'll fight every day because we know you're on our side. Fight with me. Fight for me. Please give today at jeansforjeans.org.au to help find cures for children's genetic diseases.
On 3AW, you're talking football. Dial 133 693 to take part in the conversation.
Great to be with you on this Saturday night. It is Footy Nightline, all with thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Well, when it comes to footy songs, it's fair to say there's none more iconic than Mike Brady's Up There Kazali. But where did the idea come from? And why is Up There Kazali still so iconic more than 40 years on? During the week, I was going back through the 3AW archives and found this mini documentary put together by my friend and colleague Simon Owens, which celebrates the then 40-year anniversary of Up There Kazali.
Up There Kazali was a huge hit in 1979 for Mike Brady, but where did it start? Let's hear that story from Mike Brady himself, being interviewed on 3MP by radio announcer Keith McGowan on August 6, 1979.
Somebody from Channel 7 must have approached you. Is that how it happened, or did you approach them, or what? No. How did the thing evolve?
At the very outset, an advertising company called Campaign Palace asked me to write a promotional song for football. At that stage, I didn't know it was for Channel 7. I wrote it. Actually, talking to them, the line Up There Kazali suddenly came to me during the meeting.
So you came up with that?
Right, yeah, it was just sort of thought of on the spot. I mean, it wasn't any great deliberation or anything. It just, I thought, an expression.
So why did the line Up There Kazali come to mind during that meeting? It goes back to a trilogy of Australian stage plays written by Ray Lawler, the Doll Trilogy. It included the plays Kids Stakes, Other Times, and Summer of the 17th Doll. Mike explains.
In one of the plays, and when it was done by the Melbourne Theatre Company some years later and videoed, Sandy Gore played one of the lead parts, and her character used the expression Up There Kazali all the way through the script. And I'd seen it the week before I was asked to write a song about football. And I knew the expression anyway, because I grew up in Port Melbourne after coming here, but I'd seen it the week before because a company that I was involved with and doing music for at the time produced the video for the Melbourne Theatre Company. So it was really front of mind when I was asked to write a song. A lot of people say I came up with it, and I certainly did not.
Sandy Gore had played Pearl in the 1977 Melbourne Theatre Company production. The expression had entered the Australian idiom years before. Roy Kazali played Australian rules football, and although only 5'11", he was a brilliant high mark. He practiced daily leaping for a ball suspended from the roof of a shed at his home. He could mark and turn in midair, land, and in a few strides send forward a long, accurate drop kick or stab pass. In 1921, he transferred to South Melbourne, and it was here that his teammate Skeeter Fleiter encouraged Roy to go for those high marks with his cry, "Up there, Kazali!" The crowds caught on and followed suit. But back to the jingle. How did the jingle become a song? And from there become a hit? Here's Keith McGowan and Mike Brady again.
at the very outset of it, before it was even thought of as a record, you were plugging the record on the commercial on air, saying that it should be a record, and it was that very thought that caused Ron Tudor and myself to think, well, maybe we should make a record. We're a bit slow off the mark, but I want to take that opportunity to thank you very much for pushing it so hard for us. That was fantastic. It was really a big thrill.
Well, I only got behind it because I thought you people had made a mistake. I mean, I thought it should have been a record from the word go.
Oh, well, that was fantastic. I thank you very much for that. After hearing you saying on air that it should be a record, I called Gary Fenton from Channel 7 and asked him if he'd be interested in getting behind it as a full record, and to my surprise, he just didn't hesitate, and he said, sure, fantastic. And Mike Willis, he started playing it on his show and things like that. It was just one of those things. It was a real fairy tale thing where just everybody started...
Yes, there's another name you haven't mentioned, and you've overlooked him, Peter Landy.
Well, I've been away, and the only thing I know about Peter was a little clipping that Ron Tudor gave me, some clippings at the airport, and it said how Peter had helped promote the thing on air and all this. I didn't know that. I've never met Peter, and I'm dying to meet him.
Oh, he's a good lad. Yes, he's a good lad. Take plenty of beer money with you.
From the date of the song's release in July 1979, it didn't take long to be a gold record, achieving sales of 50,000 copies. Here's Keith McGowan presenting the gold record to Ron Tudor of Fable Records.
Ron Tudor, it's an absolute thrill of mine to, on behalf of everybody who's involved with this record, to present you with the gold record for your Fable release, Up There Kazali, the two-man band. It's been a memory that I'll hold forever, being somewhat involved in this record as far as playing it originally as the little track which I managed to con out of Channel 7, and then watching it become a record and then growing. It's a thrill. The inscription reads, presented to Ron Tudor MBE by Astor Records to mark sales in Australia in excess of 50,000 copies of the single Up There Kazali, the two-man band, which was achieved in this month, July 1979. That 50,000 has well been exceeded by now.
Keith, I accept that with the greatest of pleasure, because gold records are pretty hard to come by at any occasion, and I would like to just give my thanks to yourself, to Gary Fenton and the people at Channel 7, to our friends at Astor Records, and to everyone who's been responsible for this record achieving the result it has achieved in 3 weeks. I know that all these things have to start somewhere, and I'm very conscious of the fact that this record started with you and 3MP, and thanks to you all, and not the least thanks to Peter Landy and the people at Channel 7.
As the host of the Big League on Saturday, Peter Landy was thrilled that the theme for his show had become a hit record.
Peter, Channel 7 must be absolutely thrilled with this Up There Kazali. I think a lot of people are thrilled about it, Keith. Naturally, at Channel 7, we're delighted because it's the theme for the Big League on Saturday. And I think the Victorian Football League, in fact, football right throughout Australia, should be delighted because it's a great promotion for a magnificent game.
But possibly the proudest of all were Roy Kazali's wife and children. Roy Kazali Jr. spoke to Keith on 3MP on 26th of July 1979.
You must be rather thrilled to see that the man's memory is being perpetuated by this Fable record Up There Kazali.
Yes, it's been a tremendous lift, particularly to my mother, who's 85, and she watches the show all the time. She still follows the football in the replays, very active, and also to my sisters. The whole family's thrilled about the lot. I think it's terrific.
Now, you've got 4 sisters, haven't you, Roy?
They all live in Hobart. They're all born in Melbourne, but we've moved over here when Dad came to play football in Tasmania.
Yes, your mother lives in Hobart too, I would imagine.
She's with us.
And she's active and well?
Yes.
And still would very clearly remember the achievements of your father, her husband, on the footy field?
Oh, very much so, and also she was very thrilled the other day when Laurie Nash came in to visit her. They had quite a chat together for a couple of hours. It really made a day.
So from a teammate's cry in the 1920s, to a character's line in a stage play, to a jingle, to a song, Up There Kazali reached gold record status by selling 50,000 copies in less than a month. It would go on to sell over 250,000 copies and still be sung 40 years later.
And the good news is you don't have to wait long to hear Up There Kazali on repeat. Of course, it is the soundtrack of September, every AFL final series. We'll take a break and wrap up this Saturday night edition of Footy Nightline right after this.
3AW Football, thanks to Solar Heart. Get $750 off when you buy an eligible Solar Heart solar power system and home battery for a limited time only. Visit Solar Heart today.
Just when you need it most, 3AW is boosting your budget. And there's $40,000 in cash to be won. Ross and Russ, Tom Elliott, Tony Moclair and Jackie Felgate are boosting budgets in every show every day, helping you pay your bills. Remember the code word. Listen for the cue to call and you could win $1,000 cash. 3AW's $40,000 Boost Your Budget. Couldn't you do with a boost? Starts next week on Melbourne's own 3AW.
Get moving with Arrow. In import or export, time is money, and Arrow Transport can save you both. Get moving with Arrow. We truck and track over 150,000 containers a year through every major port in Australia. Being privately owned lets us move with speed, clarity and care. Get moving with Arrow. From wharf to warehouse, dock to distribution. Get moving with Arrow. arrowtransport.com.au.
Moving house? With 28% off gas rates on Energy Australia's Flexi Plan, maybe that's not all you should be moving. For 28% off gas rates, search Energy Australia and get cooking from day one. Actually, moving's hard. Maybe order pizza. Eligible Vic residential customers only. Conditions apply. Guaranteed discount is off our market energy charges. Fact sheets available at energyaustralia.com.au/EFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact us on 133 466.
Hi, I'm David Beck, third generation bedding manufacturer Beck's Bedding. We've been in business for over 75 years and are famous for handcrafting a bed to fit your needs. Beck's Bedding, custom bedding delivered to you. Call me, 9484 3434.
Entry into promotions and competitions conducted by this station are governed by terms and conditions. So when you're in it to win it, remember to read the terms and conditions that are found on the win page at 3aw.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save is on now. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750, or spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450, or $1,000 will only charge you $750. Don't miss the National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save on now. So rush into a National Tiles store near you or go online at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Staying active when you're age 70 plus is important. So is testing for COVID-19. Did you know that the risk of serious illness from COVID-19 increases with age? Especially if you're 70 or older. Even mild symptoms could get worse. For people over 70 who test positive for COVID-19, oral antivirals are available. Talk to your doctor to know your risk. MSD Macquarie Park.
On 3AW, you're talking football. Dial 133 693 to take part in the conversation.
And that just about does it for this Saturday night edition of Footy Nightline, all with thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Don't forget, 3AW Footy back tomorrow from midday. Massive Sunday of football coming up. Hope you can join myself, Laura Spurway, Matthew Richardson and Tony Shaw for Sunday Footy preview from midday ahead of our match for broadcast tomorrow afternoon. Geelong taking on Port Adelaide. The last time the Power played at Cardinia Park, they got the upset win. Surely they can't do it 2 years in a row. The early game tomorrow afternoon, St Kilda taking on North Melbourne. We'll keep you updated on that. Can the Kangaroos bounce back from their 101-point thrashing at the hands of Geelong last week? St Kilda going for back-to-back wins. And then the round comes to a close with Fremantle taking on Carlton. Plenty riding on for the Dockers in terms of their top four aspirations come September. Thanks again for your company tonight on Footy Nightline. Look forward to chatting to you again from midday tomorrow, but stand by because Australia Overnight is coming up straight after the Midnight News.
Page at 3aw.com.au and enter our latest competitions. Melbourne's 3AW 693.
Hello, I'm Toby Goff.
Anthony Albanese has unveiled a new economic development plan for Indigenous people. The PM using his speech at the Garma Festival in the Northern Territory to announce $70 million for First Nations clean energy projects and $75 million for native title reforms. Anthony Albanese says there's no time for debates over welcome to countries.
Culture wars are a dry gully. They offer us nothing and they lead us nowhere. The way forward is to invest in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, trust in their aspirations and draw from their knowledge.
Homicide Squad detectives have charged an 81-year-old man following the death of a woman in regional Victoria. Police were called to a home in northwest Hamilton amid reports a woman had been stabbed, but she could not be saved. An 81-year-old man who was arrested at the scene has now been charged with murder. He was remanded to appear before the courts on Monday. A severe weather warning is in place for Perth, the South Coast and Central West wheat belt for Sunday. It comes after parts of WA experienced major flash flooding. Nine reporter Rachel Clifford says the community was helpless.
23 millimetres in just half an hour. Emergency crews had to rescue 2 people. In Mandurah, several homes flooded, ovals turning to swamps, many clubs cancelling Saturday sport.
Around 200 vehicles have been rescued from the snow after becoming stuck in northern New South Wales. Recovery services responded to areas along the New England Highway, Waterfall Way, Norris Drive and Grafton Road. No serious injuries have been reported. State SES spokesperson Kiara Magnuson says many of the victims were unaware of the danger.
We did see unusual snow levels, up to 50 centimetres of snow. That significant snowfall saw around the 200 vehicles become stuck, and New South Wales SES responded to bring the motorist to safety.
People are being urged to avoid the area. The New South Wales government says it accepts the decision by the Supreme Court to approve a march across the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Up to 50,000 people are expected to participate in the protest, with the bridge being closed from 11:30 until about 4:30 this afternoon. Police Minister Yasmin Catley says the demonstration will cause huge headaches for motorists.
Make no mistake, there is going to be massive, massive disruption. So our message is avoid the city if you can.
Checking finance, $1 Australian dollar is currently buying 64.71 US cents.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights. Enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 3AW app.
The Melbourne Vixens are Super Netball champions after a tight clash with the West Coast Fever, beating the Perth side 58-59. Player of the match, Joe Weston, says it's a fairy tale win for Melbourne.
We just had this real belief we could do anything, and I think including this incredible home crowd, I still can't get over it.
Audio courtesy of Fox Sports. In AFL action, the Gold Coast has annihilated Richmond 107 points to 23. It was the Swans on top of the Bombers at the SCG 68-54 and Brisbane beating Collingwood 92-65. The Wallabies have taken their 7th Test victory over the British and Irish Lions, dominating 22-14 in a rain-soaked clash. And the Raiders have been denied 10 consecutive NRL wins, going down to the Dragons 18-12. The Roosters are now above the Sea Eagles in the standings after winning their clash 20 points to 4. Meanwhile, the Panthers down the Titans 30-26. That is the very latest in news and in sport.
Listen live, catch up, grab the highlights. Enter to win. No matter where you are, you can do it all with the 3AW app.
At Acquaint, we believe private in-home care should be as individual as you are. From occasional support and companionship, all the way through to live-in care. Our tailored personal services are designed to fit seamlessly into your lifestyle. Because what matters to you matters to us. To inquire about our private in-home care, call Acquaint now on 9267 9090. Acquaint, Melbourne's premium home care service.
We love it when you tell your friends about something you heard on 3AW, but they can hear it too. Download the podcast and catch up at 3aw.com.au.
Viking's 22-day Icons of the Viking Age itinerary is a bestseller. Setting sail in 2027, this ocean voyage traces Viking history, circumnavigating the Baltic Sea, visiting iconic Scandinavian capital cities, and your experience doesn't have to stop there. Add a pre or post extension to your next ocean voyage and you'll save $3,000 per couple. Explore more of the world and more of what inspires you with a Viking pre or post cruise extension. To find out more, see your Viking travel advisor or visit Viking.com.
My granddaughter Lucy was doing a history project at school, so she came to me to ask all about our family tree. There's only me left now. So with the helpful consultants at Cameo Memorials, I'm planning ahead so that Lucy's children and grandchildren will have a real sense of their past and their family tree. I'm making sure they'll know exactly where to find me.
Keep the memory alive. Let Cameo Memorials set your life in stone. CameoMemorials.com.au.
Did you know that from around 35 years old, men may experience a gradual reduction in testosterone levels? He-Men's Midlife Formula uses ingredients traditionally used in Chinese medicine to boost energy levels, support healthy sexual function, promote healthy libido, and maintain prostate health. Not satisfied? He-Men's Midlife Formula comes with a 100% money-back guarantee. Terms and conditions apply. Available at leading pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
3AW Weather. Live radio is proven to deliver a 20% brand uplift. Put your business in the sunshine. Find out more at 3aw.com.au/advertise.
Across the country, clear overnight with a frosty morning in Melbourne. The Bureau forecasting a top of 18 degrees. Partly cloudy and the chance of a morning shower in Brisbane. Temperatures should top out at around 20. Over to Perth, a very high chance of showers with likely thunderstorms as well, possibly severe. Damaging winds forecast, a top of 17 degrees. Sunny conditions in Adelaide, daytime maximum temperatures reaching 17 as well, and a very high chance of showers for Sydney with large and powerful surf, tops of 18 degrees.
Now, this is Australia Overnight with Pat Panetta. Call now. 133 693.
Here we go. Welcome to Australia Overnight, the Sunday morning edition, as we head into a brand new day together. It's the 3rd of August 2025. I'm Pat Panetta, your man after midnight. Big bad bustling Ben Davidson is in the soundproof booth, and all we need now is you and your calls on 133 693. So call now to join the conversation across the nation. Call now, 133 693. How about that rain in New South Wales and Sydney teeming down and into, there's Coffs Harbour and Newcastle as well. I noticed the Wallabies game in Sydney tonight had to be stopped due to lightning strikes and bad weather. The British and Irish Lions versus the Wallabies, and they won that game, didn't they? Footy fans getting drenched. And then there was the snow. How about the snow? A winter wonderland in regional New South Wales with snow depths not seen before at those elevations in the region, which has been challenging for those living there. So when have you lived through an extreme weather event like unexpected snow in New South Wales or a cyclone in WA? My first radio job was in Karratha. The Pilbara, where it would be cyclones there, and or maybe overseas, maybe when you're travelling. 133 693. Have you lived through or experienced an extreme weather event? With the SES reporting up to 100 to 200 vehicles stranded across the New South Wales northern tablelands and locations like Waterfall Way, Norris Drive, Grafton Road and the New England Highway. People thought, of course, they saw the snow and they thought, it's snowing, this is good, we'll get the car and we'll check it all out. But the snow kept falling and they got stuck, and they still might be stuck there now. You'll have to wait for it to melt. So if you're, hopefully everybody's okay. What about living in these cold conditions? The UK and Scotland and these places where it's just, sub-zero. Have you ever lived in those icy conditions, and what do you have to adjust to? It's a whole thing about life, isn't it? Getting to work and moving around. 133 693. What is your favourite season? Now, is it I'm going to play something here for you. Your favourite season, is it autumn? Now, the Americans, they call autumn fall, of course. And here's comedian Jim Gaffigan talking about his favourite season, which is fall or autumn. Okay, we'll just get that. So I just thought, because we're talking about the snow and seasons, Jim Gaffigan, so funny. Yeah. Anyway, we'll play that for you for a bit of a laugh before we start. Here we go. Here it is.
It's not a competition.
My favourite season.
My favorite season that I'm voting for in America's next top season is fall. People that love fall, they go crazy for the foliage. They're like, oh, the foliage! Let's drive by the foliage! It's so beautiful the way the leaves die. They're so pretty right before they fall to their death. We think it's beautiful. It's the leaves' hospice. It also helps that the leaves can't talk. If they could talk, they'd be like, ah! Give me chlorophyll! Why are these people driving by and smiling at me? You monsters! We're rather insensitive to the leaves' tragedy. They die, they fall to the ground, we just rake them up. Kids, you want to jump on this pile of dead leaves? No? All right, I'll just light them on fire. The poor leaves, all they know is spring and summer. And then in October, they're like, where's everyone going? Early in November, you always see a couple leaves hanging on. They're like, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it through winter. Me and my buddy Carl, right, Carl? Carl. The pine trees, they must resent the attention the leaves get. Stupid leaves. Everyone's driving by looking at the pretty leaves. I don't even bother to get to know them. After a couple months, they're dead. Come December, you'd be climbing a ladder, stick a star on my head. Why would a pine tree sound like it's from Brooklyn? How many jokes about seasons does this guy have? Speaking of foliage, I have to tell you, last October I was in Western Massachusetts, and they're very proud of their foliage. They're like, you see our foliage? Nice job. Good work doing nothing.
There you go, for a bit of a laugh. Yeah, Jim Gaffigan talking about his favourite season. Okay, very soon in Australia overnight, our health and wellbeing expert will be here. Russell Setright isn't too far away. He's one of Australia's best-known naturopaths and herbalists. He'll join us. He joins us every Sunday morning, and he'll be here in about 20 minutes or so, taking your questions about health and wellbeing. Russell Setright giving some advice. So have a think about your questions for Russell. He's not too far away. 133 693, and a big show on the way again this morning for your listening pleasure. Annette is on the line. G'day there, Annette.
G'day, mate. How you going?
I'm okay, Annette.
That's good. Yeah, it was the year anniversary on the 1st, but it's been gone a year.
Yeah, you're man. It's
so
been
quick,
a year.
Eh?
Yeah, it does. Well, there you are.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, true.
That's for sure.
True.
But I went to a concert tonight to help cheer me up.
Yeah, okay. Where'd you go tonight?
The window was Performing Arts Centre, and I saw a guy, remember Marty Roan, Gentleman Lace?
Marty Roan and Gentleman Lace.
Diamond.
Yeah.
That's his song he used to sing.
Yeah.
And he was doing Neil Diamond tonight, and they had a girl doing Olivia Newton-John.
Oh, how good's
and
that?
It's called The Hottest August Night.
The Hottest August Night.
We like the coldest August night.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah. We just did a thing about
he liked being up here. He said he liked it, and so did she, and they come out. I was in the VIP lounge, as I call it, and they kept coming over and saying hello to me.
Yeah, that's right. You get special treatment, don't you? Oh, very nice. Hot August Night, Neil Diamond. That is a song. Yeah, we might put that on the list too. There,
it's a good song, that.
And Sweet Caroline.
I had his album once from Hot August Night, but I lost it.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's a lot of great songs on Hot August Night. Good on you, Annette. Well done. Good night out, and we'll be thinking of your man. It's been 12 months since he's left us. Bryza is on the line in Coffs Harbour. Are you staying dry there in Coffs Harbour, Bryza?
Yeah, not a lot of rain, Pat. It's like, I think it's raining outside, but I've been out to two music gigs tonight, and there was no rain at all. It's just a bit cold. Yeah, so
Yeah, okay.
I just got
that's
home and got myself under the doona ready for Pat. And,
Good on you, mate. Yeah, well.
My mum's 100th birthday would have been today if she was still with us.
Is
So,
that right? Gee.
And to probably answer your question about what season,
Yeah.
I probably like the cooler. I probably should live in Melbourne because I've got 7 puffer jackets, like different colours. I like wearing them. True story.
Yeah.
So it's easy to get warm than it is to get cool, I reckon. But you can wear nice clothes when it's a bit cold.
Yes, that's true. You can wear your nice big jackets and all that sort of stuff when
Is
it's
it cold in Melbourne tonight?
It has been cold. It has been cold. Not as cold, you know. Let's have a look at the current temperature. Yeah, but I'd rather be hot. I prefer the warmth. So we got to swap. I've got to go to where you are, and you've got to come here. It's 7 degrees.
You got to come to. I've been to Melbourne plenty of times, but you got to come to Coffs.
Yes.
You won't need normally your double puffers in Coffs. You get double puffer tonight.
No, I've got the big puffer jacket on tonight, with the hoodie. That's my little sleep jacket when I sort of sit down in the back there during the news and close the eyes. Good on you, Bryza. Thank you, mate. 133693, Australia overnight. Peter is in Somerville. Good day, Peter.
Yeah, look, I survived an extreme weather event, so to speak. I was doing a circumnavigation of the Simpson Desert with my 86-year-old mother at the time, about 2005. And I was going up the Oodnadatta track from Maree.
Right.
And got to William Creek, and there was this imminent storm front coming through. And I decided I didn't want to get stuck at William Creek for 3 or 4 days, so I started driving for Maree. And I could see it was pitch black. I could see I was going to go between these 2 thunder cells on the track, and then between another 2, and then there was one right in front of me. And the first thing that hits is the dust, and I just couldn't see a thing. I wasn't going particularly fast at all, just pitch black dirt road. And then came the rain, and so you just plastered with mud, effectively.
Gee.
It blew me off the road.
Yep.
And when I didn't know where I was because I was completely blinded.
Yeah.
And I thought, gee, the South Australian roads get soft when they get wet.
Yes.
But I wasn't even on the road.
Right.
And then it cleared a little, and I could see there was some high ground there. And I drove back up, and it happened to be the road again. And I just pulled up, left the lights on, left it idling, and we just slept in the car for the night.
Right.
Yeah,
so
that was enough.
How did your 86-year-old, was it grandmother, did you say?
No, mother.
Your mother?
My mother.
So this was an adventure for you and your mum, I guess. Is that what it was?
Oh, well, she was in a retirement home, and I thought, look, I'll
take her
out. See how she goes.
Nice.
And I took her for a picnic trip to Echuca.
Yeah.
And she went really well with that. I said, what, do you want to come on the next desert trip?
Oh, gee.
And she said yes. So took her around, and anyway, the next day...
She said, I want to go home.
Well, the next day I set up and had lunch just on the road because I wasn't expecting any traffic. And these 2 guys from WA turned up and said, you can follow our tracks if you like. And so the first creek we had to cross was the Kaliana Ford crossing. And there was just a pile of mud on it.
Yeah, yeah.
And these guys knew what they were doing. They did a sort of a Z pattern across with bare feet.
Yeah.
And said, all right, we're going to go here. You just follow our tracks. And through they went. The next creek crossing, they did the same thing again.
Yeah.
And I followed their tracks, and we got through to Maree.
Right.
And so that was only about 20 kilometres before Maree is where I had to stop. But so very, very violent thunderstorms out in the desert. Very violent.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Peter. It reminds us, we think we're on top of everything as humans on this planet with the weather and, it's just everything's at arm's reach. But when you're out in the desert or when an extreme weather event hits, you know all about it. You know all about Mother Nature. The Oodnadatta track, an unsealed outback road stretching about 622 kilometres between Maree in the southeast and Marla in the northwest of South Australia. It follows the route of the historic Old Garn Railway and ancient Aboriginal trade paths, passing through sites like William Creek, Mound Springs, into Tanda and Lake Eyre. How good's that? Oh, imagine doing that trip. How amazing. Okay, we'll take some more calls, and also Russell Setright, Health and Wellbeing isn't too far. 133693, the Sunday morning edition of Australia Overnight.